Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Vigilantia Pretium Libertatis in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Nothing is impossible for humankind. Nil moralibus ardui est. Salem, Oregon. 88 Calendas Novembers, 2766 A.U.C. As a habit, Connie didn't lock the door. He always just figured, hey, there are like 5 other people in the house who can do that. Why should he be responsible? This flawed sense of logic was probably what had landed him in a wheelchair 6 years ago. Oops. So, like any other day, when Connie came home to find the door unlocked, he thought nothing of it. He'd left the door unlocked that morning. Even if no one was home, it wasn't all that alarming. It'd been quiet since his grandfather's funeral. He went patrolling with Sasha, but that was the extent of their heroing. Nothing big had really happened since Marco had died. Connie still wasn't sure what information had exactly been gathered that night. He just kinda felt like they were all sorta stuck in a knot, all tangled in different directions without any way of sorting themselves out. It was kinda infuriating. Connie was wondering about the giant robots, but he didn't want to say anything. There had to be an explanation for them, but how was Connie to know? He'd fought them. He'd helped kidnap the president. He'd done some real tough shit. Kinda. Okay, he had not done any tough shit, but he'd tried. Why wasn't anything making sense, anyway? Not only that, but now Marigold was acting weird. But that wasn't anything new, really. Mari was always weird. He assumed from the silence that he was probably home alone. That meant 2 things. 1, the fridge was his. He claimed it. 2, he could sing as loudly and obnoxiously off-key as he wanted. A bowl of leftover pasta was heating in the microwave, and he was in the middle of belting out some Lord song or another, humming over the words he didn't know, when his cell phone rang. He broke off, and scooped up his phone, still humming under his breath as he answered with a quick, "Bueno." "What?" Gene was on the other line, and his voice was flat and incredulous. Connie couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Gene," Connie said. He pulled the steaming bowl of pasta from his microwave and winced, tossing it onto the counter and sucking at his mildly burned thumb and forefinger. "Sup?" Gene said, "Well, that's a funny story, actually." "Is it actually a funny story?" Connie dumped his scalding pasta into a plastic bowl and dumped the other bowl into the sink. "Glass swear hurt. Or are you gonna tell me someone died?" "No one died," Gene said. "Well, not yet, anyway." Encouraging. That wasn't really a joke, Gene sighed. "Things just got really complicated. It's actually really annoying. Why does everyone have to be so cryptic?" "Dunno," Connie uttered through a mouthful of pasta. A fork wobbled between his teeth as he juggled his phone and his bowl, walking down the hall down to his room. "I didn't really notice." "Maybe Sasha did. She notices more shit than I do." "Did something happen?" "Yeah." Gene sounded exhausted as Connie nudged open his door. "Well, okay, have you talked to your sister about Amir yet?" Connie pulled his fork from his mouth, glancing to the side as he grappled with his phone. "Why the hell would I talk to Mari about?" He cut himself off with a cry of shock as a figure bolted upright on his bed, a silhouette blending into the dark curtains that clung to his bedside window. "Connie?" Gene asked mildly. Then, after a moment of silence where Connie's breath filled the void between them, sharp and fearful as he thought back to where he kept the stashed weapons in his room, Gene's voice became more insistent. "Connie. SHH. The silhouette hissed, leaning forward with her finger against her dark lips. Connie stared at Amir blankly, watching shadows dance about her dark, freckled face. Connie said vacantly, "I'm gonna have to call you back, Gene." "What?" Gene started, sounding confused. "Wait, no, I need to ask you." Connie hung up. He stuck his phone into his pocket and turned on the lamp. Amir sat calmly on his bed, one leg dangling off the side, and she looked utterly blameless, as though he were the one intruding on her life. She was fully clothed, Connie realized, which thank God, because that would have been a little too awkward for his liking. But her clothes were all soiled and filthy, her muddy boots abandoned at the window near Connie's closet. Her dark feet were blistered, dirt smothered, and cracked open. Dried blood crusted at her heels. "Are you okay?" Connie blurted. He knew he wasn't supposed to care. He knew that Amir was kinda a fugitive now. She'd hurt Krista. Historia? Whatever. But still, it was hard not to care just a little bit, seeing the girl's wan skin and dull brown eyes, her muddy clothes and bloody feet. She'd probably collapsed onto his bed out of exhaustion. "Positively gay, hermano," Amir stated dryly. Her voice was rough, coarse from disuse. It fell from her lips like rocks grinding against her teeth. "What?" Connie asked flatly. He glanced at her for a moment, incredulous, and then he barked a laugh. "Okay. If you're so thirsty, then, you picked the wrong room. My older sister is across the hall." Amir sat for a moment, puzzling over his words with her face pinching and her head tilting curiously. "I didn't mean homosexual," Amir said slowly. And then, all at once, her face lit up like a beacon, her brown eyes burning with a strange spark that pulsed somewhere beneath their murky depths. "But, now that you mention it." "That was a joke," Connie squeaked. "Don't ask my sister out." "Ha." Amir clapped her hands against her knees, and she grinned broadly. "Why not? Is there a chance she'd say yes?" Yeah, actually," Connie said, wrinkling his nose as he glanced over Amir. "She's kinda a narcissist, and you two look alike." He paused, his thoughts running a mile a minute, and it took a moment for his words to catch up. He looked at Amir, her dark skin and dark eyes and pointed chin and pointed nose, and he stared. "Wow. You two look a lot alike, holy shit." "Do we?" Amir's freckles were perhaps the greatest difference between her appearance and Marigold. Marigold's freckles were really faint, and barely noticeable at all. Marigold's hair was lighter and thicker, and her eyebrows were upturned more, but otherwise? Amir and Marigold had a lot of weird similarities. "I'd like to meet her. Is she home?" No," Connie said. He watched her eye his bowl of pasta, her brow furrowing as he spoke. Can I ask you a question?" "Yeah," she said, "sure." "Whatever. Why are you here?" Amir didn't respond right away. Her feet rested against the carpet, blood-stained and blistered, and she hunched. She was not too fazed by the blood, or the grime, but his question had jostled her. Sunlight crept in through the two windows, yellowish and graying with every breath, and the light cast a sallow gloom upon Amir's dark, freckly face. "I needed a place to crash," Amir said smoothly. "Yes," Connie said weakly, blinking at her incredulously. "On my bed." "But why?" "Christ," Amir spat, rolling her head and her eyes and her shoulders all in one grand gesture. "What should that matter?" "Because you look like you've been through some trench warfare, or like, something." Connie didn't know how else to put it. She looked like she'd been sleeping in a gutter. She looked like she was about to die of exhaustion. She looked like shit. Yeah. All of the above. "Dios mío, get up. Get off my bed. I need to clean up before my mom gets home." "You need to be clean before my mom gets home." Connie's thoughts ran much faster than his mouth did. He was already formulating some kind of excuse for Amir. His mom didn't know Amir had ran away from the rest of his team, so it'd be easy to explain why she was here. "Why am I even bothering?" Connie wondered, shoving his bowl of pasta at Amir's chest. She was still sitting on Connie's bed, looking a little stunned. "They told me she hurt Krista or Historia, and she ran away, and she knew stuff." But still, Connie wasn't cruel. He'd give her food and a shower, and tell Armin that she was here. Connie wasn't smart, but he did know that he could be in danger. He'd text Armin. If he kept Amir here long enough, maybe some backup would come, and he wouldn't have to deal with Amir alone. "Wait," Amir said, staring down at the pasta. "Huh? What?" Connie stared at her blankly. "You've obviously been on the road for a while. Eat, and then shower. You're a lot taller than Mari, but she rolls her sweatpants, so you might be able to fit in them." Amir smirked, though Connie wasn't sure if she was actually amused, or if she was just trying to hide her surprise. She dug into the pasta, her cheeks hollowing out as she smiled and spoke through her chewing. "You're awful surprisin'," she said, her dark eyes twinkling. Connie didn't like that look. He didn't trust Amir, and he didn't want her to think that he was letting her off the hook, but he didn't know what else to do. "Thought for sure you'd kick me out." "Yeah, well," Connie said, "you don't know me very well." Amir couldn't deny that, of course. Connie had only met her, what, twice? And they hadn't exchanged any friendly words. This was all just so freaking weird, and he was confused about what he should do. He didn't want to rat her out, but at the same time he had to. It wasn't even that he liked Amir. She was a total bitch, honestly. But there was something in her face, the gaunt sunken appearance that clung to her hollow eyes and caving cheeks, the way her dark freckles seemed to explode against her pallid cheekbones and nose and sharply pointed chin. She looked sickly and tired, and Connie was not cruel. "This is gonna be a real pain in my ass," Connie thought, grabbing Amir's boots from his window. They were completely caked over with mud. Bits of grass clung to the soles, amongst other things, and Connie figured Eliza might know the best way to get them clean, since she played soccer and she was consistently cleaning off her cleats in the sink in the garage beside the washing machine. Connie didn't know when Eliza would be home, though. Maybe Sasha would know? Or he could just take the risk and scrub at them till they were clean. "How'd you get from Manhattan to here?" Connie asked curiously. Amir stared at him with her dull brown eyes, her lips perpetually at a smirk as she chewed and chewed and chewed. Connie regretted giving her the pasta now. "Seriously, did you take a bus? Hitchhike? Steal a car? A motorcycle, actually," she said. "Wow," Connie thought, unable to help his admiration. "Hardcore." He watched her scoop up the last bits of pasta, gobbling it up hastily. Did she have somewhere to go? Was there even a reason to her being her? Like, what the fuck? Amir burped, pounding on her chest and nodding. "That was swell," she said. "Got any more?" "Nope," he said, rolling his eyes. "The bathroom is the door all the way at the end of the hall, to the left. The door is open, so you can't miss it. Everything you need is probably in there, but like, don't ask me about like, women-y stuff, because I don't know where they keep that shit." Her eyes narrowed amusedly, the corners of her lips stretching. "Noted," she said. She pushed off the bed and stretched her arms up, lifting the bowl over her head. "So, hermano. What do I owe you for all this?" Connie had not been thinking about a reward. He'd been thinking about making the house as pristine as it had been when he'd left this morning so his mother didn't chew him out. So he didn't have a clue what Amir could do for him. Not burn down his house? That'd be nice. Burn down his school? That'd be even nicer. But, too bad, he didn't really want to mention those things. He was hoping she didn't have the intention of burning anything today. "Surprise me," he said, whirling away from her. Amir followed him out of the room, and he felt her eyes on his back, curious and cautious, because she didn't seem to understand any more than he did about why he was doing this. He just did it. He had no thought about it. It was a reflex to give this kindness, and he could only hope it didn't go terribly wrong. Connie set the boots down outside Mari and Eliza's room before he entered. It was still as cramped as ever, even more so now that Eliza was getting into fashion and shit. There were clothes everywhere. If I had clothes everywhere, Connie thought darkly, Mom'd pitch a fit and hoop my sorry ass. He clambered over some of Mari's shit, plucking up a pair of sweatpants from one of the piles on the floor, and then a baggy t-shirt that Mari had gotten from youth group several years ago. There was a prayer written on the back. As Connie was walking out of Mari and Eliza's room, his furious older sister slid before him, shocking him so badly he squawked. The noise should have amused her, but it didn't. Her eyes were cold and dark and flashing down at his round face. Hers was so slim and pretty by comparison, and fuck, he hated her for it. Mari got the good genes. "Where'd you come from?" he blurted, holding her clothes awkwardly in the crook of his arm. "When did you get home? I didn't even hear you." "Who's taking a shower?" Mari asked. "Eliza has practice, and Mark's with Mom. Dad's at work." Her eyes followed his face rapidly for a moment, and her nostrils flared. Is it Sasha? He blinked, understanding her reasoning a little, but not her rage. He started weakly. She cut him off, clapping her hand against her forehead and groaning. Oh God, don't tell me you're fucking her, Connie, I don't think I'd be able to handle that. What? You heard me. He found his face flushing all at once, heating up miserably as her words hit him very hard. Fucking Sasha. Connie was amazed how the thought had never passed his mind, actually. Thanks, sis, he thought bitterly. I am not fucking Sasha. I don't intend on fucking Sasha. Can we not talk about fucking Sasha anymore? Oh my God, Mari, oh me god would I you even think oh me god what the fuck me? Oh, shut the fuck up, Mari sighed, rubbing her temples and shooting him a glare. You're running your mouth again. I caught none of that. What? Connie said, his voice a squeak, the fuck, Mari? Can you blame me for suspecting? She pursed her thin, dark lips, and lifted her pointed chin toward the ceiling. Her thick brown hair curled around her ears. Connie's hair had been brownish-gray. An ugly color. He was glad it was gone. You're always with her. And you're like, what? 15. Ha ha, he spat at her. So funny. You're so funny, Mari. You'll give me heart failure, I'm laughing so hard. I mean, she sighed, seeming to relax now that she had confirmation that Connie was not, in fact, fucking Sasha. You could do a lot worse, I guess. She could probably do better. Wow, he said. Espero que no estás refiriendo a ti misma, puta. Chill, she said coolly. I didn't mean me. Though, yes. Yes, I'm obviously the superior choice. You, don't, he groaned. Anyone but Sasha. I said chill. I'm not interested in your girlfriend, I'm not that bad of a sister. Mari snorted, but then her eyes flashed with a sudden wariness. Wait. So who's in the shower? How to explain? Connie was not particularly sore over the girlfriend comment, not after Mari's lewd assumptions, but it hung on his mind as it ran on a course that'd hopefully give him a good excuse for Amir. It didn't. He had no real excuse for Amir other than the fact that Connie hadn't known how to turn her away. Because he was stupid. Well. Connie bounced on his heels, vibrating in place as he thought through the words he could use to describe his current situation. One of the, teammates, she showed up here. She looked like she could use a shower, you know? I mean, I dunno, she was tracking mud everywhere. Oh, can she use your clothes? You're taller than I am, so like, might as well. When did you get home, though, seriously? I should have heard you. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh my God, Connie, she hissed, her eyebrows furrowing, you're so stupid. What? He knew that fact, of course. He knew it all too well. What do you mean? Marigold looked absolutely infuriated. Her upturned brows knitted, and her thin lips pursed, and her long, pointed nose wrinkling in distaste. She made a soft groaning sound, her voice rumbling in the back of her throat as she rolled her eyes. Amir, she snapped, surprising Connie. Right? Tell me I'm right. How do you know? He gasped, peering up at her in awe. She glanced at him, her dark gaze chilly and furious. He didn't understand why. What's your problem? Connie, do you even have eyes? She was still making a disgusted face, her dark skin growing taut around her cheeks and forehead. She glanced down the hall, and she shook her head in disbelief. She grabbed his wrist and yanked him down the hall, marching past the bathroom and dragging him with her. Connie tossed the bundle of her clothes he'd collected for Amir at the door, blinking as she rounded a corner and prevented him from seeing them bounce off the wood. What are you doing? He asked in a hollow voice. Where are we going? She shoved him at the broom closet door, and he tore away from her, shoving her right back. She threw the door open, ignoring him as he shouted her name, angry now at her silence. He watched her kick away a bucket and a tiny broom, standing on her tiptoes to reach the latch on the ceiling. The fold-away ladder to the attic came tumbling down, and she stood before it with a somber expression. She whirled to face Connie. Do you remember, she said, the stories Abayulato used to tell us? He said, not particularly. She sighed, shaking her head again, and grumbling, typical. She began to climb the rungs of the ladder, gesturing for him to follow. He did without hesitation, if only because he was curious and tired of this already. He wanted to know whatever the hell Mari knew. The attic was a strange sort of cylindrical death trap. A low ceiling crept precariously low to Connie's shaved head, cobwebs dusting the grayish wooden rafters, and bits of floorboards ripped away to reveal fluffy insulation and dark piping. The walls were lined with boxes stacked in careful blocks in order to save space. They circled the room in tightly packed brown squares. Marigold hopped over a gap in the floor and pulled a cardboard box from the mass, ignoring the dust it coughed up as two boxes collapsed upon the empty space. She plopped the box down, tearing it open and waving him over. He rounded the gap, blinking down at her as she knelt before the dusty box, and the October chill dug at his spine as he listened to the wind whistle against the shingles above them. The air was thick despite the frigid temperature, musky and heavy and stale. Every breath inhaled seemed to be cloaked in a lining of dust, and it made his tongue itch and his nostrils twitch. His lungs were rejecting this icy, musty air, and he coughed and blinked through the tinged shade. Maybe you were too young, Mari said, shifting through the box full of old, faded, crinkled photographs. Maybe you were too stupid. But he used to tell us all about his mom, remember? And how she came to this country penniless, and ended up helping the government out with something. Yeah, no, Connie said. I don't remember that at all. He had a sister, she continued, setting aside a pile of photographs. She died from tuberculosis before he was born. He said that his mom was so heartsick over it that she constantly talked about her, and he just felt like he knew her. She plucked a photograph from the box, peering at it in the dim light, and her shoulders slumped. The air seemed to only grow thicker. Connie felt sick as she handed over the photograph, a little square slip of paper of dull black and white scenery. A little girl stood somberly on a porch, her dark freckled face turned toward the camera. She did not smile, and she did not glare. She merely stood, startlingly straight and unblinking, eerily calm. She was wearing a pretty black dress with pretty black shoes, and a gleaming necklace stood out starkly against her collarbone. Her dark hair was pinned away from her pointed, fay-like face. Amir, Mari said. That was her name. Connie had no words. It made too little sense to him. The girl in the photograph looked a lot like Amir. But, on the other hand, it also looked a lot like Mari. Or Ilse. It looks like Ilse, he blurted, recalling the angelic woman who had saved his life by killing him. Kinda. Does she? Mari seemed unfazed by this comment. Perhaps she'd been expecting it. It's funny you say that. Look on the back. Connie stared at her blankly, and he found himself turning the photograph over to stare at the strange curling script that looped across the yellowed backside of the photo. Ilse turned 9 today. Don't you think she looks positively miserable? Maybe she misses you. Would you like to visit her? The words ended with that. A swirling question mark, a faded inquisition that seemed to be empty in feeling. As though the writer was asking as a formality, because the writer already knew the answer. Connie felt dizzy in the dim, hazy light that breathed through the chilly attic. You said her name was Amir, Connie whispered, his mind a great messy fog. It is, a low, carefree voice spoke up softly from the trapdoor. Connie was on his feet before Amir could so much as poke her head above the floorboards, and he ran through the ways he could get Mari out of harm's way. But there were no ways out of the attic. Not unless he punched a hole through the roof. I could do it, he thought, his eyes darting from Amir's dark face to the rafters. For Mari, I could do it. Amir's face was a little flushed from her shower, and her dark hair was sleek and black, dripping wet across her deeply freckled forehead. Her eyes looked a little swampy as she peered through the haze of dust and splintered yellow light. She pulled herself up into the attic, looking around with her chin jutting out and her shoulders pushed back. She wanted to seem bigger than she really was, like giant amongst little squirming men. And she smirked, her lips twisting and her cheeks caving with the stretch of her smile. Cool it, Constantino. I'm not gonna burn anything. There's no point now, you've already got a hold of what I wanted. Pictures. Connie blurted, awed by this stupid girl and her stupid mystery. You came to my house to steal pictures. And burn them, she said, yeah. She strode up to him and snatched the photograph from his fingers. Mari made a sharp noise of objection, like a cross between a whimper and a snarl. Amir ignored her promptly. Christ, I remember that dress. It was itchy, and that day was so damn cold. I never liked dresses like that, all long and frilly. The fashion change that came after the war, now that swung my way. Could have been a flapper proper if I hadn't died. What? He asked weakly, his voice trembling in shock. Mari sat on the ground, looking equally alarmed and terrified. The air was growing warmer just by the heat Amir exuded, and suddenly Connie felt like he was suffocating inside this dusty, dingy, dimly lit attic. What? Amir glanced up from the photo, blinking at Connie vacantly. Oh, my name? Yeah, it's Amir. Sometimes it's Ilse, but I never liked that one bit. Always felt like that name didn't belong to me. Like I was borrowing it, or something. She studied the photo, and her nostrils flared in disgust. I was an awful gloomy child. So that's you, Mari whispered in disbelief, as if she hadn't been trying to convince Kane just that. It's really you? How is that possible? How, you couldn't have died, that's not possible. I died, Connie pointed out, his voice flat and empty. Ilse killed me. Remember? Wait, what? Amir glanced at him. Confusion warped her pretty face, and it made her look like a grumpy mass of freckles and damp black hair. When Connie opened his mouth to explain, she shook her head furiously. Never mind. I don't want to know, don't tell me. The less I know about that, the better. Okay. Connie had never been more confused in his entire life. He felt as though the entire world had decided to tell him a great big gaping lie, and wrap it up in a girl with a freckled face and a strange, vintage drawl. Can you explain? Please. Why I have two names? Amir looked a little underwhelmed, and she tossed the photograph back at Connie. He caught it easily in midair, his breath catching as the confusion turned to paranoia. What if Amir had been the one who had killed him and given him his legs back? Was that even possible? My mother, your great-grandma, I suppose, named me Amir. Sina called me Ilse. I was their first attempt at creating a superhuman. It turned out pretty well, actually, till I got TB. Then it didn't go so well. For me, at least. And you died, he said. You died. Wait, are you related to us? How old are you? Like, 100. Amir leaned her head back, her eyes darting around the rafters about them. I guess. 1913. So yeah, 100. She smiled wanly. That's just a technicality, though. I'm not mentally or physically 100 years old, no more than you. But you're related to us, Mari clarified vacantly. Definitely. I suppose so, Amir said, not sounding all too pleased with this fact. But only just hardly. I'd be your grandfather's half-sister. I realized that at his funeral, and laughed in the middle of the priest's homily. Don't worry your pretty little heads any, I'm not interested in being your long-lost relative. I wanted to burn these before you ever figured it out, but it's much too late for that now. Connie was dreaming. He had to be dreaming. This was utterly surreal, like no conversation he had ever had with anyone, because Amir was so utterly candid and without a hint of shame. He wished he could be like her. She was awful, yeah, but she was bold and certain and smart. He was just pathetic in comparison, right? He thought so. It was a nagging itch of a thought that bloomed steadily into a paranoid burning. How are you 100 years old? Mari whispered. She seemed to be completely in shock. Connie couldn't blame her, because he was shocked as well, but she had to have been expecting this. Right? Right. Isn't it obvious? Connie found himself saying. She was frozen. Excuse me. Mari's eyes narrowed at his face, and she slapped down a pile of photographs. Okay, enlighten me. How would that work? Like Captain America, he said, rolling his eyes. Duh. Are you serious, Connie? She groaned, burying her face in her hands. Not everything in our lives is like a comic book. Nah, I was frozen, Emir said smoothly. He bit back a smile of triumph as Mari sat dumbly on the floor, staring up between him and Emir. I never actually died, that was an exaggeration. But I was sick damn near forever. Did they freeze you until they had a cure for tuberculosis? Connie asked. She laughed at that. No, she sighed, they kept me sick and on ice for a lot longer than that. But, I can't complain. I mean, I'm not dead yet. There's always that. It was endlessly confusing, speaking to Emir like this. She was only spouting out strange, rapid truths that she spun for them so casually it hurt to listen. Connie didn't know if he wanted this information anymore, not with this blunt narrative pounding into his head with every syllable drawled from Emir's thin, dark mouth. He felt disconnected from the world, and more importantly, disconnected from himself. What the hell was up with his family? I'm so confused, he groaned. Imagine living it, Emir laughed, a strange bark that echoed loftily in the shadowy rafters. It wasn't so bad, though. I was never treated poorly, if you can imagine. I never hated being there, like all the others complain nowadays. It was different then. I was alone, and they doted on me. Must have been nice, Mari stated, sounding a little lost. Her eyes were glazed over, and she sat in defeat upon the floor. They were both a little at Emir's mercy. Nice. Emir shrugged. Ha. Ha. Yeah, it was. Her eyes were dark and glittering madly, a secret on her tongue that Connie knew she would not tell. Unfortunately, it was still a prison. Why are you telling us this? Connie blurted. Emir focused her gaze on him, never a hint of her thoughts trailing from her consistently smug expression. She carefully lowered herself to the floor, dragging the box toward her while keeping silent. Connie was left to stand, and feel as though the world had turned on its head. So, Emir was his 100-year-old half-great-aunt. Cool? And Mari thought cryo-sleep was unrealistic. Well, Emir said, staring into the box full of old photographs, you're damn near too stupid to use this information in a way that'd hurt me. He's not stupid, Marigold said coolly. Connie stared at her, feeling as though he'd missed something crucial. Wasn't she the one always pointing out his unintelligence? And you're barely making sense. How can you even exist? Do you think I was told every goddamn little thing? Emir's eyes narrowed at Mari. Newsflash, Hermana, I was a subject, not an observer. I had no clue what was happening. This is ridiculous, Mari scoffed. Why should we trust you? Emir shifted from photograph to photograph, her lips giving that strange little quirk that Connie knew meant she was amused in the most wicked sort of way. Oh, I never in a million years expect you to trust me. But, perhaps suffer me for a few hours. I'm awful sleepy. She smiled fondly then, which was a strange sight, and she held up a photo of their dead grandfather. He looked like a real ass. Must be the family resemblance, Connie said dryly. Emir stared at him, and Mari choked on a laugh. You have no idea, Emir said darkly, her brow furrowing as she turned her face away. Connie bent down and scooted closer to the box. He began to look through the photographs as well, flipping through them individually and finding that they were all very distinct. His grandfather had been an adventurous man. Mari began to sift through the box as well, and suddenly the three of them were quiet, moving through the pictures at an alarming speed. Even for Connie. You don't have to believe me, Emir said, you know, that I'm 100. Among other things. Connie was holding a photo of his grandfather and his grandmother, two teenagers laughing in a cemetery. There were marigolds braided into her hair as she stretched her arms out toward the sky, her head thrown back as Connie's grandfather grinned in the foreground. He set the picture down, feeling numb to the entire idea of his ancestry. That's pretty easy to believe, he admitted. What gets me is that we're related somehow. That didn't shock me, she said, raising her pointed chin high. The way I figure it, Constantino, somebody out there feels as though he or she owes your family a debt for my existence. You weren't given superpowers 'cause you're a looker. That didn't sting as much as it should have. In fact, her words came as something of a relief to him. Connie had always wondered why Ilse had appeared to him out of countless children to give him his legs back. He thought that he had been lucky, but knowing the truth? That the institute that had maimed and marred his friends and teammates owed his family? It was much more exciting than he could have hoped for. It made sense. Something finally made sense. How long have you known about this? He asked, twisting to face Amir in utter awe. He was done being confused, done caring about how strange and unreal his life was. This was it, this was what it was, and he wasn't about to start questioning it now. Amir didn't respond right away, for she was still flipping through photographs, her dark eyes moving slowly over the antique snapshots and vintage film strips. Since the funeral, she said, setting the old photographs aside. The air was thick and hot now, dust settling in their hair and in their eyes, perching on their tongues. He could taste every particle, hot and itching down his throat as he inhaled. He told himself that impossible things happened every day. That Amir was just another impossible thing in his impossible life. That he, too, was an impossible boy living in an impossible world. There could be no disbelief in a world where anything was possible. And you weren't gonna tell us. He felt a little betrayed. This newfound kinship meant nothing, really, in the grand scheme of things, but even so. Connie felt that family was important. Even a distant anomaly such as Amir Langner. You were just gonna take the pictures and leave? Yup, she said loftily, pretty much. The heat of the attic was her fault. It had been cold, Connie recalled, when they had first climbed the ladder. Now it was sweltering hot, and every breath was a chore, and Connie's skin was prickling with sweat despite the howling of the nipping autumn wind beating at the rooftop, whistling through the shingles and looping in through cracks in the foundation. Amir was warmth incarnate, fire blooming in her eyes, and Connie. Connie felt that strange heat like he felt his own hand moving, bones bending automatically to push through photo after photo after photo. He was amazed, but only because he was relieved. It was nice to have someone else in his house who wasn't normal. Why? Mari asked sharply. Why didn't you want us to know? I don't care about you, Amir said matter-of-factly. She leaned back, throwing all of her weight onto her arms as she peered up into the darkened rafters. Make no mistake. Marigold, right? You two might have some blood of mine in you, but that's it. I don't know you. You don't know me. Family doesn't have the same meaning to me as it does to you, I imagine, so I figured it'd be the best for us all if I nipped it before it grew. Her dark, careful gaze fell upon Connie's face. He wanted to hit her, or scream at her, but he was too scared of her, and he wanted to be her friend too badly. She killed Aaron's mom, Connie reminded himself. Why didn't he care about that anymore? I have a question, he announced. Amir rolled her eyes, a wry smile twisting about her lips, and he knew she was either amused by him or annoyed by him. Neither was pleasant to think about. Shoot it, Constantino, she said. Amused, he thought. Definitely. He sat with his legs crossed, his eyes moving from photograph to photograph, and then finally Amir's face. She looked oddly content. Why did you kill Aaron's mom? His voice was strangely vacant and curious, as though he were asking her the date. He wondered when things like this had stopped fazing him. What? Mari asked blankly. Horror reflected on her face. Amir blinked at Connie curiously, straightening up in a sudden rush of excitement. Whoa, she gasped, you know about that. And you still helped me. She threw her head back and laughed. The sound berated across the rafters and snarled in time with the wailing wind. I was wrong. You ain't stupid, hermano. Just hopelessly naive. What? Mari gasped, her eyes darting from Amir to Connie and back. Connie, what the hell? It's not like they don't tell me things, he mumbled, feeling foolish and frustrated. Can you just answer? I want to know. Do you want to know all the gory details? Amir's eyes were glistening, glowing bright like two lit coals hissing in the darkness. Like how she screamed, choking on the fumes of smoke until she was sick and retching and sobbing. How she was crying about Aaron, how she thought he was still in the house. Do you want to know what she smelled like, through all the stinging smoke and spitting ash? It was like charred meat spinning on a spit, like ham bubbling up in an open flame, bloating, and blistering, and blackening. Connie sat very still as Mari jumped to her feet, her eyes glistening with horror, and she cried, "You're a monster." "No more than him," Amir retorted, jerking her finger at Connie's terror-stricken face. "Only difference between us two? I've never had the privilege of restraint. I grew up in a place that only ever encouraged me to use my power. Never once did they think I needed to control it. So, yeah. I killed someone. I guess I'm sorry it was Carla Yeager, but I can't change that it happened. I take responsibility for it. It was my folly." She stared ahead, her eyes vacant and her smirk gone. Connie believed that she truly was sorry for it, even though he was a little unnerved by her. He couldn't imagine being in Aaron's shoes, and he was glad for that. It made it easier to accept her. "You should leave," Marigold said icily. Amir glanced at Mari with her expression amicable, but her eyes dimming. Connie shot Mari a sharp look of frustration. Did she never learn? "You can stay," he blurted as Amir pushed herself to her feet. Her dark hair wisped around her cheeks, drying in brown tufts around her long face. He jumped up as well, finding that he truly wanted Amir to stay and talk to him. She was a terrible person, but there was so much that Connie didn't know. That he needed to know. "Don't listen to Mari, she doesn't get it." "She's a murderer," Mari snapped. "What exactly don't I get?" "Mari, can you do me a big favor and leave?" He didn't look at his older sister, and ignored the indignant noise she made in response. "No, seriously, get out. You're unbelievable, Connie. She's a total creep. I'm not leaving you alone with her. I'm more than capable of taking care of myself, okay? Just go." Connie was so done with dealing with Mari, it wasn't even funny. All his sister did was whine and bitch at him relentlessly about things she couldn't possibly understand. He was sick of it. If he wanted to talk to Amir alone, it was none of her business. "And don't you dare fucking tell Mom." "Oh, right," Mari sneered, brushing past him. "Muum. Connie's in the attic with our murderous fire-starting 100-year-old great-aunt." She shot Connie a scathing look, and he knew she probably wouldn't tell anyone about this. "Right." She climbed down the ladder, glowering at Amir as she went, and Connie stood for a moment listening to her footsteps retreat. Then he turned to Amir, finding that he could only glower at her too. This was such a weird situation, and he was angry at her despite wanting to help her. "Well." Amir flung her arms out wide, grinning broadly at Connie as she gestured around her. "You've got me. What do you want, Constantino, boy? Can you, Connie swallowed thickly, and he rubbed his temples. "Just, cut the crap for 2 seconds? Please. 2 seconds are a bit faster in my time than in your time, hermano." She smiled cheekily. He sighed. He rubbed the stubble on his scalp thoughtfully, wondering how to proceed. He didn't want to hate Amir, but she was making it so hard. He looked around at the boxes stacked against the walls, listening to the wind snarl above them, and he leaned into the unnatural heat that plagued the air simply because of Amir's presence. "You can stay here," he said quietly. "Not forever, just for tonight, maybe? You can stay up here. I don't want to tell the team about you, though." He looked at her desperately, looking into her eyes and pleading with her to give him a reason not to. "Did you mean to kill Aaron's mom, Amir?" Her eyes widened for a moment, and she snorted. "Why the hell should that matter?" she asked. "She's dead. It was my fault." "Little kids don't murder moms for no reason," Connie said steadily. "You either did it because it was an accident, or you did it because someone made you. Not because I'm an awful, murderous bitch." Connie shook his head. Yeah, she was a bitch, but so was Connie's sister, Sasha, and Connie himself, so it wasn't exactly a huge deal. "You said something," he said, "back when we blackmailed the president." "Ah, yes." Amir clapped her hands together. "One of my more impressive achievements." "What did I say?" "Something about turning children into monsters." Connie peered at her, hoping he wasn't wrong about her. Were you speaking from your own experience? Amir stared at him blankly. He expected her to laugh, and was thankful when she didn't. Instead he was greeted with a heavy silence, and a dark gaze empty of all emotion. Yes. She had spoken from experience. Connie didn't know what to feel, if he should pity her or hate her. So he turned away and dropped to his knees, scooping up the old photos they had taken from the box on the ground. Like I said. He tossed them back into the box, shrugging easily. You're welcome to stay here for a little while, but I can't promise you anything permanent. And I probably should tell the team. You're not as stupid as I thought you were, she said thoughtfully. He blinked up at her, a little stunned. Was that a compliment? He found himself grinning. From you. Ha ha. She rolled her eyes and smiled thinly. I still think you're a dunce, Constantino. You wouldn't be the first, Emirda, Connie said cheerfully. He picked up the box full of photos and brought it over to the stack Mari had taken it from. What did you just call me? He laughed, and ducked away from her when she attempted to smack him. He was far too fast for her to land a hit, and she seemed to realize that after the first miss. Her brow was furrowed, and she stared at him confusedly, her body suddenly taut as she shook her head. I don't understand you, she declared. Why are you being so nice to me? Not everyone in the world has an ulterior motive, he said, shrugging. So, you stay in. She looked around at the cramped attic, the boxes and the rafters and the cobwebs. And she nodded, her head bobbing for a few moments, her eyes glowing in the dim light. Yeah, she said. Thanks, I guess. Nah. Just don't burn down the house, okay? I'll try. Connie climbed down the ladder, watching Amir as he descended. He'd tell the team. Eventually. Sasha would probably know just by walking in the door. He could almost see it now. She'd walk in, look around, move straight to the closet and ask Connie why the fuck Amir was sleeping in his attic. It'd be a trip and a half trying to explain that one, for sure. But, until then, he figured it'd be okay. So long as Mari didn't tell his parents, and nobody went up into the attic. This was going to be a disaster. Connie was gathering up blankets when Mari approached him. She watched him toss a fleece quilt over his shoulder, grabbing a pillow from the linen closet. Her eyes were following his every move furiously. I don't trust her, Connie. Neither do I, he admitted. He closed the closet door and turned away from his sister. Then why the hell are you helping her? He shrugged. Why was he helping Amir? She'd done nothing to deserve it. She was mean, and rude, and kinda annoying. She'd killed Aaron's mom, hurt Historia, and was possibly responsible in part for Connie's death 6 years ago. So why? Why should he even care what happened to her at this point? I'm a hero, Connie said quietly. I want to help people. Even people like Amir. She deserves a chance to prove she's not as terrible as we think. She stared at him, and he paused in the middle of the hallway, drinking in this glorious silence happily. It was rare that Marigold was actually quiet, so he was gonna bask in it as long as he could. She stared, and he smiled to himself, because he actually sounded kinda cool when he'd said that, right? Right. You're such a dork, Connie. Or not. The doorbell rang, and Connie leapt at the opportunity to ditch his annoying elder sister. He shoved the blanket and the pillow at her chest, racing down the hall and shouting back at her, take those to the attic. She had no time to respond as he zoomed to the door, leaving nothing but a gust of wind in his wake. He flung it open, expecting Eliza to be standing there grumpily because she'd forgotten her key, or something. It wasn't Eliza. Connie said weakly, hi. The woman was about Connie's height basically, small with pretty tawny eyes and a round face. Her cropped strawberry blonde hair framed her cheeks, her bangs tucked carefully beneath the overlapping strands. She was wearing rain boots with a dress that reminded him a bit of seafoam, an off-green hue hemmed with white lace. She was wearing a beige cardigan, and in her hands was a suitcase. She smiled weakly back at him, and said, Connie Springer. He was so alarmed, because pretty girls didn't often visit him. Unless Sasha counted? But she was only pretty, like, half the time. Yeah, I think so. She laughed at that, and adjusted the strap of her messenger bag, which hung from her shoulder and rested at her hip. Okay, that's good, I've got the right house. She sighed in relief, rocking back on her heels. I'm Petrarel. Jean told you I was coming, right? Chapter 22, Damage Without Injury. Domnum Absci Injuria. Chicago, Illinois. 88 Calendas Novembers, 2766 A.U.C. When Jean had checked the weather that morning, the man on the screen had said it'd be a bit nippy. Haha. Fuck him. Jean skipped school, which wasn't abnormal as of late. He saw no point in going. It was a little too much to bear, walking through those halls, going through the perfunctory routine that ruled his life. He didn't like it, and he wanted out. It was stupid, and naive, but he just wanted a break from reality. That's why he became a hero in the first place, wasn't it? God, he was such a fucking joke. He'd never considered himself to be like one of those awkward stoner asshole punks who major in douchebaggery and minor in misanthropy, but hey. Life was full of little surprises. It wasn't like he wanted to be hateful and angry. He wanted to go to school, and he wanted to quit smoking, and he wanted to tell his mom he was a fucking hero, and most of all he wanted Marco to be alive. And? Well, the point was, life sucked, and he was coping. Jean spent the morning wandering through the woods, like he wasn't enough of a creepy loner by this point. He was considering asking his mother if they could just move to Manhattan so he wouldn't have to commute for missions, and he'd be around the friends he actually still had. But that was silly. It was stupid of him to even think about it. How was he supposed to convince his mom of something like that? It was a nippy day, yes. Without the wind chill. The wind chill lashed out through his coat and thick woolen sweater and bit him right to the bone. He buried his face in the collar of his coat, blinking through the sting of autumn wind, and squinting up through the canopy of red leaves, watching them blot the gray sky and bleach it white. Twigs snapped underfoot, leaves crunching pitifully, and the air tasted a bit like death. Had he always been this morbid? He liked it, though. It was calming, this stale, frigid air, and these dead leaves wavering overhead and splitting under his boots. He enjoyed this freedom to the forest, this sense that everything was dying except him. Marco would have told him he needed to get sober, quick, before the high consumed him. Not that Jean was actually high. For once he wasn't. He was just sorta basking in nature, and hoping that maybe something would come along and help his life begin to make sense. He stuck his earbuds into his ears when he was deep enough into the forest to not hear the roaring of the interstate behind him. He towed at the twigs burrowed deep beneath the ruts and dirt and fallen leaves, and found a nice narrow, jagged rock that'd do nicely. In his ears, music thudded dully, dubstep whirring and melting into vacant rap, and then into something like a lullaby. Jean had forgotten that Marco had messed with his iPod. On every tree for a good half a mile, Jean carved a target. Sap was sticking on his fingers as he dropped the damp rock, finally, his wrist cramping, and he pulled out one of his semi-automatics. He wiped his hands carefully on his jeans, eyeing the makeshift target with uncertainty. The danger here was, of course, that anyone could be walking a path. He could easily actually hurt someone by doing this stupid thing. He took a good 5 steps back, and cupped the base of his gun. He fired, and the crack sang in a monstrous rhythm to the sound of Kid Cudi spitting in his ears. He grimaced at the bark that splintered off the left side of the tree he'd hit. The target was half gone, a gaping hole smashed into his jagged face. But even so, Jean needed to be better. He could easily miss someone's heart, or worse, hit it. He retreated down the path he made, squinting through the snarl of wind, ducking sailing leaves and shooting another target, blinking as he hit a tree behind the one he'd been aiming at. He swore, his voice drowned out by a thundering voice beating into his skull, and he shot again, leveling his arm and listening to the sound of the gunshot break across the wind and the music in his bated breath. The target was smashed, bark breaking apart like glass bursting outwards, and Jean found himself grinning at the solid hole beaten into the trunk of the tree he'd hit. Yes, this was good. This felt good. It felt good to be shooting, letting the noise beat away all his stupid, pesky thoughts, all his loneliness and confusion and sorrow. He'd needed this. Truly, he had. He worked on steadying his footing and shooting at a faster pace while still hitting the target dead on. He almost tripped over a few roots, and botched up his aim once or twice, splitting branches or ripping holes into crimson leaves. He was getting better, though, and soon he was shooting with great ease, hopping over skulking ruts and cracking bark clean open with nothing but a glance and a trigger squeeze and a great crack to split his head open and spill his thoughts to the wind. He stopped shooting after about half an hour, and he collapsed onto a snapped tree trunk, wiping the sweat from his brow and nibbling on a granola bar that'd serve as his breakfast and probably lunch. One earbud was hanging out of his ear as the autumn wind kissed his cheeks and whistled through his hair. He was thinking about how Amir was missing. Presumably she was part of whatever fucking scheme Annie was part of. With the institute thing. Yeah, Jean didn't know. He was a little disappointed, though. He'd actually kinda liked Amir a lot. She was a bitch, yes, but she'd made him feel better when he had felt pretty shitty about everything. And, maybe, Jean saw a lot of himself in that stupid freckle-faced girl. It wasn't fair that she'd gone and mucked up any chance they had at an actual friendship. This was bullshit. Jean stuck the granola bar between his teeth and sifted through his pockets. He had a bunch of crumpled bills, his wallet, his keys, a bus pass, some loose change, a taser, 3 lockpicks, a packet of cigarettes, a packet of matches, and a photograph. He pulled the photo out, flattening it against his thigh. This was what he'd wanted. The black and white picture of Amir, the Springers' great aunt who looked a hell of a lot like their Amir. He studied it with tired eyes. Armin was supposed to have this, but after his weird attack at Connie's house, Jean had been the one to take it home. And Armin had a lot on his plate. Jean wished he could say the same, but he was a little stuck in this limbo of not knowing anything and not bothering to do anything about it. Between the coasts, he was utterly lost and alone amongst the team. He should really think about moving elsewhere. There was a nagging feeling in the pit of his stomach as he watched the little girl in the photo stare solemnly back at him. He decided to take a picture of it with his phone, and he sent that picture to Petra Ral impulsively, giving her a quick explanation. He had never met her, but he knew she was a pretty good hacker, and it could be that the photo would help her more than it was helping Jean. She texted him back a few moments later. Amir Langner? Or Ilse Langner? Jean sat for a moment, wondering how much this woman actually knew about what was happening. That's what I'm trying to figure out, he replied. He flipped over the photograph to read the back. Thought you might want one last picture of Ilse before I burn them all. Sorry for any inconvenience. There won't be a funeral. Okay, wait, so who the fuck was Ilse? Seriously? If Amir was what Connie's great aunt had been named, why did the photograph call her Ilse? And who was the Ilse that had given Connie his power, if not the girl in this photograph? Marco would probably know the answer. Or maybe Jean just told himself that because it made him feel a little less lonely to think of what Marco might say if Marco was standing beside him. Between the dark bark of 2 slender trees that had grown near the fallen trunk, a great brown dog appeared. A Great Dane with a muddy coat and warm eyes that glowed in faint morning sunlight that peeped out through the grayish overcast. It was sitting, watching Jean with a peculiar sort of intelligence, eyes glued to the bemused expression that contorted his face. Animals didn't really like Jean. So the idea that one might actually have taken an interest in him was completely outlandish. Jean sat on the trunk, eyeing the dog, and the dog eyed him right back, sitting placidly in a pillow of crinkled leaves. He thought about giving the dog the remains of his granola bar, but he didn't know if dogs could have granola, and he didn't want to kill it. A gust of wind plucked up a great burst of leaves, and as they flung themselves at Jean's eyes, a flurry of rushing, crumbling red shapes scraping his cheeks, the dog moved. He ducked his head against the wind, blinking through the darting red leaves as he raised his head just a tiny bit to see where the dog had went. Its wet nose and hot breath tickled, strangely, as they hit Jean's face like a brick wall. There was no scent to the warm bloom of breath that washed over him, which was odd, but Jean stayed very still as he watched the gleam of the dog's teeth appear, white and long and clearly threatening as the dog's snout curled back. It occurred to Jean that he was in very real danger of losing half his face, and his heart thudded with unnatural vigor against his ribs. He stared into the sunlit warmth of the dog's molten eyes, and he thought sat frozen in terror. He'd never been afraid of dogs, and they'd always steered clear of him, but this was something truly scary. If he'd been expecting the dog to snap at his face, he was pleasantly surprised when the dog head-butted him with some semblance of gentleness, and tore the photograph from his finger with its glinting white canines. Gene didn't react at first as he watched the dog dart away, bounding off into the trees, and then he realized what had just happened. He leapt to his feet and sprinted after it, kicking up leaves and calling out, "Hey, stop! Hey!" The dog didn't stop, and Gene had trouble catching up with it. It navigated easily through the trees, padding over the twigs and dead leaves and snaggled roots far more easily than Gene ever could. But still, he was a gymnast, and he had some upper hand in that area. He decided that if he couldn't catch up to the dog, he could cut it off by taking an alternative route and swerving in front of it. So he did that, and dodged branches, keeping an eye on the bulky brown blur that appeared between the thicket of trees, and he vaulted over a fallen tree trunk, ducking foliage, and tearing the earbuds out of his ears. It was so stupid of him to let a dog steal something so important, but he wasn't surprised. Fuck UPS like this tended to happen when he was distracted. It was just his luck. I can get it back, Gene told himself, jumping up to catch a branch and flipping himself easily into a crouch upon it. It's just a dog. A smart dog, though. When it ran beneath the tree Gene had clambered into, it had stopped for a second, ears twitching. The photograph was sticking out of its snout. And after a moment of listening, it looked up and met Gene's eye. Then, as Gene pushed off, it darted away. The chase began again. Fuck. Gene's feet skidded against a sharp incline, and he braced himself for a tumultuous ride as his body gave way against the sudden loss of traction. He bent himself into a roll as he hit the ground, twigs snapping into his face and leaves dragging across his skin and dirt clogging his mouth. Graceful as a trash bag, Gene thought furiously at himself. Was he not a trained gymnast? This was bullshit. He landed in a disgruntled heap at the base of a hill, roots tangled around him as the ground dipped into a long, narrow clearing. He let himself lie there for a few moments until his equilibrium returned to him, and then he sat up tentatively, checking himself for broken bones as his eyes roved the space around him. He spotted the dog, sitting a few yards away with the photo in its mouth, its large eyes twinkling in amusement. Gene scowled, dragging his fingers through his hair to comb the crumpled leaves out, and he noticed something behind the dog. A person standing, watching, blue eyes wide and shadowed against a white hood. Gene scrambled to his feet, hunching in defense as his back smacked against the wall of roots behind him. His heart gave a little start, and then began to ram against his ribs furiously, snarling at him to do something, anything, to break a tree trunk with his fists and hurl it. She spun, red leaves whirling at her heels, and Gene tore one of his guns from the holster at his hip. The steady click of the safety's release was enough to make her freeze. "Annie," Gene said, 2 fingers shaking on the trigger. His voice was thin and dull, and he wondered if she could hear his hatred. He wanted her to know how disgusted he was with her, and the entire world because of her. He wanted her to choke on his fury. "Turn around." Her shoulders slumped. The wind kicked up around them as she very slowly turned back to him, her face impossible to read through the droop of her shadowy eyes. Gene had almost forgotten what she looked like. He didn't know her well, and it was difficult to remember her face at times, because her face was linked in perfect harmony to the shattered remnants of Marco Bod's. She was actually kinda pretty, in a terribly severe, unconventional sort of way. Her long nose, which might have been a terrible distraction on any other face, made hers more distinctive. She had the sort of look of a girl who was itching to kick someone in the balls, always. They stared at each other, wind serving as the backdrop of their awkward reunion. Gene's heart was aching from stress, and sweat was building on his palms and at the back of his neck and under his coat. He was breathing heavy against the wind, and she was blinking at him blankly, her lips white and her cheeks flushed from the chill. "Hands up," he ordered dully. She stared at him, her eyes darting from his face, and her brow arching. His nostrils flared in contempt, and he straightened his posture and steadied his grip on the gun, marching forward a few paces. "Hands up." She flung them into the air, still blinking in shock. Gene noticed the dog was gone, and he cursed himself for letting it get away, but Annie was so much more important. She was standing just a few feet away, her hands over her head, her lips parted in dull alarm, and her body rigid in fear. Fear of him. I could avenge Marco, he thought, his eyes following the girl's gaze to the left of him. He saw nothing but tangled roots. I could kill her here, and do everyone such a huge favor. She deserves it. She's a monster. He inhaled sharply. She had turned her attention back to him, her head tilting off to the side in a way that made him, miraculously, even more pissed off than he already was. You shouldn't hold your gun like that, she said, her voice clipped and fleeting in the whip of wind. Her words were nearly carried off completely. She averted her gaze as he gawked at her. What? She straightened up, but her body seemed to relax a little as she faced him fully. Her chin rose in careful defiance. You'll minimize injuries by holding beneath the gun with your support hand, and not with both hands so low on the grip. Just. She glanced up at the sky, and shrugged. Just a tip. Jean was actually aware of this, but he'd been so frantic upon seeing Annie that he'd just held the gun the way his hands landed on it. He also knew that he was making a folly by having both fingers on the trigger. A huge mistake, actually. He removed them both and readjusted his grip, glaring at her furiously. I could actually kill you right now, Jean spat, and you're lecturing me on my fucking grip. Lack thereof, she said flatly, actually. You're joking. He rolled his shoulders, and he spat a bitter, incredulous laugh. You're joking. What the fuck, I can't even begin to fathom what your damage is. She stared at him blankly, her lips pursing and her hollow eyes moving between him and the tree roots and then up to the sky and then back. She seemed more nervous than she wanted him to know, which was good. He wanted her to be nervous. The wind was whirling around them like a whistle twittering in his ears, and he hated it. He was full of so much hatred right now, and yet he felt empty and busted, broken apart and disgusted. He was tired of this. You should shoot me, she said. That almost made him falter. His stomach lurched uncomfortably, and his heart hurt as he stared at this stupid girl. What? He said. Are you still joking? Nope. She lowered her arms ever so slightly, and opened them up to goad him, stretching them as far as she could. They weren't very long. Take your best shot. You suicidal bitch, he snapped, his muscles locking as he realized how truly fruitless this was. He couldn't shoot her. He couldn't kill her. She was too pitiful. She was tiny. Jean realized, with a sudden rush of terror, that she was skinny and gaunt and so painfully small that she looked like a child leaning into the wind. He was scared of her, not because she was inherently a scary person, not because he knew she was a murderer, but because she was leaning into his range, lifting her chin high and begging him to shoot her. How could he possibly give her what she wanted? What kind of ploy was this? Do it, she said. Why do you want me to kill you? Jean stood, leveling his gun, keeping it at a distance and readjusting his grip again. Annie stood, her arms out wide, her chin up high, and her eyes cast away from him. Her face told no truths. Nor did her mouth, it seemed. Why did you kill Marco? Her eyes flashed. Did that strike a chord? Was she guilty about that? Did it hurt her to know she'd stolen something good and precious from this world? Did she maybe hate herself for that, as Jean hated her? Did she wish to undo the mistake she had made? Well, it was too late for that. Marco was dead, and she was responsible, and here Jean was, hesitating. When would he have another chance like this? Why are you here? She asked. I don't get it. Why now? What did you do? His nose scrunched in irritation, and he glared at her. What do you mean? She sighed, and shook her head. Just shoot me already. She glared at his side. Get it over with. No. Jean took another step, then another, then another. Not until you tell me why. Shoot me. No. Do it, she said, her eyes flitting across his face as he stepped closer and closer. Fear passed inside them, and he could sense it growing. Do it. Try and kill me. Blow my head off. Stick the gun in my mouth. Do something. Tell me why you killed Marco. Shoot me. she cried, dropping her arms to her side. You hate me. I know you hate me, and I know that you want to kill me. So do it. Shoot. 3 shots rang out in a brilliant succession of ear-splitting cracks. The wind snatched them up and carried them into the sky and buried them deep into the roots of the trees around them, vibrating the earth they stood upon. Jean dropped his gun. It crashed against the soil and the leaves, heavy and full to capacity with bullets, and Jean felt a little dizzy as he watched Annie fly onto her back from the impact of 3 bullets crashing into her chest, blowing a red bloom of color across the pale fabric of her hoodie. Jean stood, terrified and numb with shock. He had been careful to remove both fingers from the trigger, and he had set them so they pressed to the barrel, close but far enough away that an accidental firing was unlikely. He felt no recoil, because he had not squeezed the trigger. Jean had not shot Annie. I'm sorry, a sweet voice said from just beside him. She was being really rude, wasn't she? I thought I taught her better than that. Jean threw a glance at the woman who had materialized at his side, a skinny warm-skinned woman with a pretty round face and pretty warm eyes, and pretty brown hair that cropped against her jaw and around her ears, and pretty freckles that danced across her eerily pretty face. She looked overwhelmingly nice, and overwhelmingly perfect, like a painting in a museum or a sculpture or a shape in the clouds. She was wearing a plain back dress with a white collar, and as Jean looked at her, he saw so much of Amir in her that he felt like he could scream. He knew better, though. This wasn't Amir. The difference was clear. Amir had a harsher face, longer and more mischievous. Her nose and chin were pointed, her skin was far darker, and her eyes were black and only warm with the vivacity of her personality, not because she had any genuine warmth to her at all. The woman had a sweet look, like a mother or a sister, someone who would go to hell and back to bring someone comfort and solace. Amir was willowy and confident, while this woman was skinny and elegant. They were alike in that they were in clear relation, but beyond that, Jean could sense that they were 2 entirely different people. This was the woman who had killed Connie Springer. And, if Jean was correct, because he was often out of the loops, then this woman had also attacked Aaron and Levi in Rome. This was Ilse. Then who is Amir? Jean thought blindly, his mind turning to mush as his gaze fell upon the gun in Ilse's small, freckled hands. You killed her, Jean whispered. He was utterly numb to the thought of it. He told himself he was, and yet he was shaking so badly he thought he'd collapse. He hated Annie. Why was the sight of her tiny body crumpling under the impact of 3 bullets so jarring? Why did the sight of her blood blooming across her wrinkled white sweatshirt make him so sick? Oh, please, Ilse laughed, tossing the gun away. It skittered across the leaves and hit a surfaced gray tree root. Was she not asking for it? Who the fuck are you? Jean snapped, stumbling away from the smiling woman. She looked so sad, Jean was almost tempted to ask her what was wrong. Such a pretty girl shouldn't look so sad, he found himself thinking numbly. Why would you do that? I know why I want her dead, but what do you gain from that? You psychotic bitch. She's fine, Ilse sighed, folding her arms across her chest and stalking forward. And Jean looked and saw, with great alarm, that Annie was sitting up and patting her soiled sweatshirt with a frown and a wince. See? She was just goading you. Into what? Jean's eyes widened, and he almost laughed. Into killing her? Are you kidding me? Annie sat in the dirt and the leaves and held her chest, her eyes dull and ice clinging to her fingers and to the fabric of her sweatshirt. Jean wanted to kick her, scream at her, tell her that she was a monster, a traitor, a bitch. But he was stuck seeing her in red and white, and he couldn't look at her face, and she wouldn't look at his. You aren't a killer, Ilse said steadily. She is. I am. But you. She laughed genially, and leaned back to look at him. Jean, I brought you here to show you just how vile your hatred really is. What? He asked dumbly. What? Annie croaked. Oh. Ilse bounced on her feet as she whirled to face Jean, smiling dimly. Don't worry. She won't die. She can't. I suppose if she begged I might kill her truly, but elsewise. She frowned. I'm getting off topic. Jean, tell me, why do you hate Annie? She murdered my friend, he said automatically. Ilse's smile grew wider, and somehow it was even sadder now. She nodded, and turned to Annie, who sat hugging her chest and rocking, hissing through her teeth as she exhaled ice crystals, her lips frosty even from where Jean stood. Annie stared up at Ilse as she approached, and she blinked. "What are you doing?" Annie asked slowly. "You didn't tell me about this." "I don't tell you a lot of things," Ilse said. "You might go off and tell little mind readers about them if I did. Are you still bitter about that?" Annie's voice was a rasp, and her blackened fingers were streaked red and white with blood and hoarfrost. "I never told him anything. You're just lucky he never read my mind. Or that he doesn't look too deeply into anyone else's." "That's not luck, sad to say," sighed Ilse. Annie glared at her, but said nothing. And Jean was left to puzzle out what the fuck they meant by any of that. "Let me see your chest. Did I hurt you too badly?" Annie removed her frosty hands from her bloody chest, allowing Ilse to gingerly take one, and she shrugged. A wince came soon after, but she still shook her head. "The bullets came out easily, and it's healing fine, but you came a little close to my heart." The sec. Annie was cut off by a sickening crack, and she screamed in spite of herself, clamping her free hand over her mouth to stifle the sound that had torn through the wind and smashed into the clouds, parting them to allow sickly strands of sunrays to trickle down. "Shit!" Jean cried, stumbling back and turning away as the image of Ilse snapping Annie's right arm like a skinny twig splintering burned itself into the back of his eyelids, pressing coldly to his skull. "Jean," Ilse called. "Please don't look away. This is for you." "What?" Jean rounded on her, his voice shaking in fury. "You just broke her fucking arm. What the fuck is wrong with you? Were you not prepared to shoot her? Oh, say." Ilse bounced her head from side to side as Annie's arm froze over, and the girl stretched away from Ilse, looking absolutely terrified. "5 minutes ago? You're pretty hypocritical." Jean didn't know what to say. He didn't know, and it was so scary, and this was so wrong, and he was so guilty. "Okay," he gasped, "okay. Yeah, I'm a hypocrite." "Thank you for admitting it," Ilse said, "but that's not why you're here." "Then why?" "No, fuck." Jean clamped his hands over his mouth, his body buckling as Ilse produced a knife out of who knew where, and sheathed it in Annie's thigh. In response, the girl's head reared back, and he heard her teeth cracking together as her body twisted away from Ilse. "Shit. No. No." Ilse twisted the knife so the blade caught against Annie's skin and curled it around the edge. She turned her head away, heaving breaths and groaning, her hand no longer at her mouth but clawing at the dirt and the leaves and the twigs, pulling up little baby roots that clung to her icy black fingers like dewy spider webs. "No, is this not enough? Should she suffer more?" "No." Jean cried through his hands. The sound was muffled. Ilse nodded. "I agree," she sighed. "She can take it. And besides, she deserves it, doesn't she?" Ilse tore out the knife, and the wound it had made froze over. Ilse snapped her arm again, ice shattering around her fingers, and then she stabbed into the broken bone. While Annie moaned into the dirt, Ilse stomped on Annie's left leg until a heavy crack broke against the frigid air. Annie threw her head back and let herself scream this time, a shrill breath of a scream that was cut short by a knife digging against her cheek, leaving long, thin strands of red glinting on her already ruddy skin. "No!" Jean cried, dropping his hands from his mouth as Ilse pulled Annie's thrashing head into her lap, pushing scraggly strands of pale hair from the girl's eyes with the blood-slick blade. She drew the tip of the knife down her forehead, and then smashed the hilt into Annie's nose. Jean heard her choke on another cry, blood filling her mouth and forcing her to gurgle and cough. "Oh my God! No, 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 just..." Drifts of snowflakes fluttered up to the sky, little clumps of fluffy ice bursting from the ground as though the world had turned upside down. Ilse dislocated Annie's left shoulder when she began to claw at the dirt again, soft breathy sobs breaking wetly into the air. Jean listened and watched, feeling a squirming sense of uselessness and terror and guilt. She was nothing but a blot of white and red twitching pitifully against an ocean of brown. "Stop!" Jean dropped to his knees as another bone snapped, cracks breaking fissures into the whip of the wind. A rib, a femur, a finger, another rib, a laceration pulling open her tiny stomach, causing her to convulse and scream and throw ice up into the cloudy gray sky. Her screams were unlike anything Jean had ever heard before. He doubted Marco would have screamed like that when he had died. However it had happened, it must have been marginally quick, because Marco had looked at peace when Jean had found him in that alley. Annie was suffering unlike anyone Jean had ever known to suffer. This bone-breaking, stabbing, gut-spilling, shallow-cutting madness? This was cold-blooded torture. Stop. Stop. Ilse looked up at him, holding up the crimson knife lazily in her brownish, blood-drenched hands. Is this not what you wanted? For her to suffer for your friend's death? No. Jean shook his head so furiously it hurt his neck. No, no. Stop, please, please stop, oh my God, oh my God. Ilse dropped Annie's poor freezing head, red crystals beating across the surface of her cheeks and melting on her nose. As Ilse stretched her legs and stood up, wandering away from Annie, Jean found himself scrambling, crawling on his hands and knees until he was by the awful girl's side, staring at her red and white body and trying to find where the monster ended and where the girl began. He couldn't speak, and he knew she couldn't either. She was sobbing, her body shaking, her breaths shallow and uneven and rasping about in the snow-cluttered air. Brown leaves turned silver around her, red leaves turned white, and she looked at him, her glazed blue eyes settling upon his face. Tears crystallized against her ruddy cheeks, forming tiny bulbs around the rims of her bloodshot eyes, and sticking little snowflakes to her blood-clumped eyelashes. She looked something like a child, then, more so than she ever had before. She was so small, so painfully tiny, that it was difficult to see her like this. Like a cadaver that had just been ripped apart several times over, a specimen for the careful inspection, and she had just let it happen. She'd taken it. She hadn't fought against Ilse, not once, and Jean sat beside her, sickened and aching with sadness and disbelief and guilt. I'm so sorry, he wished he could say to her. His fingers dug into the dirt, because he was too scared to reach out and touch her, lest he'd hurt her, lest her misfortune rub off on him, lest the blood on her hands transfer to his. Annie. Jean whispered, his voice shaky and reedy and thin. Annie. He had the unspeakable urge to pick up the tiny girl and run as fast as he could away from Ilse, away from this terrible place, and just, fuck, he didn't know. Annie was a murderer, but she didn't deserve this. No one did. Annie watched him, her eyes completely dead amidst the frozen blood and crystal tears. Her breaths were sharp, thin, choking in the swirl of snow that bit at her lips and stung the air. Her chest looked like it had been caved in, which explained why she was having such a hard time breathing. Between her tears, the sobs, the pain, the ice, and the busted ribs, it was likely agony to so much as twitch a nostril, let alone breathe regularly. She didn't move, though Jean saw her black fingers twitch at the white leaves weakly, moving slow and uncertainly. If he took those blackened fingers into his own, would he turn to ice as well? Hold on, okay? Hold on. He said to her, voice coarse and wavering as he fumbled with his phone. She looked at him, and it didn't seem to register what he was doing. He found himself dialing 911, his fingers trembling against the buttons, but before he could press send, the phone was torn from his fingers. He acted upon instinct and curled defensively around Annie, shielding her body as best he could with his own. Go away. Do you hate me instead now? Ilse sounded so cripplingly sad, and Jean clamped his hands over his ears. He was going to scream, or cry, or both. I understand. I wish it could be different, but I get it. It's better if you hate me. Try to kill me. Misunderstand me. I'm sorry you had to see that, but don't you feel so much better? You're crazy, he gasped, his face very close to Annie's neck. He could smell her, the intermingling scents of blood and frost and something flowery like daisies or dandelions. It stung his nose. She was watching him, her face almost completely healed, little beads of red ice dotting her cheeks like blood stars. Oh my God. Is that a no, then? Ilse sighed. That's fine. I didn't exactly expect you to be kissing the ground she walked on, but at least you like her a little better now. Are you enjoying the attention, Annie? A soft little sob escaped her lips, so quiet that only Jean, whose ear was pressed to her chin, could hear the sound. "Can you just stop?" Jean snapped at Ilse, sitting up straight and unbuttoning his coat. He glared up at Ilse, who stood behind him, flicking through his phone. "What the fuck were you trying to prove? That I'm not a killer? Congratulations, I'm not a fucking killer, now can you fucking leave?" Ilse stared at him for a moment, and stifled a laugh into her bloody palm. He flushed in frustration and embarrassment, glowering up at her as he tugged his coat off and laid it carefully over Annie's quaking body. It all but swallowed her up whole, except her feet and head. She tucked her chin into the fabric, and she closed her eyes, and Jean forgot for a moment that she had killed his best friend. "Is this a picture of me?" Ilse stared at the phone, blinking curiously with her thumb pressed to the screen. "How sweet." "I know that's not you," Jean said, shaking, and wondering if he was actually right, and wondering who the fuck this woman was. "Well, it sure looks like me." She smiled dimly at Jean. "You sent a picture to Petrarel?" "Yeah." He couldn't deny it. She had his phone. "Maybe I can shoot her," he thought. "Prove to her that she's wrong, that I am a killer." But he didn't think she was wrong. He didn't want to kill anyone. Ilse sighed. "You really need to be smarter," she muttered, closing her eyes. "I'm really sorry, you know. You got roped into this, and that might partially be my fault. I'm so stupid sometimes." Her eyes snapped open, warm, and glowing with remorse. "But listen to me. This needs to end here. You aren't a killer, but you aren't a hero either. Just please, for your sake, and for Petrarel's, stop." "What?" Jean said flatly. "Just leave him alone," Annie mumbled from behind Jean. When he looked back at her, he saw that she was sitting up now, bundling herself up in his coat. "He's so stupid, he doesn't know anything, and you're making it worse. She's defending you." Ilse smiled warmly. "She must like you now. Isn't it funny what a little kindness can do?" "I don't want her to like me," Jean snapped. "I don't want to like her, either. She still killed Marco, and this doesn't change anything." "Now," Ilse laughed, "you're more honest than that, I'd think. You don't hate her at all. You pity her, actually, and I can't say I blame you." "I hope the day comes when people begin to pity you," Annie said suddenly in a hoarse, throaty voice. "When you lose everything you've worked for." "If you want to die so badly," Ilse told Annie coldly, her demeanor growing dim for the first time since she'd appeared, "there are quite a few guns around. Be my guest." Jean saw tears in Annie's eyes, but she blinked them back and rose to her feet. She turned away from them, and Jean snatched her wrist, suddenly terrified that she would take Ilse's advice. "She's right, okay? I lied. I don't hate you." He rounded on Ilse, his eyes widening. "I'm leaving. You're a crazy fucking bitch, and I've had it up to my ears in this bullshit." He pulled at Annie's wrist, hoping that she would just willingly budge, maybe, so this would be easier. He didn't know what he'd do with her. He didn't think jail would do her any good, not until they understood what was actually going on. Why she had killed Marco in the first place. Armin can get it out of her, Jean thought. She likes him, I think. But Annie didn't move. He looked back at her, his brow furrowing. "Come on," he hissed, watching her press her lips into his coat and stare ahead without truly seeing him. "I won't take you to the police, I promise." "You honestly think she'll come with you?" Ilse's voice never got annoying, which was eerie. It was pleasant to hear. Like a silky lullaby. Help, he thought. Get me away from her. Jean, she won't leave me. She loves me. Why do you think she let me beat her until the brink of death, and then beat her some more? Ilse's pretty face was bright with awe and curiosity and beauty, and Jean wanted to smash it right in. He was so sick on her grace and loveliness and pretty words. She was terrible, but she was wonderful too. Why do you think she killed your friend when I told her to? Jean felt so sick. His fingers loosened around Annie's wrist, and then tightened tenfold. He felt her cold, hard fingers beneath the fabric of his coat, and she was holding his wrist too. She's terrified, Jean thought. Oh my God, she can't stay with this chick, I can't let her stay with her if this is what she is. Jean didn't know very much about abusive relationships, but he'd seen enough here to know that Annie could not stay with Ilse any longer. There was a fleeting thought in Jean's mind that maybe Annie could have disobeyed an order to kill Marco, but he shooed it away. He felt guilty for this entire situation. Fuck him, fuck Ilse, fuck this entire day, this was bullshit. You made her kill Marco. Jean whispered. And now you hate me instead of her. She smiled grimly. Kindness breeds affection, and cruelty breeds animosity. It's a life I've chosen to live, if only to give me some solace. You were never a part of the plan, though. I don't know where I went wrong, there. So, please. Ilse took a step toward them, and Jean ushered Annie back, hoping her could just shield her a little bit from this woman's words. Quit. The world doesn't need you. Do yourself a favor and get out of this while you're still alive. You want me to stop being a hero, Jean said flatly. I'd sooner kill you, honestly. Ilse winced. I don't doubt that. She smiled weakly. Which is why I'm going to make you a deal. You quit this charade, and let yourself live a little longer, or, I can kill Petrarel. Ilse glanced down at Jean's phone. Or, rather, Annie will. Wait, what? Jean felt a terrible cold, heavy stone drop into his stomach. Why? Why would you? She knows way too much for someone so insignificant. Ilse closed her eyes, and she shrugged. You're lucky. You're not insignificant. Lucky. Jean choked, his heart pounding in terror. Oh my God. He stumbled away from Ilse, forgetting his phone, forgetting his gun, forgetting everything but Annie's wrist in his shaky hand. He yanked her forward, and she pulled back, and he looked at her sharply, her eyes wide and gauzy and desperate. He couldn't just leave her, but he couldn't just leave Petra either. He had to tell the team about this. It was bigger than him now, and he couldn't be stupid about it. He had to be a hero now. Annie, come on, he pleaded with her. Her eyes moved to Ilse, and darted away hastily. She bowed her head, and opened her mouth. Not a word escaped it, and so Jean decided, with a heavy heart, that he needed to let her go. Her arm hovered in midair as he released it, drooping sadly as he pushed away from the clearing and Ilse and the threat looming over his head. He ended up running for a good 20 minutes, adrenaline his only means of travel, and he only stopped when he made it to a bus station. He patted himself down, breathing erratic and chest ablaze, and he found his wallet, thankfully, still in his jeans. He may have lost his coat, his phone, and the photo of Ilse Langner, but at least he still had money. Hi, he rasped, stepping up to the ticket booth and rubbing his face with shaky hands. Hi. The girl working was plump, with a tired face and a stud in her raised eyebrow. Come on, Jean thought, you've seen weirder folks than me today, you had to have. He coughed into his elbow, his throat tasting metallic and dry from running. His voice was always dull and throaty, but now it was likely disgustingly hoarse. Are you in trouble, kid? The girl asked, eyeing him suspiciously. No, he said. Can I get a ticket for the next bus to Champagne? She studied him with wary eyes, and wrung him out hesitantly. Jean was unlucky. He looked enough like the trashy stoner he actually was to warrant adult mistrust. And he could smell the forest floor on his skin, feel the little scrapes from his tumble down the hill, feel leaves clinging to his hair and his clothes. His holster was in plain view, he realized as he took his ticket to the small line of payphones lining a wall. He tore it off, glad that he'd only brought one gun with him, and he chucked the holster into a garbage bin. His bus left in 20 minutes, and he had a few phone calls to make. First and foremost, he called his mother and told her that he would be home late. She asked why, and he told her that Mikasa had asked him to check up on one of her friends. Which was like, half a lie. Petra was Mikasa's friend, not Jean's. Jean was lucky he knew she lived in Champagne. Next he called Verizon to tell them his phone had been stolen, so they would lock it, or delete all his shit, or whatever. That took entirely too long, and by the time he was done speaking to the wheezy man on the phone, he had 5 minutes. Next, he called Armin. He didn't know Petra's number by heart. He stood for as the line rung, pressing a grimy, bulky black receiver to his cheek, emptying out his pockets for anything useful. He wished he'd shot Ilse while he had the chance. He wished he could kill someone, that it could be within his capabilities, but he was scared that it wasn't, that Ilse was totally right about him. Hello. Armin. Jean was thankful the boy had actually answered. Hey. Hey. It's Jean, I'm using a payphone. Look, I am. I'm not even sure what just happened to me, I'm kinda shaking and ready to piss myself, I'm so fucking done. What? Armin asked. Geez, what happened? In the background he heard a tiny feminine voice ask who he was talking to. Who's that? Jean asked, feeling jittery. Historia, Armin replied. We were watching American Horror Story. So wait, what happened? Jean had the mental image of the two unbearably tiny blondes sitting in front of a television in a dim room, making snide comments over the quality of the horror they were observing. He couldn't imagine either of them being scared, despite their frail appearances. Okay, right. Jean leaned back and pulled out his set of lockpicks. He didn't have time, or a pen, so this was how it was gonna go down. He closed his eyes, and picked the sharpest one he could find. Can you give me Petra Ral's phone number? Yeah, sure. He paused, and Jean shoved what he could back into his pockets, leaning away from the payphone to check the time. He was cutting it so fucking close, and he couldn't wait for another bus. After a few seconds, Armin listed off a number, and Jean got the first number into his forearm while he listed the rest. Slower, he hissed, numbly wondering how fucked over he was going to be if this got infected. It stung, but he'd expected it, and he was too shocked and panicked to really care. This wasn't smart, but it was the best he could come up with. His left forearm was a little inflamed when he was done, thin beads of blood surfacing against the dull numbers. Thanks, he said thickly. I've gotta go, but I swear I'll tell you everything as soon as I get to another phone, okay? Okay, bye. He slammed the phone back onto the hook, feeling a little dizzy and sick, and he checked out the numbers to make sure he pressed hard enough so they wouldn't fade. Since some of them were bleeding, he figured it was okay, and he rolled his sleeve over the scratches, rushing to catch his bus. The ride was excruciatingly long, and he had nothing to do but wallow in his own head, which wasn't fun, because he actually didn't have very many positive things in there as of late, you know? He spotted an elderly lady on a cell phone a seat in front of him, and he tapped her on the shoulder. She looked at him curiously, and then warily, and he smiled as best he could. Hi, sorry to bother you, he said, scratching at the fading numbers on his arm. I'm visiting my sister, it's like, this huge thing, she's getting married in a month and I have to look at houses with her. Jean didn't know where this was coming from, but the lady took the bait immediately upon hearing the word married. But the thing is, she's at her boyfriend's house, and I have no idea where that is, and my phone recently got stolen, and I'm really sorry to bother you about this, but can I borrow yours? Oh, the lady gasped. Oh, my, of course. She handed it over to Jean, who collapsed back into his seat and yanked back his sleeve, eyeing the woman so she didn't see him taking the phone number he was dialing from his arm. The tone rung, and rung, and rung, and went to voicemail. Jean bit back a swear, and he tried again. Hello? Petra asked tentatively, her voice a little foreign to him. He knew her by default of, well, knowing of her. They'd never actually met. Petra, it's Jean, he said, sinking into his seat and watching the sun dip lower into the sky. It was sunset. When had that happened? I'm on the bus now, but I'll be totally lost when I get to Champagne, so can you give me an address so I'm not sleeping on a park bench? He wanted to sound casual, but he was still shaking from what had happened in the woods. His voice sounded panicked and forceful, a rasp and a gasp away from sobbing. What? Petra asked. Wait. I'm sorry, Jean, did I miss something? Between you sending me that photo and now? You sound kinda sorry, but you honestly sound like you're about to pass out. Are you okay? Fine, he lied dimly, really. But, seriously, my phone got stolen by this awful freckle-faced girl, and I'm using this really nice lady's phone to talk to you, so could you give me that address? I feel bad keeping her waiting. Oh, Wow, okay. Petra sounded as though she caught on to the severity of the situation. Jesus, okay. What bus station, and when? I can come pick you up. Don't leave the house, Jean wanted to shout. But he didn't know how to tell her that his life was in danger. So instead, he said, I think I'll be there in about an hour, at Illinois Terminal. Is that okay? That's cool, Petra said. I'm looking forward to an explanation, but I understand why you can't give one. I'll be there, okay? Hold tight. Thanks, Petra, Jean said quietly. See you soon. Yep. Why would anyone want to kill her? Jean thought, hanging up the phone and returning it to the lady in front of him. He sat, feeling empty and sickened, his fingernails grazing the scratches left on his arms by his lockpick. He wished he could just fall asleep, and wake up to find that the past few weeks have been a terrible dream. He was not so foolish to put stock in such wishes, though. So your sister is coming to pick you up? The lady asked. Jean inwardly groaned, staring out the window into the fire-lit twilight. Yes, Jean said. Why yeah, she's coming. That's nice, she said genially. Jean nodded. Yes, it was incredibly nice of Petra to do this for him. Far too nice, really, considering he was practically a stranger. He thought about Annie, then, who was also practically a stranger, and he rubbed his face furiously. He needed to snap out of this. Marco was dead, Annie was, like, a slave or something, and Petra was in danger. Why did this have to happen to him, though? If Mikasa had been in his place, Ilse would have been down before she could have hurt Annie. Would Mikasa have pulled the trigger, though? He didn't know. He had Mikasa on a pedestal, but that didn't mean he didn't think she was capable of terrible things. He got off the bus as fast as he could, and when he didn't see Petra immediately he felt anxious and a little terrified. What if she's dead? He thought, pacing between dimly lit aisles of seats, scratching at his forearm. What if she's lying in an alley somewhere already, with her face crushed and half frozen? He was so scared for Petra Rel that he realized he didn't actually know what she looked like. He was fucking stupid, actually. A tiny girl walked into the terminal, her eyes finding Jean's, and there was a mutual stare of confusion and apprehension. Jean had imagined Petra, well, taller. Yeah. Otherwise, he didn't really know. She was cute, with short strawberry blonde hair, and she wore a teal dress that wavered around her knees as she walked up to him. Jean? She asked with a weak smile. Yeah. He was relieved to see her alive, but now he had to actually explain what had happened to him, and honestly he wasn't really so sure now. What the fuck had Ilse been talking about? Hi. Thank you so much for not hanging up on me, seriously. I know I probably sounded, well, insane. I was a little too worried to care, honestly. Petra folded her arms behind her back, and she shrugged. Well, come on. Whatever you need to tell me, you can tell me at my apartment. Hope you don't mind, I have a roommate. He's an asshole, but you get used to him. Oruo, Jean said, nodding. I know. Mikasa told me about him. She led him outside and laughed easily. Did she tell you he's an ass? He followed her to an old yellow beetle. Because he is. I'm pretty sure Mikasa thinks I'm an ass, Jean offered, so. Oh, really? Petra shook her head as she got into the driver's seat. Well, it can't mean much. She thinks Levi's an ass too. Levi is an ass, he mumbled, sinking into his seat. He put his seat belt on, blinking at the dark sky. He was lucky Petra lived in Illinois. She sighed as she started the car, taking them off somewhere, Jean didn't know where. He'd never been to Champaign before. Yes, that seems to be the case. She stared ahead, drumming her thumbs against her steering wheel. Although, not as much as you might think. I don't even care. Jean pinched the bridge of his nose. He always creeped me out. She said nothing, if she cared, but he sensed she did. Her knuckles clenched the steering wheel, and he wondered what Levi had done for this woman to get in her good favors. She seemed too nice. Mikasa at least knew Levi was a scumbag. She seemed to like him far more than Mikasa did, and Mikasa had been raised by him. I said something wrong, Jean observed. I'm sorry. I'm not here to make you angry, I swear. Petra laughed. God, no, don't apologize. She sounded a little sad, and she glanced at Jean. I know he's not the most approachable person. He has his reasons. Sometimes I wish he'd just be a little kinder, but it's like wishing for a mountain to move. Totally a waste of time. Jean peered at her curiously. Can I ask? She smiled as though she'd been expecting this. Why I'm so loyal to him? Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a long story. She adjusted her grip on the steering wheel as she turned. But, basically, Levi saved my life when I was a teenager. It cost him a lot. She looked at Jean, her eyes very somber, and her lips very thin, and her shoulders slumped. He told me once that he could never regret saving me, no matter what the outcome ended up being. If you knew Levi, and you knew how he talked, you'd know how much that means. I popped into his life at the worst time, and I've seen him at his worst, which is definitely saying a lot. She smiled brightly then. But I'm still here. And I owe that to him. Why did it cost him to save your life? Jean wondered, leaning his head back. That's not my business to tell. Jean nodded, though his curiosity was killing him. He might have started to tell her about how her life was in huge danger, but he didn't want to scare her while she was driving, so he kept her focused on Levi. It was actually a nice distraction. Jean didn't know much about Levi, beyond common knowledge and what he'd observed. You don't think he's weird with Mikasa, though? Jean found himself wondering aloud. What do you mean? He sighed. I don't know, he always just rubbed me the wrong way when he was around her. Like, he didn't act like her dad, but he didn't act exactly friendly either. He was just always sorta there. Levi loves Mikasa. Petra sounded so certain, Jean was actually alarmed by her words. That girl brings out the best in him, if you can believe it. He cleaned himself up for her, gave her a home, and he's followed her wherever she's chosen to go. I know it's hard for you to see, because you don't know him, but Mikasa is so important to him. I don't know what he'd do if he lost her. He was caught completely off guard. Never had he imagined hearing about Levi like this. He had never seen Levi as the type to, just, love in general. He supposed that it made sense that Mikasa was his morality pet, but the idea that he truly loved her? It was strange. He doesn't act like it, Jean muttered. Levi has trouble with intimacy, she said. He doesn't like touching people, or being touched, but he does show his affection in other ways. Name-calling is a huge one. He's big on affectionate cursing. Talking is big. Levi never opens up unless he's really comfortable, so if he starts holding conversations with you, you're in his good favors for sure. He likes to bicker, too, if he's really comfortable with you. She smiled at Jean. Is he beginning to make sense to you yet? Oh geez, Jean thought, blinking at Petra in wonder. I thought I had it bad. His crush on Mikasa had never been a secret, except maybe to her, but damn. Petra definitely was afflicted with something with a little more than a crush. We're in the same boat, pursuing people who are too strong and too stubborn to see what we're actually feeling. Jean didn't think he was in love with Mikasa, though. He liked her a lot, but he didn't know if the thing he was feeling was love, fondness, or lust. You didn't come all the way here to talk about Levi, though, she said, pursing her lips. Wow. I'm blabbing. I'm so sorry. Actually, I don't mind, he admitted. It's definitely a welcome distraction. You seem really shaken up. She glanced at him, and turned her eyes quickly back to the road. What happened? You said? Emir? Was that who you were talking about? I wish, Jean murmured. No. It wasn't Emir. Emir is actually funny, and not all that bad to be around, even though she's weird as fuck. I met Ilse. Ilse? Petra seemed to test the name, and she frowned. There's a difference now. Connie was killed by a woman named Ilse when he was younger, he said. and then given super speed when the doctors brought him back. Wow. And she looks like Emir. Yeah, but, not. Jean didn't know how to explain this. Okay, they look really alike, like they might be related and probably are, but at the same time Ilse was different. Her skin, for one, is way lighter, and her face is rounder, and she looks like something completely unnatural. Unreal. Like, gorgeous, but in a terrifying sort of way. Emir is really pretty, and sorta unnatural, but not on the same scale. Okay. Petra nodded. I'm getting it. They're two completely different people. So why does the girl in the photo have two names, and which girl is she? That was a really good question that Jean did not have the answer to. The news I have is not good news, he warned her. She nodded. I wish it was something worth something, but it's not. It's just, scary. And it involves you. Oh, that's exciting, she cooed. Scary news involving me. Must be my birthday. He actually snorted at that. I'm serious, it scared the shit out of me. It's kinda why I'm here. I'm sure it's very scary, she said, nodding once more. It's just, I used to be in a gang. Wait. Jean sat up straighter, and stared at her incredulously. She glanced at him with a smirk. No way, like a legit fucking gang. I never offed a man, but I did castrate one. No. Yes. Jean shuddered, and nodded grimly. Remind me to never make you angry. She laughed, and he decided that Levi didn't deserve her. She was a genuinely cool, genuinely nice person, if not a little frightening, and Levi didn't deserve someone so interesting, not when he had clearly roped her into some bullshit along the line of their friendship. Petra parked the car and led Jean to a decent apartment building, chatting to him amiably about the Ilse and Emir situation, while Jean tried to figure out how to tell her that Annie Leonhardt might be forced to kill her in the near future. She kicked her door open, tossing her keys into a dish on a table near the door. The door opened right into her living room, and Jean came face to face with Oruo Bossard, a man who looked like he smoked even more cigarettes a day than Jean. Is this the brat? Oruo's eyes flicked over Jean once, and he scoffed. Skinny bastard. This boy spends his nights scaling skyscrapers, Petra said coldly, while you spend your nights crying into a bowl of Doritos over Downton Abbey. Get your feet off the table. TCH. Oruo removed his feet from the small rectangular coffee table that sat in the center of the room, and he rose to his feet. You don't know what you're talking about, Petra. I've watched it with you, Petra said, I know. Jean cleared his throat, rocking back and forth on his heels. He was kinda concerned about other things, and he could do without the bickering for right now. He was in a hurry. Oruo and Petra glanced at him, and she smiled, grasping his arm and dragging him toward the sofa. Do you want something? She asked gently. Tea, maybe? Or something to eat. I know the bus ride was probably long. Jean felt a little guilty intruding like this, but he hadn't eaten since he'd had that granola bar in the woods. A Coke is fine, and, something to eat, anything. Please. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Thanks. No problem. She smiled at him very sweetly. Oruo. You're joking. We have a guest who clearly isn't here for you, so go be hospitable and grab something from the kitchen while I do my job, K. Oruo looked grumpy as Petra sat down on the couch, gesturing to Jean to sit as well. He did, rolling up his shirt to scratch at the faded numbers. Oruo had disappeared into the kitchen, and Petra was watching him with her eyes narrowing. She snatched his wrist and stared at the partially faded, partially raised, partially carved letters. Oh my God, Petra gasped, turning his arm toward her and running her thumb over the scratches. Jean, what did you do? I didn't have a pen, he said, pulling his arm carefully away from her. It was really important that I got a hold of you. I didn't have the time to go look for a pen. Oruo. Petra called, twisted her head back toward the doorway that likely led into the kitchen. Bring out some disinfectant and bandages when you have the chance. What? Oruo called back. Petra groaned, and she shook her head. Guess I've gotta get it myself, she said, moving to push off the couch. Jean stopped her. It's not important, he said, shaking his head furiously. Listen, you're in danger. She smiled thinly, and tilted her head. Her large amber eyes grew hazy with confusion. What? She leaned back against the couch, and laughed a little. From what? Has the government finally caught up with me? Oruo decided to walk in at that moment. Oruo, we've been found out. Grab the jewels, let's hit the road. This isn't a joke. Jean jumped to his feet, looking between Oruo and Petra with pleading eyes. I watched Ilse torture Annie today. I mean, she really tortured her. Broke her arms and legs and stabbed her and cut her open over and over, 'cause Annie's got regenerative healing. I saw that, and I didn't do anything. Jean ran his fingers through his hair, and whirled away from them. I hated Annie so much for killing Marco, I wanted her to suffer, and that's why Ilse tortured her, to make me not hate Annie anymore, and it worked. I can't hate Annie, it wasn't her fault that Marco died. She's like a dog, or something, for Ilse, and that institute the others are always talking about. She just does what she's told, or else they'll hurt her, maybe. Jean swallowed thickly, and he glanced at Petra. I don't know. Jean, Petra said softly. Calm down. It's okay. Just breathe. I'm calm, Jean said, dropping his arms to his side. I'm super calm, all things considering. Ilse told me to quit being a hero. For real. Oruo scoffed. Why should she care if you're a hero or not? Jean hadn't thought of it. Hadn't Ilse called him significant? Ew, fuck, he thought. What does this institute place want from me? I don't know. But she told me that she'd kill Petra if I didn't. What? Petra looked at him with one eyebrow acutely raised. I'm sorry, but, why? I mean nothing to you. We only just formally met. I don't know, Jean croaked, shaking his head. I mean, I sent you that picture, and Ilse saw that. Maybe she just thinks you know too much, I don't know. Should I be afraid? Petra frowned, resting her elbows on her knees. Her beige cardigan bunched against her fists as she rested her chin in her hands. Lots of people have tried to kill me before. That's true, Oruo piped up. For such a pretty face, she's got a pretty big number on her head. I've pissed off a lot of powerful people in my line of work. Petra smiled brightly. Speaking of, I have some names for you. Not you specifically, but the team. You're not scared. Jean didn't understand this. He'd come all this way, and Petra was utterly unfazed by this. You're not even a little scared. Petra, Annie is going to kill you. I thought Annie was nice now. That's what I heard, Oruo said, popping a chip into his mouth. She's still a dog on Ilse's short fucking leash, Jean snapped. And she can still freeze your brain and shatter it into a million pieces. Easily. Petra glanced at Oruo, who was staring at Jean with a somber expression. He grimaced, and his lined face seemed to crumple as he turned his attention to Petra, his lips thinning out. We shouldn't take the chance, he said hesitantly. We should tell Levi about this. See what he thinks we should do. She nodded, though she didn't look too sure, and she looked at Jean. It's interesting, she said softly, how quitting being a hero isn't even an option for you. Jean had considered it, of course, but what was the point? Ilse could easily just kill Petra if he quit anyway. No, this wasn't going to happen the way Ilse wanted. They were going to undermine her. One way or another. I can't quit knowing the person responsible for Marco's death is still out there, Jean said steadily. After that, maybe. But for right now, me staying out of this probably won't solve anything. We need to get ahead of Ilse, and playing into her hands is not the way to do it. Agreed. Petra smiled, albeit a little grimly. I'm glad. Honestly, I wish I could help more. I'd kill to actually do field work. A little late for that, Jean thought. What stopped you? He asked curiously. You seem more equipped to handle the streets than me. Oh, she is, Oruo confirmed, smirking when Petra shot him a glare. What? You are? I wanted to have a relatively normal life, she said. It's kinda why our gang broke up in the first place. Aside from Levi, you know, checking himself into what we thought was rehab. Wait, really? That's what he told you it was? Yeah. Jean was not entirely sure how to proceed. He'd told her what he'd needed to tell her, and now? He wasn't good at planning. He had some good instincts, and he was skilled enough when it came to carrying them out, but otherwise he was pretty obsolete. He couldn't protect Petra Rel against Annie. I can't protect you, he blurted. Petra looked at him curiously. You can't protect yourself, either. Annie's too good. She beat Levi. She killed Marco, who was always better at martial arts than me. I think your best bet is to get out of here, find somewhere safe to go, and have a few bodyguards who can take Annie. You say that like it's easy, kid, Oruo said quietly. Petra was sitting quietly, pressing her lips to her folded hands and staring pensively ahead of her. I wouldn't want to bother Levi about this, Petra said, but I can't think of anyone or anywhere else to go to. I can't put my dad in danger. I love you, pet, Oruo said, but I can't put my family in danger for you either. Me, yeah, I'd die for you, but not my family. She smiled up at him fondly, and Jean realized it was the first time she was looking at him like more than a nuisance. They must have been very good friends. Or maybe more than that. Jean couldn't really tell. I'd beat the shit out of you if it was any other way, she told him brightly. She turned back to Jean, her face growing very grave. I'll call Levi. New York seems like my best bet, I think. Oh. Jean had forgotten that he had to call Armin. Actually, can I use your phone? I have to give the team an update on what just happened. Whatever that actually was. What a weird day. Petra nodded and tossed her phone at him. She told him that she wanted to go get her computer to go over the basics of what information she actually had, which was probably a good idea, because it seemed like she probably knew more than all of them combined at this point. It was so hard to communicate when everyone was so scattered. Armin answered with a quiet, Petra. Jean, actually. He fished a few chips out of the bowl Oruo had set on the table, and he collapsed onto the couch, feeling exhausted and sick. Hey. My phone got stolen. Did I tell you that? I'd assumed something happened to yours since you were calling from a payphone. Armin sounded a little amused, but mostly weary. What happened? Jean took a deep breath. Well, short story, he said, resting his head back and watching shadows dance across the smooth, egg-white ceiling. I ran into Annie in the woods after a dog stole the picture of Ilsamir I got from Marigold, and then the actual real live Ilse appeared and tortured Annie because she knew I hated her, and she wanted me to not hate her. I don't even know, it was fucking crazy, and then just when I thought it was over Ilse told me to quit being a hero or else she'd kill Petra. Had he covered everything? Well, the silence that stretched between them was enough for Jean to squirm, so he hoped so. Armin was unnaturally quiet, actually, which made Jean worried. Is he okay? Jean wondered. He hadn't seen Armin since the funeral. Armin said, wow. Yeah. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that, sorry. No biggie, I feel you. Is Annie okay? He asked tentatively. Are you okay? Is Petra okay? Me and Petra are fine, Jean said, but I had to leave Annie. Dude, she was really shaken up. Like, I don't even know, but I think Ilse and your institute have her under their thumb. They're controlling her? I guess. Jean found himself throwing his arm into the air. It's totally insane. I wish I could just show it to you mentally, because it was the craziest thing. I can't describe it. It's probably better this way, Armin said quietly. I don't want to know the details. I should tell Levi, Erwin, and Hang about this. Can I call you back once we have a clear plan? I don't think we have that kind of time. No, Jean said. We need a place for Petra now. Specifically, a place where she can be protected from Annie. You guys have so many overpowered assholes, I think you can manage. Here. Armin squeaked. Oh. Shit. No. What? Jean sat up straight, staring ahead of him. Petra had appeared in the room again, Oruo close behind her, and she was watching Jean curiously. "What do you mean, no? She can't stay here, Jean," he said. "Don't send her here. Don't send her anywhere near here." "Why?" Jean gasped. "What's wrong with there?" He listened as Armin's breath caught in the receiver, a sharp intake that made the boy's anxiety clear. "I can't explain it," Armin said weakly, "but it's not safe here. We can definitely spare the muscle to protect her, but don't send her anywhere near here. Send her somewhere safe. Oh, and don't tell me where." "Why?" he cried incredulously. "Jesus fucking Christ, are you okay?" "No, not really," Armin admitted. "I don't know, Jean. I can't say where my mind is half the time. Anyone can be inside it. Don't tell me where she is. I don't want to know. I don't want that to be on my hands. Just take her somewhere safe, and protect her if you can, and I'll talk to Levi about it. We'll figure something out." Okay, he said weakly. "I'll do that." "Good. Thanks. I'm going to go talk to Levi, so expect a call from him, probably." "Sure." Jean listened as the boy hung up, and he sat on Petra's couch, staring at her open laptop in bewilderment. He set Petra's phone in his lap, and grimaced. "That was fucking weird. Not in a good way, I'm guessing?" Petra asked, leaning on the back of the sofa Jean was sitting on. Jean shook his head, jumping to his feet. Armin had scared him. Genuinely, Jean was suddenly terrified for Petra's life again, and he didn't know what to do. He ran his fingers through his hair, his mind running very fast as he tried to come up with a solution. Armin was supposed to be the smart one. Why did he leave something so huge up to Jean? Jean wasn't good at decisions. "Fuck," he swore, whirling to face Petra. "Go pack. As little as you can to last you as long as it can, and pack like you're never coming back." Petra stared at him, and her eyes darted to Oruo's face. The man stood there, looking equally stunned, his mouth parting in confusion. "Are you sure about this?" Petra asked. "We're not even really sure if I'm actually." "Please," he pleaded, staring at her with a desperate gaze. "I can't protect you, and I don't want anyone else dying because this institute place doesn't want to play fair." She looked a lot older then, her shoulders slumping in resignation. She nodded vacantly. "Where am I going?" she asked softly. "Connie isn't powerful," Jean said, "but he's fast. I think he'd stand a chance against Annie as long as he's got Sasha with him. Also, his parents know he's a hero, so you'd probably be welcome. I'll call him to make sure, but he won't turn you away." "Okay," Petra said distantly. She looked as though her will had been torn from her, her eyes cast away from Jean's face. "No," he thought, watching her eyes. "She's stealing herself because she knows this is the surest way to safety. Can you call Nifa, Oruo? I'm not taking a bus to Oregon, is it?" "Yeah." Petra sighed, rubbing her eyes as she nodded. Guilt pricked at Jean's senses. He was uprooting her entire life because some lady made a threat at him in the woods, a threat that could mean very little. But Jean had seen what Annie had done to Marco, and he couldn't take the chance. He didn't want anything like that to happen to anyone ever again. He also didn't want Annie to be forced to kill anyone again. "I'll call," Oruo said softly, "and then help you pack." "Okay." Petra turned away from them. As she moved toward one of the doors that connected to the living room, she spun around and stared at Jean with wide eyes. He stared back, alarmed. "Thank you, Jean. You didn't have to go through so much trouble for me. You've done a lot for us," Jean said. "And you definitely don't deserve to die." She laughed a little, though he could tell she was nervous, and probably a little terrified. He was glad she was beginning to react appropriately to the situation. Then she entered her room, leaving Jean with Oruo, who watched him blankly for a few short seconds. "We're putting a lot of trust in you," Oruo said. "Petra's got good instincts, so I'll go along with it. But if anything happens to her, I'll fucking kill you, got it?" "Try it," Jean wanted to snap back. Instead he nodded and collapsed back onto the sofa, his entire body aching. He looked at Petra's laptop, sitting wide open with its screen gleaming at Jean tantalizingly. He reached forward, turning it slightly toward him, and he scanned the list of names Petra had compiled. None of them meant particularly much to Jean, but one made him do a double take. He leaned forward, his confusion muddling his senses as he squinted at the hazy white screen. This was the last straw. This day was too fucking weird. He was going to call his mother and tell her that he was going to sleep here. This was too fucking much. Kenny Ackerman? Jean thought dumbly. Like, Mikasa? Aloud, he said, what kind of douchebag name is Kenny? Chapter 23, The Parts of the Play. Dramatis Personae. Manhattan, New York. ADPR. Calenda is November's, 2677 A.U.C. The blood wouldn't stop. She'd tried absorbing it with tissues, sopping it up with toilet paper and paper towels, but it only turned her fingers red, only dragged streaks of crimson across the tile floor, and Mikasa gritted her teeth as she tossed reddened tissue after reddened tissue into the toilet. She had never imagined she could bleed so much from something so small. Mikasa propped up her bleeding foot on the toilet seat, wincing as she pried her bloody toes apart and stuck bits of tissue between the battered spaces, letting them soak red as she tried to pinpoint exactly where she was bleeding from. The nail? The cuticle? As she mopped up the blood, she noticed most of the blood was from several puncture wounds on the side of each of her toes. After being wiped of blood, Mikasa noticed the shape of her toenails, and she stared at the purplish skin beneath them, wondering how her toes hadn't fallen off yet. Mina had told her that bruising was normal. Bleeding was too. It's intense, Mina Carolina had told Mikasa the day after the first lesson. That had been nearly a week ago. People think dancing is so easy. But I think being stabbed might hurt less than point. It does, Mikasa thought glumly, massaging her calloused, blistered feet with her bloody fingers. Tears stung her eyes. Being stabbed was at least a one-time deal. After you got stabbed once, you patched it up, slept it off, and did not wake up tomorrow and run into a knife again. But point was different. Point was actual fucking torture. I wasn't meant to be a ballerina, Mikasa had told Mina after their second lesson, when Mikasa's legs had actually given out from under her. She'd been close to tears. I'm a failure, she thought in horror. I'm going to fail everyone. I can't complete this mission. You're amazing. Mina had gasped, dropping to her knees before Mikasa and grinning in awe. That Sisone was nearly perfect. Have you seriously never done ballet before? You're a natural. I can't be you, Mikasa had said, staring at her pale pink point shoes, feeling her toes throb beneath the layer of pretty pink fabric. There's no way I can learn everything you know by Halloween. Mikasa didn't tell anyone how hard this assignment actually was. Everyone had assumed, because it was Mikasa, that she could easily learn ballet and perform on a professional scale with a week of training from the ballerina she would be impersonating. The ballet to be performed on Halloween night was called Giselle, and Mina Carolina was supposed to play the titular peasant girl. Mikasa had done enough research on the ballet to know she'd be dancing quite a bit, and she wasn't pleased about it. If I could do it, Mina had lamented, I would. But this is the only way to catch that man, right? And there'll be other shows. You're only replacing me for just this one. Don't be so hard on yourself. I know you can do it. Mikasa didn't know why Mina had so much faith in her. Mina had, of course, been told that Mikasa was Neo, which had excited the young ballerina greatly. Basically, after Jean had informed them of the involvement of some motherfucker named Kenny Ackerman in the institute, Hang had done some digging in their little network of influence. They found that a man named Kenny Ackerman was on the guest list for a ballet performance on Halloween. So here she was, nursing her poor, bleeding, blistered feet. She would rather Levi's training, all the endless days of trading blows, than this torturous method of dance. Mikasa was too heavy to hold all her weight on her toes. And yet, she was forced to be a ballerina. Did people really get pleasure out of this? It was all pain, and little reward. She didn't get it. The doorknob jostled, and she looked up sharply, tears streaking her face. She'd locked the door, thankfully, so no one could possibly. Mikasa sat, her back against the bathtub, one foot supported on the toilet seat and the other resting against the cool tile, purplish and swollen. The door opened with a click, and she watched with dull, glistening eyes as Levi entered the room quietly, closing the door behind him. She pulled her legs closer, pressing her back harder against the tub, and she stared at him. "Get out," she said. He wasn't looking at her. His eyes were on the bloodstains streaking the pallid tile, seeping into the grout. She watched, tired and irritated, as he wrinkled his nose and kicked over a wad of toilet paper, haphazardly mopping up her blood. "Gross," he said, his shoulders hunching as his attempts did little to clean up smears. Mikasa sat up straighter, her body stiffening in a defensive position. She'd fight him, if that was what it took, but she was exhausted and anxious and she knew she would lose. But even still, she tucked her chin in and glowered up at the man, her teeth gnashing at each other. "Get out!" she snapped, feeling much like a wounded animal as Levi's eyes rose to hers. She rested her bloody fingers against her bare calves, and she forced herself to lower her gaze. She couldn't face Levi's scrutiny when she was crying. "I'm 15 years old, Levi. Give me some fucking privacy. I haven't forgotten how old you are, you snot-faced brat." She shot him a glare, but she couldn't hold on to it. She watched him pull a cloth from a drawer and stick it beneath the faucet, flicking it on and letting the rag soak through. She was startled when he knelt down before her, frowning at her bloody foot. "What are you doing?" she asked warily as he took her ankle. "You don't have to." "Shut up." Levi wrapped the rag carefully around her blistered foot, and Mikasa grimaced as the water seeped between her toes and stung at the cuts marring her skin. Levi's fingers were nimble enough that he never placed too much pressure on the bruised surface of her feet, and she found herself alarmed and vaguely disturbed. He didn't do things like this for her. He usually left her to fend for herself. This was abnormal. "Levi," she said. He wiped up the excess blood from her foot, and she watched the fibers of the cloth as it tickled her sole, scraping up against her calluses and running over raised blisters. "What? You should quit this mission," he said suddenly. He transferred the cold, wet rag to her other foot, which was far less bloody, but still blistered and bruised. She winced as his thumb hit one of her toes the wrong way. "I'm not quitting anything." He raised her eyes to hers, and she noticed the rings under them, the waxy hue of his skin against the harsh purplish bruises that dug into his skull. The blue inside his eyes was dull and sad, darkened to the point where she often thought they were closer to her own eye color. She found herself reaching out, her fingers hovering over the mauve semicircles, and he stared at her. "You haven't been sleeping," she said, unable to keep the accusation out of her tone. "I'm clean," Levi said darkly, tossing the rag away and leaning back on the heels of his hands. "If that's what you're implying." "You look terrible," she said. "You should see what you look like, brat." She could imagine. Puffy-eyed, flushed, splotchy-faced, shaky. She knew so well what tears did for the appearance. And she hated that Levi was seeing her like this. He'd taught her to never be vulnerable, and here she was, crying over some bloody toes in the bathroom. This was pathetic. Mikasa wiped at her cheeks, and he caught her wrist. "Stop," he said. "Your hands are filthy." She tore her wrist from his grasp, glaring as she folded her blooded hands together, curling away from him. "What are you even doing?" she asked coolly. "You're being creepy." "I fucking raised you, I can clean your wounds just fine without it being creepy." He rolled his head back, staring at the ceiling. She realized he had something to talk to her about. This was stranger. Levi never liked confrontation. He avoided saying things, avoided lengthy conversations and awkward small talk. This was odd. "I didn't ask for any help." "You don't need to." She studied his features, trying to pinpoint exactly what was wrong here. He glanced at her, his shadowy eyes blinking slowly, and he scowled. "What? Are you okay? Your toes are busted to shit, and you're asking me?" Levi straightened up, and he shook his head in disbelief. "Look. I know I'm not the best adult figure, or parent surrogate, or whatever, but still. I do worry about you." Wow, she said dully, you worry. I didn't know that kind of emotion came to you. I'm going to shove this rag down your throat, he warned, his eyes narrowing. Mikasa, I've only ever seen you cry once. Yes, I'm fucking worried. You don't need to be, she insisted. I'm a big girl. You know that. I don't need you to worry about me. I'm sick of this conversation, he grunted, glaring at the broken mirror that showed their pallid faces as they crouched upon the floor. Hang had never asked why the mirror was broken, and Mikasa was glad because Armin had enough to worry about. He'd been acting so strange lately, especially after the seizure. Mikasa knew he hadn't gone to the doctor yet. He'd just gone home afterward and slept. Did Erwin know? She wasn't sure. She wasn't sure if anyone knew how extreme Armin's condition was growing aside from herself and Eren. I didn't come in here to argue with you. Shock. Ungrateful brat. He watched her, and she realized, a chill skittering down her spine, that he was truly here because he was worried. She looked away, tucking her feet away so she didn't have to look at the sickening discolored swell of her toes. She began to pick away at the drying blood on her fingers, and she sniffed. Her nose was running. What do you want? She asked quietly. For one thing, he said, this mission to be different. You think I can't handle a little dancing? You're bait. He shot her a sharp look, and she straightened up reflexively. You realize that, right? This guy we're chasing is a black market dealer, and Mina Carolina's family is on his shit list, or something. We're using you to draw him out. Yes, she was aware of this. Mina had told her, playing with one of her black pigtails with her baby blue nails catching between the strands. My family is always getting involved in shady things like this, she had said plainly. I get thrown into the line of fire because I'm a pretty face worth ransoming. It's why I'm privately tutored. I used to go to a really prestigious private school, but one of the teachers ended up being involved in some shifty dealings, and suddenly I was being kidnapped. I got away, of course. But now all I really do is study and dance. It sucks. Like I said. She raised her eyes to Levi's, her brow furrowing. I'm a big girl. Whoever this guy is, I can take him. Not every person you face is the same, he said, his lips pulling back and his teeth baring in frustration. You can't know you can beat him. I will. She raised her head high, finding that she believed her words. She would beat this son of a bitch with her name, whoever he was. I'm strong. Yeah, he sighed, I know. Wait, do you tape your toes? What? She asked flatly. He looked at her, his brow furrowing as his eyes narrowed. You're fucking hopeless, he spat. What? Her nostrils flared in aggravation. Tape your toes when you are using point shoes. It'll still hurt, but it'll probably minimize the damage. He eyed her bruised feet, and she tucked them out of his view, frowning to herself. Mina doesn't tape her toes, she said. Mina didn't start dancing last week, shithead. What do you know about dancing? Mikasa asked, gritting her teeth as she glared at her feet. He didn't answer immediately, so she focused her attention back upon his face. Her eyes widened. Wait. I didn't dance a fucking ballet or anything, he snapped. Wow. She couldn't help but try and imagine it, but she didn't have the imagination for it. She found herself giggling in spite of herself, and Levi pushed himself to his feet and turned away from her. Wait, no, don't go. I want to know more. No you don't. He'd paused, though, and Mikasa stared at him in awe. Usually he avoided talking about his past. Was he embarrassed of it? She didn't understand what he had to be embarrassed about. I didn't come in here to talk about shit like that. I only came to see if you were okay. Which, you weren't, so. What kind of dancing did you do? Mikasa rose to her feet unsteadily, and he whirled around grasping one of her arms and forcing her to stay upright despite the shock of pain that struck up her calves. Her feet were cramping up, and she blinked back her tears. I dunno, it was stupid, he said. Are you going to be able to do this tomorrow? Yes. She pulled away from him, rubbing the soles of her feet across the cool tile. I'll be fine. I know everything I need to know, and all the other ballerinas know it'll be me on stage with them. Can't really hide how Asian I am up close. Usually speaking with Levi was all kinds of irritating. They'd trade insults, sometimes trade blows, and drop into a familiar silence. It's just how things went. But he was talking to her, truly talking, and touching her, holding her upright and watching her with an unfamiliar urgency. He was worried, clearly, but also a little panicked. She realized this as she stared into his eyes. He was utterly terrified, and she had no idea why. She didn't like Levi terrified. It meant she had something to be scared of. "You're not telling me something," she said. "I don't tell you a lot of things." She snorted, but she knew it was true. He had difficulty on that front. She knew it was just who he was, and she wasn't offended, but this was ridiculous. "Tell me this," she demanded, staring down at him. "Tell me what you're scared of." "Scared? Stop fucking around." She folded her arms across her chest, and she scowled. "I know you better than that." "You don't know anything," he muttered. He turned his face from her, and wandered toward the door. "Clean this up. When you're done, come to my room." "Why?" she asked, staring at his back. His shoulders were hunched, and he was favoring one side over the other, his muscles taut beneath the cloth of his t-shirt. "I want to tell you something." He left her then, to a bloody bathroom and achy feet. She wiggled her toes for a moment, thinking of all the insults she could shout at his back as he departed, but she didn't. There was something wrong here. Ever since Petra had been threatened by ills, Levi had been acting weird. She knew he wanted to go to her, and the only reason why he hadn't was because of this Kenny Ackerman bullshit. It wasn't like they didn't have enough hands on deck for this. Armin, Aaron, Historia, Reiner, and Berthold were literally doing nothing involving this mission. They could take over for Levi in terms of sheer worrying. She did what she was told for once and cleaned up. She'd made the mess to begin with, and it was a gory mess. She didn't want Armin or Aaron to walk in and find her blood smeared across the floor. The rag was a different story. She had no explanation for it, so she just tossed it in the sink and squirted some soap on it, running cold water over the stain until it dissipated. She washed her hands, and then, finally, ventured out to find Levi. Her toes were no longer bleeding, which was nice, but they still hurt terribly. She hobbled a little until she got control of her footing, and then she moved as gracefully as she could, remembering Mina's lessons. She needed to remember Mina's lessons, or else this was never going to work. "Why do I always get picked for the gross undercover ops?" she wondered. She'd been on her way to Levi's room when she caught a bit of a conversation drifting in from the living room. "Dating anyone, okay? It's not exactly high on my list of priorities, and even if it was, it definitely wouldn't be Historia." "Armin," Mikasa thought, redirecting her course on impulse. She poked her head into the living room and saw Armin sitting cross-legged on the ground, playing chess with Berthold while Reiner watched from the couch. "You can't blame a guy for asking," Reiner said. "I mean, come on. You two are always together, and she doesn't really." Reiner frowned, and leaned back. "Talk to anyone," Berthold finished for Reiner. "Except you, Armin. I understand her, that's all." Armin sighed. "Can we not talk about this? It makes me feel nauseous." "Oh, is this that sex thing?" Reiner asked. "Sorry, man. No, it's not." Armin gave Reiner a quizzical look. "I mean, yeah, the thought of sex makes me uncomfortable, but not sick." "Soro, hey, Mikasa." Reiner beamed at her, and she ignored him, moving to Armin's side. "If they're making you uncomfortable," she thought to him, "I can teach them a lesson." "Don't even worry about it," Armin thought back. "I'm fine." "You aren't, though." "You're hurt," he observed aloud. "Barely," she said. "It doesn't feel like barely. We have different perceptions of pain." She looked between Reiner and Berthold, folding her arms across her chest. In her head, she could feel around the space of Armin's cramped mind, tasting his discomfort. Per usual, he was hiding something from her, shielding his thoughts and his feelings from her prying eyes. The feeling was like having a door slammed in her face. If she stilled her thoughts enough she could hear the hum of their connection, his touch lingering in her head as he tried to draw back from her, but found it utterly impossible. Their minds were connected by steel cables and copper coil. There was no extricating her from his power. "Did you need something?" Reiner asked. "Yeah," she thought, "I could use a good fight." Armin looked at her sharply, and she flexed her toes, and then her fingers, crossing her ankles out of habit. "Are you coming to this thing tomorrow?" she asked, stretching her swollen toes, feeling them ache as they pushed against the hardwood, supporting her weight precariously. "Oh." Reiner and Berthold glanced at each other. Maybe? Depends on our orders, I guess." "Aaron just got orders for a different mission," Armin said, pushing a rook across the board. "I don't know if I'm up for anything. Erwin doesn't like to inform me about things until the last minute." It was interesting how many teammates they had lost in such a short period of time. Mikasa didn't miss Annie at all, but she did have a soft fondness for Amir. The girl had been funny, callous, and a little unkind. But a strangely comforting presence, unlike Annie, who was mostly an unnerving blip in Mikasa's line of vision. And of course, there was Marco. She didn't like to think about Marco. He had been her very good friend, and now he was gone. It was cruel of the world to take such a sweet friend from her. "Okay," Mikasa said, turning from them. Her toes were giving her trouble, pain spiraling up to her knees. She didn't buckle, though she did frown, untangling her legs and pushing herself toward the exit. She nearly ran right into Historia, who'd barreled into the room, her dull eyes flashing and her fluffy blonde hair askew. "Armin!" she cried, clutching a large manila envelope. Armin jumped to his feet, his own eyes widening. Mikasa felt a trickle of his anxiety seep into her mouth, sour like sweat and bitter like tears. Again, he closed his emotions off to her, ripping a curtain closed and leaving her dizzy from the residual taste. As he wandered to Historia's side, she tore open the envelope, her brow furrowing and her cheeks puffed out. She pulled out a slip of paper, and Mikasa stood and watched as her eyes darted across it. Her brow wrinkled in confusion. "What does that mean?" she whispered, pointing to something on the page. "Let me see." Armin peered over her shoulder, adjusting his glasses as he squinted at the page. "It's just there to show the data. It should say the actual results somewhere near the bottom." "Here." Historia gasped, her eyes lighting up suddenly as she pointed once more. He nodded, reading from above her head, his eyes widening momentarily. Her body seemed to go rigid, and she blinked for a moment. "Ah," Armin said, glancing down at Historia. She avoided his gaze. "Yeah." She stared ahead of her for a moment, and then looked back down at the paper. "So, what now?" "I don't know." Armin ran his fingers through his hair, glancing around the room. "We should tell Erwin." "Oh." She looked tired as she nodded. "Yes." "What is that?" Mikasa asked. Historia glanced up at her, and so did Armin. Suddenly her friend had a pained, desperate look on his face, and his gaze darted to Historia. She seemed to sense his eyes on her, and when she saw his face, she frowned. He had a pleading look about him, and she sighed. "Okay," she said quietly. "Yeah. Tell her." "Thank you," he gasped, lurching forward and grabbing Mikasa by the wrist. Mikasa was stunned as he dragged her down the hall, Historia trailing behind them slowly. She glanced back at Reiner and Berthold, who were looking at each other confusedly. Aaron was likely with Hang, or Erwin, being prepped for whatever his mission was. She figured it had something to do with Petra. They reached Armin's room, and he flung open his door, marching in and all but collapsing onto his bed. Historia shut the door behind them, pressing her back to it as she watched Armin dully. Mikasa found herself a little concerned, seeing him rub his head and listening to his ragged breath. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Oh, yeah," he said, sitting up. His glasses slipped down his nose as he smiled dimly. "No worries." "Right." She eyed him warily. "Okay. What's going on?" Armin's eyes moved from her face to Historia's, filling with a little bit of awe. "Oh, yeah." He gasped, half pushing himself off the bed. Historia, do you want to? It makes more sense if you tell her, Historia said quietly. We don't know each other very well. Mikasa looked at the tiny girl, and she felt a sting of remorse. They didn't know each other well. That was the sad truth. Mikasa felt as though all the team members who were missing now were people that she barely knew. Even Marco, as loved as he was a little foreign to her. She was sad for this, for these lost friends who were barely even friend. Except Annie. Kinda. Right, Armin said, right, wow, where do I even begin? You could start with the obvious. Historia tilted her head, her pale hair curling around her eyes. Mikasa was watching her face, specifically, because there was so much emptiness in her eyes that it was difficult to see any semblance of life. It was there, though. She's teasing him, Mikasa realized, blinking between the two tiny blondes. Ha ha, he said, grimacing. Yeah, okay. Well, Mikasa, see. Historia is, He pushed himself to his feet, wobbling a little and blinking up at the ceiling. Mikasa noticed how unkempt his room was. It was strange. He was usually so much more organized than this. She's. Armin seemed to be choking on his words, looking a little panic-stricken. His eyes grew wide, as though something had hit him and he was buckling under the weight. She. I'm his sister, Historia said, her voice soft but terse. Mikasa thought she'd heard her wrong initially, but when she looked into Armin's face she saw the way his eyes softened, and she could sense all the guilt welling up inside of him, his emotions suddenly bare for her to see. She was jostled by the strength of them, the force that swept over her of languid tastes, fear and sadness, and strange pangs of joy and ripples of confusion and uncertainty. She was trapped in a mountain range of feelings that were not her own. Was this how Armin felt all the time? What? She struggled out weakly. It's true. Armin looked up at her, his fingers knotting in his hair as he massaged his scalp. It's weird, I know, but it's true. We just got the DNA test back. It's a match, Historia said, waving the manila envelope. She stood, soaking in their words, trying to process everything amongst the battering waves of emotions that Armin was dealing her. She understood now why he kept them behind a closed door, wrangled with them desperately so she could not feel his helplessness and horror and hope. It was frightening and, it honestly kind of hurt. Okay. Mikasa stood between them, suddenly conscious of the similarities in their tiny faces, the curve of their cheeks, the shape of their eyes, their coloring. Historia's cheeks were constantly rosy, her cheekbones laced with a perpetual blush. Armin sometimes had that quality, though not always. They held themselves similarly, their shoulders half between straight back in a slump. Historia's voice wasn't as strong as Armin's, but it was still sweet to listen to in its own way. She could see it, yes. We need to tell Erwin, Armin, Historia reminded quietly. Yeah, I know. Armin searched Mikasa's face, likely trying to figure out what she thought of this entire thing without actually reading her mind. This is what I've been hiding from you. We all decided it'd be for the best if we kept it quiet until we knew if it was actually true. I understand, she said, her voice steady but empty. She wasn't so shocked, not really, but she was confused. Are you, twins? I'm older, Historia sighed. By 10 months. Something like that, he said, smiling thinly. Yeah. Our mother must have had a hectic year. Who would even want to have two babies so close to one another? Mikasa found herself saying. That's what I was wondering. Armin grimaced, and she watched his shoulders hunch a little in discomfort. It sounds torturous. I don't envy you guys. I can't have kids, Historia said. Both Mikasa and Armin whirled to face her. She was idly playing with a ribbon on the wall, braiding the ribbons together with nimble fingers. She seemed to not care for what she had just said, as though she had merely been informing them of something simple, like a birthmark or her birthstone. Armin looked stunned, but he nodded slowly. Well, neither can I, but, can I ask why? She shrugged, glancing at them. I never got my period, she said. I don't mind, though. I don't want kids anyway. You're not missing much, Mikasa said. It sucks. Historia actually smiled, albeit marginally, and she abandoned her ribbons to face them, pressing her back to the wall. I can't imagine how Levi must have reacted, she said quietly. Mikasa almost laughed, and Armin snorted, hiding his face from them both. She said, tucking her hair behind her ear, well, he yelled at me for going to bed without dressing a wound, so it went about as well as you'd expect. Seriously? Armin squeaked, hiding a grin behind his hands. Levi is actually a loser, she said, rocking back on her heels to give her aching toes a rest. Case point. That's actually kind of sweet, Historia murmured. I guess. Historia, do you think there's a reason you never got your period? Armin asked suddenly. She glanced at him, and Mikasa could tell she was confused by his question. I don't know, she said, I just assumed it was normal. Like, not everyone gets one. She looked suddenly very uncertain as her eyes darted between them. Is that not how it works? No, Historia, Mikasa said slowly. It's not really something that I know to happen often. Armin dropped himself onto his bed again, scooping up his phone. It's not common, I know that much, he said. He glanced up, and smiled at Historia gently. Don't worry, it's probably nothing. I just want to make sure. I didn't know it was weird, she said vacantly, her dusty blue eyes growing wider and wider. Emir didn't tell me. Mikasa wondered what it'd be like to have Emir as a sex ed teacher instead of Levi. Probably infinitely more fun. You're 16, right? She said. You could probably still get it. I don't think so. Historia hugged her arms close to her chest, her eyes cast toward the ground. It's called amenorrhoe, Armin said from his bed, scrolling through his phone. This might be a little invasive, but did you ever get secondary sex characteristics? Like, boobs? Historia smiled wanly, and she shook her head. Not really. You probably have primary amenorrhoe, then, he said, pulling up his knees and propping his phone up against them. You might want to see an actual doctor about it, though. Dr. Google is not the most trustworthy source. I think I'll be fine, she said slowly, her arms dropping back to her sides. Like I said, I don't want babies, so. Do you think she should go to a doctor? Armin thought to Mikasa, his voice a warm presence in her head. His feelings were no longer attacking her, but she felt the vicious backlash of them, the aftertaste of conflicting emotions in her mouth. I think you should go to a doctor, she thought back, lacing her thoughts with her bitter judgment and frustration. He winced outwardly, dropping his legs. It's not really a big deal, Armin said cautiously, but before now I really thought that you were the only experiment free of imperfections. What? Historia asked, looking startled. I'm definitely not perfect. That's not what I meant, Armin sighed. I mean, your power doesn't have any side effects, like mine, or Aaron's does. I thought the Institute had finally gotten what they wanted in you. I'm just wondering if this is a result of your power. Is it not a natural thing? She asked slowly. I don't know, Historia, he said, staring at her with soft eyes and a knitted brow. Well, she said, anyway, I wouldn't be the only one even if it was true, because Levi and Erwin don't have anything wrong with them. They're adults. I was counting them separate from us, since we were still maturing at the time of the experimentation. Armin pressed his knuckles to his lips, his eyes roving to the roses left on his walls. They were actually quite pretty, Mikasa noticed, though paint cans rested beside the desk, ready to be cracked open. He bolted up straight, his eyes flashing wide. Oh. Oh. Historia quirked a brow as Armin leapt to his feet. Oh, Armin gasped, pushing his glasses up his nose, I just realized something. Okay. He shook his head, snatching Historia's hand. We have to go talk to Erwin, he said urgently, passing Mikasa and pausing. He turned to her, his eyes wild, and he rose on his toes for a moment until he was close enough that she could smell his hair, strands of flax perfumed with something soft and sweet and old, a mix between the smell of an ice cream shop and an old library. And then, astonishingly, she felt his lips brush her cheek. Armin's touches never hurt her, but this was something different entirely. The energy charged into the quick placement of his lips on her cheekbone made her jump in shock, tears springing into her eyes as they were blinded by a series of closely knit memories, strings of words embedding into her brain, fast-paced explanations trampling her senses, and she stood, mouth dry, eyes watering, body shaking, and she realized Armin was gone, and she had no idea how long she'd been standing there, but her toes were on fire and she suddenly knew exactly why Armin had left, and how he and Historia were siblings, because he had given her that information in the quickest, most efficient way he thought possible. In the end of this long line of things, Historia's voice narrating the adventure at the Institute with Emir, who Erwin had goaded into running away because Aaron's anger would have proved fatal for her, Erwin swabbing insides of Historia and Armin's mouths, the quiet talks held between the two siblings as they questioned their relation, the guilt Armin had felt hiding this from Aaron and Mikasa, the thread of a thought stolen from Aaron of a woman named Rose who had been driven insane at the Institute, and finally this conclusion, the roses on the walls, the strangled words of a nursery rhyme that Armin had sung time and time again. In the end it was accompanied by a whisper, Armin's quiet voice in her head. "I'm sorry." Mikasa stumbled back as she sunk into reality, her fingers flying to her cheek, expecting them to run over raised skin, like a burn or a scar, but no. Her cheek was just as smooth as it had been before, and her fingers glided over soft skin. Well, that was new. She decided to grab something to eat and go to sleep after that. She was exhausted, and she had a ballet to perform tomorrow, and she was more likely to fall flat on her face than actually do what she was supposed to do. She'd forgotten all about Levi until the next morning when she trudged into the kitchen, bleary-eyed from sleep, and she reached over Levi's head at the kitchen table and fished a handful of Cocoa Puffs out of the box. He didn't reprimand her. By this time, nearly everyone was in the kitchen, either chattering lightly or grabbing their own breakfasts, or sitting and eating. Historia and Armin were sitting with Erwin, hunched over a tablet and writing things down between orange slices and coffee sips. Armin wasn't eating anything. Aaron was chatting excitedly with Hang about something, his hands moving in time with his words. Reiner and Berthold were taking turns tossing Cocoa Puffs into Levi's bowl, which he did not seem to notice. Mikasa tipped her hand over Levi's head and opened it. The cereal dropped over him, causing him to jolt, his eyes flashing up to hers furiously. They were cloudy eyes, bruised and exhausted and numbed. They were puffy. Bloodshot. What the? Levi started, his voice dangerously low and rasping as he spoke. "Welcome back to the real world," Mikasa said coolly. She whirled away from him, marching back to her room, feeling a terrible sinking feeling in her chest, like someone had driven their fist into her gut and she couldn't breathe. Tears were becoming familiar to her, and she blinked them back, furious at herself for getting so emotional about something so stupid. It wasn't her responsibility. He wasn't her responsibility. He could do whatever he wanted, it didn't matter. "Fuck," she heard him swear, his chair screeching. She heard his urgent footfalls behind her, and as she reached her room, she lingered in the doorway. She turned to face him, resting her shoulder against the door frame. She wanted to hear his excuse. But he said nothing. He merely stared at her, his mouth parting, his puffy eyes darting. Typical. Well. She set her gaze on him, hoping he felt her fury. "What are you on?" He breathed in very sharply, his shoulders going rigid. "Mikasa," he started, grimacing. "Spare me," she said, her voice slicing through her teeth. "You're too lucid for opiates. Is it weed? Are you drunk?" "I'm not." He sighed, rubbing his face tiredly. "Fuck, Mikasa. I'm hungover." "How unfortunate for you," she said flatly. She attempted to slam the door shut, but his boot caught between the wood and the door frame, resulting in a few seconds of dumb staring. "What the fuck do you want me to say?" he asked, his brow wrinkling. "Do you want me to apologize for drinking? Do you want to get your foot out of my doorway before I crush it?" She retorted. "Getting drunk once isn't going to turn me into an addict," he snapped. "You're already an addict." She stared at him, watching his impassive face as she took as many shots at him as she possibly could. "Look, I don't care. Just go away. It was just one fucking time, he hissed. I don't care. Mikasa. I don't care. She kicked his foot out and slammed the door shut, pressing her back up against it with a good amount of strength in order to keep him from barging in. This felt familiar. They'd had this fight before. It might not have been such a big deal if it wasn't Levi, if it was Eren or Jean or someone who could afford to get drunk, but it wasn't. It was Levi, who had been doing so well, and he should know better, and she was so angry with him and with herself for reacting like this. Of course he knew what he was doing, he was an adult, he was free to make his own choices, whatever. But Mikasa had been down this road before, and she remembered the horror of finding Levi's lifeless body, and remembered how tearful she'd been as she'd called the police, remembered sticking her fingers down his throat and praying it wasn't too late for him to throw it all up. She sunk to her knees, wiping away her tears with the heels of her hands, and she wondered when she had gotten to be so weak. She felt Armin's presence in her head, and she tasted his silk worry as it trickled through her mind, milk-curdling as it collided with her vinegar thoughts. I'm fine, she told him. It's fine. You're upset, he murmured, his presence struggling closer. Eren's angry. He doesn't know who to be angry at, but he's angry. Is that a surprise? Mikasa sniffled, pulling her oversized t-shirt over her knees and pressing her face into them. Let him be angry. Maybe Levi will actually care. Doubt it, Armin said. He doesn't give a fuck about what Eren thinks of him. But with you, right now, I think he's actually really scared and guilty. What did he do, Mikasa? Mikasa raised her head, blinking back her tears and puzzling over that. Levi was scared. And guilty? Because he'd gotten drunk, or because Mikasa was angry. God. What a motherfucker. She leapt to her feet, scrubbing at her eyes furiously. Are you guys coming tonight? She asked, stripping her pajamas off and marching up to her mirror. She didn't look like a ballerina, petite and willowy, she looked like she was built to beat the shit out of bad guys. Mina had told her it didn't matter, because the costume would make it look like she had curves, but Mikasa sort of doubted it. Eren's going somewhere, Armin said. On mission. Historia and I don't have tickets, though. I asked, there's only one. I assumed it was going to Levi or Hang. She didn't care who went. It's not like it mattered all that much. Okay, she told him. She grabbed her phone, digging through her drawers and finding a pale pink dress, plain and flowy and soft. She tossed it onto her bed, scrolling through her contacts until she got to Mina Carolina. Hello. The girl chirped. Mikasa. Hey, she said, yanking on a pair of leggings. The dress was something she'd only worn once, a flimsy little thing that had attracted too much unwanted attention at a party she'd gone to with Jean and Marco. Can we go through some of the moves I keep missing one more time? Don't you have school? She sounded so surprised. Does it matter? Mikasa struggled into the dress, feeling it sink against her skin. It actually was kinda nice. Look, we have a half day anyway. No one will care if I miss today. All we're doing is learning about accused witches that were hanged 300 years ago, or whatever. Okay. Mina sounded uncertain as Mikasa tossed her point shoes into a bag, and then her costume, and then random things she might need in case she didn't come home, like an extra pair of clothes, sneakers, $50. She traded the 50 in for a 20 when she realized there was an actual chance that she might spend it on a train ticket to nowhere in particular. A 20 wouldn't get her far enough, and she could still buy food with it. Finally she stuffed her sword into the bag, and her Neo mask, and decided that was enough. I'll take the subway to you, Mikasa said. I'm not intruding on anything, am I? Oh, no, Mina gasped hurriedly. No, of course not. What gave you that idea? You sound. Mikasa didn't really know. Never mind. I'll be there in half an hour. Okay. Mikasa tossed her phone into her bag, tugging on a pair of sturdy boots, and glancing at herself in the mirror. Her dull eyes stared back, and she grimaced. Whatever. She didn't even know how to do makeup. It made no difference. So she yanked her hair up in a stubby little bun, sloppy black strands falling against her cheeks, and she scooped up the makeup left over from the Beta Squad mission, dumping it in her duffel bag. She snatched a beaten-up jean jacket from her floor, shrugging it on, and then finally wound her red scarf around her neck, burying her face in it. Her eyes looked as puffy and bloodshot as Levi's. She hoped no one noticed. She hoped he understood why she was so angry. She avoided them all as she exited her room, marching with her head high through the apartment. Aaron called to her. "Mikasa." Then he ran for her, cutting her off at the door. She didn't know where Levi was. "Ah, sweet fucking Jesus, Mikasa, where are you going?" "Out. We have school." He scowled, grabbing her by the wrist. "Quit it. You ain't going anywhere." "Yeah, I am." She tore her arm away from him, staring into his bright green eyes and forcing him to understand how furious she was. His face seemed to melt in sympathy. "I know you're leaving for a mission. Good luck, okay? I'd go with you if I didn't have this stupid ballet." "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know. I don't need you to protect me, though. And I don't need you to tell me what to do," she sighed, her grip tightening on her duffel bag. They stared at each other, his dark face twisting in confusion, and she almost smiled. "We need to grow up," she told him, "I think." "Mikasa, we were never kids in the first place," he whispered into her head. She felt Armin's mind stir, a third party to this intimate telepathic conversation, but not unwelcome. She had to wonder. She kissed Aaron on the cheek, feeling the charge that Armin had inflicted on her, and wondering what information to give him. So she showed Aaron the image rattling in her head of Levi propped up against a stained tub, the image of her shaky hands as she tried to hold him upright, the image of the phone in her trembling fingers. She let him hear her screaming, the meaty sound of her tiny knuckles cracking across the man's face, the feeling of them being torn open against his teeth, blood running hot down her fingers. "I'll see you later, Aaron," she whispered, brushing past him. He stood, frozen in horror of what she had just shown him, and she felt Armin's horror as well, the saltine staleness of it. If Levi had seen her leave, he let her go. She was thankful for that. She didn't think she'd be able to contain her rage, and they'd probably end up beating each other bloody. She wasn't one to run away from her problems. Usually she just confronted them. But this was different. Levi was a different kind of problem. She could punch and kick and scratch at him all she wanted. Her blows and her words meant nothing. All she could do was let him wallow in his own pathetic guilt, and let that lead him to her. She couldn't be the one waiting on him anymore. He needed to pick himself up this time. And anyways, she had some dancing to do. "Thanks for meeting me," Mikasa said quietly, kicking a rock into the street. It was beginning to drizzle, and Mina was sporting a cute ladybug umbrella, twirling it between her brightly gloved fingers. Mina was wearing a long white jacket, buttoned up to her neck, and dark knee-highs with what appeared to be designer ankle boots. Mikasa always saw her wearing either baggy sweats or tights and a leotard, so this was totally strange. "Not a problem." Mina smiled, but Mikasa could tell she'd interrupted something. It was just the way her eyes dimmed, the hollowness of her smile. "As much as I want to go through the entire show with you again, I've got a weird feeling you didn't call me because of that. You're pretty perceptive." "No," Mina sighed, "I'm just not stupid." "You've got this ballet down, Mikasa." "I know you do. Hell, you're better than me." Mikasa snorted at that, and Mina shook her head. "No, really. I've never seen anyone take to ballet so quickly. You're a real prodigy." "I spent the better part of last night in the bathroom crying," Mikasa informed Mina, staring ahead into the throng of pedestrians waiting for a light to change. "I've never done anything this hard in my entire life." "Dancing is supposed to be hard," Mina said, tilting her head to peer up at Mikasa. Her pigtails shifted against her shoulders, black strands curling across white fabric. "I've been doing it since I could stand, and I'm at the level you're at now." "You're exaggerating." "I'm not." Mina groaned, twirling her ladybug umbrella and shaking her head. "Believe me, I'd tell you if you were bad at it. You're just unbelievable." "I don't know. I catch on to most things quickly," she said dully, as long as it's physical enough. I can't learn instruments very easily, or write sonnets. I can't learn languages in a short period of time. I can't solve equations fast, or understand scientific theories. My brain is normal. My body isn't. You're amazing, Mina assured. I'd give anything to be like you. It's honestly not that great. Mikasa tapped her boot against the ground, listening to the traffic light click away like crickets chirping. For all I know, I could have something wrong with me. Does that happen a lot? Mina asked carefully. Side effects. The majority lies in those with side effects, yeah, she said. It's not fun, Mina. You shouldn't get involved. She added that as an afterthought, because it was true. Mina was such a sweet, normal girl. Being around her reminded Mikasa of how it used to be with Marco and Jean. She had liked that life. She missed it. Maybe once we sort out this institute stuff, she thought, I can try and be normal. Hero life didn't suit her. She wanted adventure, yes, but she wanted it to be fulfilling. She wanted her life to be her own. But she knew it never would be. She had no life of her own. She could only give it away to those who had given to her, and she would spend her years giving back, giving and giving until she was spent. To Armin. To Aaron. To Levi. To her family. You look like you've been crying, Mina observed softly. It's not just your feet, is it? There's something really bothering you. It's my. Her words struggled against the autumn wind, carrying against the Manhattan sounds and breaking away. She couldn't say it. Levi. He was hungover this morning. I wanted to break his face. Levi's. Mina bit her lip, and Mikasa wondered how much this girl knew about her. Isn't he your dad? Something like that. Mikasa was too tired to explain, so she let Levi be her father. Just this once. He has a history of substance abuse. Like, really bad. Ah. Mina nodded sympathetically, her eyes softening with every click of her heels against the pavement. I feel you there. I yelled at him. She nuzzled her scarf, breathing in the scent of home, because Aaron's scent no longer lingered in the thick red fibers. I hope he gets a clue. I hope so too. Mina was a good person to talk to. She listened, and nodded, and added her own points, her own advice, and then compared situations. Mina's father was an alcoholic, and a gambler, constantly throwing money away, constantly in a bad mood, constantly getting mixed up in black market bullshit. Mina understood exactly what Mikasa was feeling. They ended up at Mina's apartment, which was just as nice as Hank's, and they went over the ballet a few more times. Mina was so sure Mikasa was ready for this, and it was terrifying. Because what if she wasn't? How could something like this terrify her? For some reason Mina wanted Mikasa to steer clear of her room. It's a huge mess, the girl gasped, her eyes darting away from Mikasa's face. I wasn't expecting company. Mina got her prepared in the bathroom, doing her hair and makeup, making her feel pretty in a different kind of way than when she'd gone to the gala. Tonight felt like putting on a mask. Suiting, since it was Halloween. She wished she could just quit this already. It was making her anxious, and she had no real plan for when this Kenny Ackerman fucker confronted her. She was too busy preparing herself for the act of fooling him into thinking she was Mina Carolina. If they were related, would it shock him? Would he stop attacking her to gape? It didn't matter. Ah, you look stunning, said the dance company owner, smiling sweetly at Mikasa. She was an older woman, with a hard mouth and hard eyes, and she made Mikasa feel inadequate. Mina had told her not to listen to this woman. She was tough on the self-esteem. That bodice seems a bit snug, though, don't you think? She pinched Mikasa's waist, and Mikasa took a large step back. I'm not here to look pretty, miss, she said steadily. Please don't touch me again. One of the male dancers whistled lowly as she passed, and for a moment she took it as a cat call, but she realized quickly it was admiration for what she'd said to the company owner. She paused to look at him. You've got more guts than any of us, that's for sure, the man said. He was probably in his early 20s. Mikasa realized she didn't actually know how old Mina was. You ready for this? I guess. He grimaced, scratching his cheek. He had some outrageous sideburns, and she found him amusing to look at. Look, I'm not sure what happened that you're here, pretending to be Mina, he said, but you really need to be ready. A lot can happen on stage. I've dealt with worse, Mikasa said, flattening out her fluffy skirt. Her tutu? Yeah. Her toes were aching terribly inside her point shoes, and she was wearing a corset, which didn't help her discomfort. Hey, the man said, you know everything, right? Yes, she said. Though I'm not very happy with how intimate this ballet is. His name was Tamash, she knew, and they would be sharing a lot of scenes together. She wasn't very comfortable with, well, any of it, because the ballet was all about a love triangle and she didn't like that she needed to be hanging off a man for a good portion of her dancing time. But, whatever. She'd deal. Hopefully no one would show up to see her like this. Tamash laughed at her, making her flush in embarrassment. It's not that bad, honestly, he said gently. You know everything you have to do, so just go through the motions. Oh, and try to smile. That's super important. Thanks, she said. I guess. He studied her face for a moment, looking curious. You know, he said, none of us know exactly what you're doing here. Aside from, like, protecting Mina or whatever. That's all you need to know, she said, brushing past him. The initial shock of being on stage wasn't the frightening part. The frightening part was remembering her footing while keeping her expression right, moving her body fluidly between set piece and pointing her toes, bending her feet, ply and whirl and smile and set her arms, twisting her face away at the right moments, her face flushing in embarrassment. Hands on her waist, on her arms, on her neck, on her face, she was led and then let go, left to her own movements and steps, pointed toes, pointed wrists. The music was very whimsy at first, and the more she danced the easier it was to forget about the dull throbbing of her feet, forget about Levi and forget about this entire situation. She forgot every measure of her pain and fear as she glided along with the music, her feet rising and falling in a leaping rhythm across the floor. She played the part of the coy girl in love more easily than she'd thought. She smiled, and feigned laughter, spring to and away from a crowd of dancers, into someone's arms and then allowing herself to be lifted. She felt a little sorry for Tamash, who had to lift her above his head, and when they were backstage after the first song she leaned against another dancer, gladly guzzling down the water bottle she'd offered, and glancing at him apologetically. Sorry, she mumbled, pressing her fingers to her sweaty collarbone. I'm a lot heavier than I look. Solid muscle, I spect, Tamash laughed. No worries. You were actually really good. And you smiled. He grinned broadly, and she flushed. You should smile more. Real ones. Mikasa opened her mouth to reply, but someone called out to her, and suddenly she was back on stage, moving about and bowing and rushing and pointing her toes and swinging herself along with the twiddling of a violin. There was a gap where a few others got solo dances after that, so she rested her toes for a few minutes and scouted the audience for the first time all night. Through the glare of the stage lights, her vision managed to adjust, and she saw 100 strangers staring at her, faces impassive masks in blackened theater. She felt butterflies stir in her stomach from anxiety. Kenny Ackerman was supposed to be sitting close to the front, on her left. She knew his seat, because he was her true mission, not this frivolous dancing, and she saw him in the stream of yellow and white that stole her eyes. He was a skinny man with sulky eyes and a lined, gaunt face. He was wearing a hat, and that further shadowed his grayish features, making him seem more like a ghost than any Willis in this eerie ballet. She dared herself to look around more, her eyes darting across the yellow-tinted, shadow-blanketed crowd, her eyes following heads and eyes and trying to put some recognition in those vacant faces. It was difficult to do, and it strained her vision just to squint through the rays of spotlights, but after a minute of searching, her heart thudding, her eyes met the hollow bruises that had settled into Levi's pallid face. His eyes, she realized, sickened, must have been on her the entire time. Great. Suddenly she was dancing again, her feet moving at a slower pace, the song thrumming along with every dip of her leg, every ply, every turn, and oh, did she turn. Her feet were hardly on the ground, and her body moved effortlessly, and she was blinking through the stage lights, trying to find Levi's face with every twirling motion of her body, spotting her turns only just enough to not tip over, and she felt as though she was going to puke, or that her neck would snap from whiplash, and she moved and moved without thought, her heart hurting her as it smashed against her ribs, her point shoes pushing off and sliding in constant motion with the flow of her body. Her dance ended with a bended knee, a curtsy or a bow or something of that sort, and she was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling so fast that she knew anyone could see the breadth of her ribs against the flimsy strip of cloth that was her costume's upper bodice. Tears stung her eyes, or maybe it was sweat, and she gritted her teeth. Lights were burning her skin, and her eyes, and she dared not look at Levi again, so instead she focused on Kenny Ackerman, who watched her with a dead gaze. His eyes narrowed and she wondered if he knew yet that she was not Mina Carolina. The audience clapped for her. The sequence of events in this ballet were interesting enough. The love triangle fell to pieces. Giselle was in love with a prince, Mikasa thought, or some kind of royalty, and it turns out the prince is engaged, and Giselle, well, if Mikasa were truly Giselle, she'd never let something so stupid as this hurt her so badly. She tried to imagine it was Eren, imagine what it'd be like to lose him to something so utterly ridiculous as marriage. She would not bow to such a silly adversary, nor would she allow herself to be driven insane by it. But it was strangely cathartic to let herself go, her character suddenly a mess of uneven steps and swaying limbs. Mikasa dug her fingers into her hair, feeling the eyes of the audience solely on her, and she tore at the pins that held the dark tresses, her own and the extensions, into place. Billowing black curls rolled into her eyes as her body moved erratically, madness in her steps, driven between a crowd of players and held back and pushed away, and she squirmed under grips and shoved and kicked and whirled, her long black hair swinging around and around and around, flying as she was caught by Dimash, and then, with a breath, she allowed herself to fall back. She wasn't sure of the details, but she was thankful to lie down. Giselle's death was something swift, as was her madness. The audience clapped for her. Mikasa opened her eyes as the curtain fell. Kenny Ackerman was rising from his seat. She bolted upright, flattening out her skirt, and pushing her hair back as Dimash clapped her on the back, and an older ballerina who played Giselle's mother told her she'd performed so beautifully, her madness had been so believable, and Mikasa merely choked back tears, wondering if the performance hadn't been half real. "You okay?" Dimash asked, offering a hand. She nodded mutely, brushing his hand away and rising back onto his feet. The audience was still clapping, and she realized that she had to keep Kenny Ackerman in sight, and she whirled to face Dimash, pulling her long curls behind her ears. "How many ways can you get backstage?" she asked him as they were hurried off the stage by the stage crew. Dimash said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his wrist, 3? I think. Shit. Mikasa tugged the excess bobby pins from her extensions, grimacing at the feeling of hair against her sweaty back. "Where? Does it matter?" he asked weakly. "You have to go get changed." "What?" She blinked as one of the girls tugged her arm, and she was suddenly in the dressing room, changing thoughtlessly into a pure white costume with a long, fluffy white tutu, and she suddenly envied the boys who got to wear tights and little else. She fought against one of the older women who tried to pull her hair back and pin it upright, and she jumped to her feet. "I need to go to the bathroom," she blurted. "We don't have the time," gasped the woman. Mikasa glowered at her through the satiny black curls that framed her face, and she shoved past her when the woman seemed properly intimidated. The costume was itchy, but it was more comfortable than the blue dress with the corset she had been wearing. She dodged the company founder, ducking out into a hall that connected with the theater. She blew her bangs out of her eyes, her point shoes moving softly against the tile, and she listened to the eerie quiet, blinking into the dimly lit hallway. She thought there was a door this way, and she was almost certain she was right. He couldn't be hiding, could he? This was a mess. When she passed by the door leading into the theater, she noticed there was a window. She squinted into the dim light, and she saw the shadowy lines of an older man's face, dark eyes following her movements. She watched the doorknob twist. She went running before he could slip through the door, her slippers noiseless against the floor even with the wooden tips of them. She wanted to get as far away from the stage and the theater as possible, and she glided down a flight of steps, throwing herself over a railing and twisting her body to get a look at where Kenny Ackerman was above her. She'd dropped a good 3 floors. The stairwell was quiet all except for her breathing, which sounded deafening to her ears. She heard a soft whoosh of air rushing as a body descended behind her, and she whirled around, leg flying out in a swift uppercut. He caught her by the ankle and swung her into the railing. Her spine collided with the metal pole, and she sucked in a gulp of air as the metal screeched in protest, bending under her weight. Her hair fell into her eyes, and she cursed the extensions as his fingers knotted into her curls and yanked her head back, tipping her body precariously over the open stair. His breath was hot against her face, the scent of stale tobacco and musk overwhelming her senses. Her scalp was throbbing from the sensation of all her hair threatening to rip out of her skull. Kenny Ackerman had beady eyes, pale blue and cold as they searched her face. His expression was impassive. "You," he said, a burst of hot, stinging breath hitting her eyes, "aren't Mina." Mikasa glanced over at the stairs beneath her, and she exhaled sharply. She glanced back at his aged face, and flexed her foot. "No shit, fuck face," she said dully, kicking him hard in the chest and flinging herself backwards. He was forced to let her go, but he dove right after her as she tucked her body in, and he caught her by the folds of her skirt, forcing her to land on her back against the stairs, pain spiking throughout her entire body as her head snapped back against the concrete, half tearing a hole in the step, and they rolled downwards, his knee digging into her stomach and her fist flying into his cheek. He caught her wrist, and she listened to their struggling as she snarled and kicked and flipped, her bones rattling as they both thumped down and down and down the steps, too quick for one another to properly land any real blows. He pinned her at the landing. The shock of being suddenly held down, pressure on every point of her body, was utterly terrifying. For a moment she was blinded, pain straining her skull and her ears ringing with the shrill wail of a warning signal. She blinked rapidly, shallow breaths escaping her parted lips as she wriggled and squirmed beneath the skinny man, who was much, much heavier than he looked, and she realized he was pressing an actual weight to her chest, which was making it hard to breathe. It was cold against her bare skin, and he held it there with one hand wound around her throat. "Never got a fighter like that before," he whispered. She almost rolled her eyes, but settled on glaring at him. Oh, she'd give him a fight. Bent a railing. Smashed some concrete. His fingers dug into the tender flesh behind her ears, and she choked, her eyes widening. "You wouldn't happen to be one of those, special kids, would you?" She attempted to get a hold of his arm to crush it in her fist, but he was too quick, grabbing the rectangular weight from her chest and smashing it into her forearm. She had not anticipated such quick, crippling violence, and suddenly her entire arm was on fire, and she was screaming in spite of herself, her head snapping back against tile and cracking it with the force of her skull, agony ripping through her slowly and then with the vivacity of a wave colliding with palisades. She was knocked breathless, her vision bleary, and she was now painfully aware of how dire her situation was. He wasn't fucking around. He'd kill her if he needed to. Now, he whispered, his face too close to hers, far too close. "I asked you a question." He caught her chin, and she blinked back her tears, staring into his hollow blue eyes. "Well, aren't you precious? You've never lost a fight in your life. It's almost cute, if it wasn't so gross." Her arm was throbbing so terribly that tears were springing back into her eyes. There was blood. "I can't heal," she thought numbly, "I'm not like Aaron." "Why?" Mikasa rasped, her throat dry and her voice trembling. "Why are you after Mina?" "Mina is insignificant," the man said dully. He had a chilly monotone voice, and he smelled terrible, like he'd been rotting inside for days and didn't try to mask it. "You're a far more valuable prize. Should I break your legs too, or will you come with me without a fuss?" He must want me to go back to the institute, she thought. "You think," she spat, "a weight will break my legs? Have you ever tried ballet, you motherfuck?" He backhanded her hard, and then grimaced. "Thick skull," he muttered, likely to himself. "Ha ha," she spat blood, glancing at her arm. It looked worse than it was. Bits of bone were exposed, but it was okay. She wasn't Aaron, but she still healed faster than normal people. Who carries a fucking weight around? Just a precaution, the man said. In case I end up meeting someone like you. Get off me, she said. I'm going to break your legs, he told her coldly, and then, maybe, your pretty little face. She tried to punch him, but he blocked her, seeming to know her exact move before she made it, and he peered at her quizzically. The way you fight is interesting, he said. She shook her broken, bloody arm, tears seeping through her eyelashes. If she could get the fucking weight off her, this would all be easier. Very interesting. Who taught you? She shook the weight even harder, biting her tongue as the sharp corners of the weight dug into her skin, peeling it back. Well, shit, said Kenny, his lips turning in a humorless smile. He released her neck to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. She shuddered in disgust. Get off me, get off me, get off me. Something slammed into Kenny Ackerman, throwing him to the floor and giving her back her legs and spine. She tore the weight from her arm, gritting her teeth as she pried it from the ugly, splintered wound. Blood trickled down to her fingers, staining her white costume with thick blots dotting the sheer fabric. She sat up, blinking through her tears as she listened to the scuffling of two men on the floor, fists flying, legs jerking. She held her arm carefully as she met Levi's eye, his face contorted in rage. It was rare she saw him lose his cool like this. Usually it was only when someone had done a horrendous crime. You son of a bitch, Levi said in a hollow voice as his eyes rested on her busted arm. No, Levi, said Kenny, that would be you. Mikasa jumped as Levi let out an inhuman snarl, his lips curling back to reveal his teeth, and when he tried to smash the man's nose into his skull, Kenny ducked. She watched, a little startled as they traded blows, neither man hitting one another, and they simply moved around each other, ducking, striking air, curling in and away from one another as though they could predict every step, every blow, before it ever came. She cautiously slid herself closer to the railing, hoping to shield herself or at the very least pull herself upright. She watched Levi kick at Kenny, but Kenny grabbed his ankle just as he had caught Mikasa's. Before Kenny could throw Levi at the railing, however, Levi used his momentum to push off Kenny's shoulders and propel himself backwards, crouching in front of Mikasa with one arm curving back over her protectively. She scowled at his back. Okay, tell me, Kenny said, pulling a gun out from beneath his jacket. In his other hand he held a knife. You taught her to fight. What's the girl to you? Leave her alone, Levi said quietly. Just fight me. Surprisingly enough, I'm not here for your scrawny ass. Kenny's eyes traveled to Mikasa, and she pulled the weight closer to her side, letting her blood seep onto her skirt. It's not like she'd be able to finish the show anyway. She your whore. Levi dove at him, ducking the blade and actually landing a hit, his heel colliding with the man's gut. Unfortunately, the butt of Kenny's gun smacked Levi in the temple, forcing him to tumble onto his side. Mikasa leapt to her feet, gasping, Levi. But Kenny trained his gun on her, leveling it with her left kneecap. She couldn't afford to lose a leg too. Did that hit a soft spot? Kenny asked, his voice cold and sharp and snapping like icicles from gutters, smashing into the ground and shattering across the air. She's cute. Too cute for you. She could make actual money with that face, and that body. Not to mention her, more unique qualities. You're disgusting, Levi said quietly, pushing himself to his hands and knees. Mikasa nearly lurched forward at the sight of Levi getting kneed in the gut, but she was keenly aware of the gun trained on her. She had to be careful. I thought you didn't like sex. Kenny toed Levi, hopping over his leg when it jutted out to trip him. Seems to me you do a whole lot of it. And you call me disgusting. When Levi tried to sit up, Kenny caught him by the shoulder, and they struggled for a moment before Mikasa watched Levi's face crash into the tile, cracking it cleanly. She stumbled toward him, but Kenny turned his face to her, his fingers tightening on his gun. She forced herself to freeze, throbbing arm swinging limply. Back up, girl, Kenny ordered. She didn't at first, but when Kenny's finger moved to the trigger, she took a swift step back. She was too disoriented to know for sure that she could dodge a bullet. So, are you his whore? Tell it to me true, I'm not in any mood for bullshit. Mikasa wrinkled her nose in disgust. Levi had raised his head, and his nose was a bloody mess, streams of red pressing to his swollen lips. He was giving her a look, but she found she couldn't read it. "No," she said, unable to keep the horror from her voice. "Leave her alone," Levi said through a mouthful of blood. "Let the lady speak, Levi," Kenny reprimanded, kneeling down beside Levi's crumpled body. His gun was still pointed steadily at Mikasa. Great. Had no one heard them fighting? She hoped not. It only caused trouble. "And mind your tongue. Unlike her, I don't need you alive." "You won't kill me," Levi mumbled, rising upon his elbows. He twisted his face and spat in Kenny's face, a glob of phlegm and blood slipping against the man's cheek. Mikasa flinched as Kenny backhanded him, far harder than the man had backhanded her, and if it had hurt him he made no sign of it. His lips turned into a sneer. "You think I won't gut you like the filthy pig you are?" Kenny whispered, his icy voice making Mikasa absolutely furious. He was going to pay for this. She was going to make him pay for all of this. But she couldn't move. Not while he had that gun on her. So she watched as the man nicked behind Levi's ear with the tip of his knife, humming as he said, "When was the last time you cut your hair? I thought I taught you proper hygiene." Oh, Mikasa thought, nauseated as her eyes darted between the two men. The similarities were striking but the differences were clear. Levi wasn't cruel. He was mean, callous, and annoying, yeah, but he never meant any harm. This man wanted to make Levi suffer. "Maybe," Levi snapped, his mouth a bubble of blood and saliva, "you should have taught me less about hygiene, and more about people. Did you not learn that at horse school?" Kenny asked coldly. Levi winced as though he'd been struck again, and Mikasa swallowed the lump in her throat. Her entire arm, and some of her side, was enveloped in a fiery sort of agony, and everything was hurting to move. "Nice," Levi croaked. "Nice. Your jokes are almost as bad as your stench. Is this really happening?" Mikasa leaned back against the railing behind her, utterly stunned by the maturity level here. It was like watching two grown-ass men play the most dangerous version of the name game ever. So far it seemed Levi only got really pissed when Kenny attacked Mikasa, or her virtue, or whatever. He should know better than to let things like that get to him. No matter who's saying them. "You still haven't answered me," Kenny sighed. "You know I'm not that patient. Tell me what this girl is to you. Or I'll shoot both her kneecaps out." Levi laughed. Mikasa was momentarily amazed, because the sound was so foreign to her, and it sounded like a cross between a gurgle and a dying kitten. He sat up straight, and he stared into Kenny's hollow eyes. He showed his red-stained teeth, which glistened against the dim light of the stairwell. "You wanna know how quick we'll get a crowd if you shoot that gun?" Levi hung his head back, coughing on blood. "Be my guest." Interestingly enough, Kenny paused, his eyes narrowing at Mikasa's face. No gun meant no holding back. She would break this man like a toothpick. He knows Levi's moves, she realized, because he must have taught him how to fight. And Levi taught me how to fight. Which means I can't fight like myself. I have to use a different style if I want to beat him. Then, before she could so much as budge, she heard the sound of a blade sinking into soft flesh. Levi buckled in place, and Mikasa didn't understand how he could have let that happen, how stupid he was to let something like a knife get to him. As he pulled the knife out, Levi's fingers flew to the open wound, pressing against it to staunch the flow of blood. Kenny wiped off the blood on Levi's suit coat, glancing at him with a bored expression. "Don't look so surprised. I told you I'd gut you, you little bastard whore." Mikasa lurched forward, ignoring the blazing pain in her arm, and she whirled so fast on point, her toes protesting in agony as she spun and kicked the man in the throat with the wooden tips of her point shoes. While her foot was in the air, she let her heel collide with a pressure point in his shoulder, and then the reared back, dropping from point and ducking his knife as it flashed above her head. She lifted herself on her toes, winding her leg around his forearm, digging her point shoe into his chest and dropping from point, smiling as she heard a satisfying pop. His gun fell from his useless hand, his dislocated shoulder forcing his arm to hang limply as she flipped back onto her good hand, recalling her gymnastic training with Jean, and she dodged another swift uppercut from his knife. Instead of continuing on with this, she cartwheeled one-handed right over the fallen gun, and steadied herself upright. The drifts of red-stained, snowy fabric flowed down against her ankles. She pointed the gun between his eyes. "Leave him alone," she said, gripping the gun with one hand, feeling for the trigger. Kenny tilted his head. "You're much better than him," he informed her, his voice croaking. "More creative." "Yeah, I don't give a shit," she said, pressing the barrel of the gun to his forehead. She saw his fingers tighten against the knife in his fist, and she blocked his arm by kicking her leg above her head as she'd done numerous times that night, and she used her broken arm to grasp the knife by the blade, hissing through her teeth as she pried it out of his hands, blood slick on her steel-bitten fingers. Kenny Ackerman's eyes seemed to finally get a good look at her. They flashed, and he stared at her in mild awe. "His daughter," he said, sounding almost fond. "Not what I expected." "Shut up," she whispered, her finger on the trigger. Her heart was thudding so hard, and her arm and hand and feet were aching, throbbing, agonizing. Everything was on fire, and nothing could be moved without a blinding rush of pain flooding over her senses. "I'm impressed," he said, breathing his tobacco-scented breath into her face. "Genuinely. I never thought my son would raise such a wonderful killer." Mikasa's mouth went dry. She lifted the gun from his forehead, and she took a step back. "Leave," she whispered. He stared at her. He looked disappointed. "Go!" she screamed, her voice cracking in distress, and she waved the gun at glowing red exit sign a flight of stairs away. Slowly Kenny turned from her, moving down the stairwell at an excruciating pace. When he made it to the landing, he looked back up at her. She took aim quickly, and squeezed the trigger. The sound was deafening, but she was already a little deaf to the world, and she watched with some satisfaction as the bullet tore through his good shoulder, spilling his blood onto the floor. That'd be enough to prove he'd been there. His fingerprints would be on the hilt of the knife, since she hadn't touched it. She watched as he escaped hastily out the door, hobbling as he bled. After a few moments, she dropped the gun and the knife and slid to her knees at Levi's side. Her skirt was half soaked in blood now, deepening red blooming across the once pretty white fabric. He was staring at her, looking a little dazed, with his hands against his stomach and his bloody mouth parted. "Levi," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Why?" he muttered, blood smacking against his lips. "Are you apologizing?" "For getting angry, I guess," she whispered. "And for letting this happen." "This happened," Levi said, his breaths heavy and shallow, "because I was stupid, Carlos, scared. You." She searched his face, listening to his ragged breaths. "Scared? It's not impossible, you little bitch." He closed his eyes, and she quickly touched his face, whispering feverishly, "No, no, no, you don't get to sleep." He opened his eyes again, blinking. "I'm not gonna die," he said flatly. "He missed the shit I need. Think he hit me where I got hit in Rome. Figures. Were you drinking last night because?" Mikasa had only just thought of it, and as he turned his face away, she felt painfully guilty. "Didn't you want to tell me something? This wasn't." He coughed, spraying blood across her shoulder. He grimaced and tried to wipe it off, but since his fingers were blood-slicked, it didn't work out so well. "This wasn't what I had in mind, but I guess you could assume a little bit about my, past from what that fuckface said to me." "He kept calling you a whore," Mikasa said. He grimaced. He tried to speak, but all that came out was a gurgling sound, blood filming his mouth. Mikasa instinctively wrapped her arms around him, letting him slump against her. She felt as though she was taking care of a child, and not the man that had practically raised her. She didn't mind, though. In fact, she liked this. It made her feel needed, for once, and he let her hug him, even going so far as to press his cheek to her collarbone. She rested her chin in his hair. "Did you like the ballet?" He grunted against her skin, bloody smearing against her shoulder. His words were muffled as he spoke, and thick with blood. "Very touchy. But, whatever, you looked happy." I was acting, she said quietly. You can't act worth a dime, Mikasa. She ignored that, deciding it wasn't worth the fight. We need to get to a hospital, she whispered as the sound of running feet filled the stairwell. No. Yes. You go to the hospital, he mumbled into her shoulder. She could feel his blood seeping against her stomach. She was growing terrified for him. I'll go home, take a nap. Don't be such a baby. She sighed against his hair, her head pounding, her arm throbbing, her heart thudding. She was glad for him. She was glad he was so protective of her, even though she didn't need his protection, and she was glad he seemed to care about her so much. She had never noticed before how much he cared. It was genuinely heartwarming. She smiled against his hair, despite the smell of blood and smoke that hounded him, and she raised her head when a few faces poked over the railing above them to see the damage done. They spotted her, all red and white and holding a limp body, and one of them screamed. Mikasa called up to them, her voice breaking from the pain, can somebody call an ambulance? I fucking hate you. Levi whispered. No, Mikasa thought happily, resting her chin back against his hair, you don't. Chapter 24, Imitation of a God. Imitatio Dei. Salem, Oregon. ADPR. Calendar is November's, 2766 A.U.C. Levi's a grown-up, Aaron, Heng was saying to him, as Jean examined his guns with a bored expression. He can make his own grown-up choices. But he really shouldn't have been drinking, Aaron said, his voice pleading with them so they'd understand why this was so important. Jean glanced at him. They were in the jet on their way to Connie's house to check on Petra. Jean had told both of them to keep the location away from Armin. When Aaron had asked why, Jean had shrugged and said that's just what Armin had told him. Look, Heng said gently, I'll check it out. But seriously, I can't stop Levi from drinking if he wants to drink. I'm not his nanny. Aaron scowled, settling back into his seat. Jean was glaring at him, as he tended to, and Aaron was kinda sick of his attitude already. Why did he get this mission? What the fuck were Reiner and Berthold doing? Aaron knew Historia and Armin were preparing to head out to Washington, D.C., after finding out that they were fucking siblings, because that was something that had happened. He'd reacted as calmly as one would expect. What the sweet lovin' fuck are you even talking about? He'd blurted at Armin when he had pulled Aaron into the boys' bathroom at school to tell him. She's my sister. Armin squeezed Aaron's hands, his blue eyes glowing in strange awe of his own words. Aaron could feel his apprehension and fear, but also his excitement. We have the same mom. Isn't it so strange? Aaron had still been trying to process the word sister. That's one word for it. And Mikasa had that ballet. Aaron was kinda disappointed he had to miss that. He was also a little worried about her. He'd never seen her act like that before, and he was scared that maybe now wasn't the best time for her to be alone. He still had the taste of her in his mouth, the strange flow of mint tea burning his tongue. Aaron didn't know how Armin handled the sensations of tasting people all the time. It made him a little sick to his stomach, even though Mikasa had a pleasant, warm taste. Hey, Aaron said suddenly, twisting to face Jean. The guy looked surprised, and a little irritated that Aaron was talking to him. You saw Annie, right? Recently? Yeah. Jean grimaced, his long face scrunching in distaste. It sucked. Seems like anything involving Annie sucks, Aaron sighed, rubbing his head furiously. Jean glanced at him, giving him a peculiar look. You said you don't think she's in control of her actions, right, Jean? Heng chirped from the pilot's chair. Jean nodded mutely. What could force her to do such horrible things, I wonder? Ilse said it was because she loved her, Jean said quietly. That's creepy, they sighed. Really creepy. Poor Annie. Poor Annie, Jean echoed dully. Quit pitying her, Aaron snapped. Jean shot him a look, disgust twisting about his features. She doesn't need our pity, she needs our help. She didn't seem so willing when I tried, Jean said sharply. What makes you think you can convince her? Because I actually know her, maybe. Aaron rolled his eyes. Jean didn't argue with him, surprisingly. It was true, though. Aaron had actually been Annie's friend before this debacle, while Jean had been nothing but an acquaintance. Aaron was desperately clinging to the fact that Annie could be saved, somehow. He couldn't hate her, and he couldn't leave her alone to some psychopath from the Institute who'd only manipulate her into stealing more lives. No. Aaron was a hero. He was gonna fucking save her. Somehow. Aaron didn't actually know Jean very well. In fact, Aaron wasn't sure, but he thought this might be the first mission they actually had together. It was hard to tell when all the days started blurring together, missions never succeeding quite as planned. Their mission today was to take Petra from Connie's house to Rico's apartment in San Francisco. It was safer if she wasn't with a teammate. For a little while they were all actually quiet, nothing but the sound of the wind rushing over the plane's wings filling the vacuous space. Aaron thought about his mother, about the information Jean had given them about Amir and Ilse, and he felt so stupidly confused. He wanted to make Amir pay for what she had done to his mother. But there was something just not right about this entire situation. Stop it! Jean snapped suddenly, throwing a scathing look Aaron's way. Aaron blinked in confusion, turning to face the boy. Jean is rubbing the back of his neck, looking furious and a little uncomfortable as he pulled at his collar. I didn't do anything, Aaron said, sneering at Jean. Calm the fuck down. Hey, Hang said sharply, do I have to put this thing on autopilot? No. Aaron and Jean said reluctantly in unison, shooting glares at one another. This was already a little too annoying to bear. He hoped the mission wouldn't take long. In truth, Aaron had calmed down slightly since he'd returned from Italy. He still wanted to smash Amir's face into a brick wall, but hey. He wondered if she had healing abilities, like Annie and him. That meant he could prolong some real hurting. But, well, he wasn't exactly the type to torture. He just wanted to beat her up and just understand. Maybe. Aaron felt tired. Maybe this was what it was like to grow up. Dulled senses and dulled motivations. He supposed it was a good thing that he no longer felt the vicious need to rip Amir's intestines out of her gut and strangle her with them. He didn't want to be a murderer, and he didn't even know if Amir actually deserved it. This was fucking stupid. What had she been doing in his house, anyway? They landed in Oregon around the time you'd expect trick-or-treaters to be out. The sun had only just barely sunk below the horizon, and the shady streets were bathed in the grayscale twilight, coupled by the spill of yellow street lamps flickering on. Aaron rolled his shoulders, feeling a little chilly in this late October air. Wind was hissing past his ears, and clouds rolled dimly across the sky, threatening to spit rain across the festive night. I wish we could have gone trick-or-treatin', Aaron said suddenly as they passed a group of children garbed in outrageous costumes. They were on Connie's street, and Hang was leading them confidently, grinning broadly at all the little kids rushing about. What are you, 12? Jean scoffed. Aaron gave him a sharp, incredulous stare. I spent a good chunk of my childhood in a lab, Aaron said fiercely. You wanna fucking go? Jean looked momentarily remorseful as he turned his face away. Hang laughed, turning their face back at them and shaking her head. Don't mind him, they said. He's always been grumpy about Halloween. In truth, he'd always been grumpy about the fact that he'd never gotten to go trick-or-treating with Mikasa and Armin. And now, the first year they actually could, they were all stuck on separate missions. Again. When are they gonna send us out together? He wondered. We'd kick ass. Hang leapt up onto Connie's stoop, pounding on the door as Jean and Aaron avoided each other's eyes. There had to be a reason Jean didn't like him. Aaron knew there had to be a reason, but he really couldn't think of one. Damn. Like, they barely knew each other. This was kinda ridiculous. The door swung open, and Connie appeared with a bowl of candy held under one arm. He took one look at them, and there was a momentary flash of panic as his eyes fell on Aaron's face. And then he leaned back, his dark face contorting in confusion. Don't you people ever call? He squeaked. Expect the unexpected. Hang chirped. Can we come in? Connie looked down at his feet, shuffling as he stepped aside. Sure. I guess. Aaron sensed something was off immediately. Connie was watching him with an unusual wariness as they stepped into his home, his eyes following Aaron's back as he walked. A boy came running into the room, tiny and grinning through the hole in the mouth of his fleshy rogue mask. Aaron was initially startled to see his monstrous face on such a tiny body, and he watched the boy raise his fists and let out a pitiful little roar, taking a swing at Connie. Connie was far too fast to be hit, though, and he grimaced as he glanced at Aaron. "I'm his brother, and I'm not even his favorite hero," Connie said glumly. "Thanks for that." "Glad to help," Aaron said, struck dumb by the sight of a little kid dressed up as him. The boy pulled the rogue mask up, blinking his dark eyes up at Aaron's face in wonder. "Holy crap," the boy gasped, bouncing in place. "No way. No way, no way. Connie, you didn't say Rogue was coming, you weenie." "Weenie," Jean repeated quietly, snorting into his hand. "I didn't know Rogue was coming here," Connie sighed, shooting a glare at the three of them. "It was a little half-hearted. Or else I would have cleaned up. Or something. The house is totally clean, though," the boy said blankly. "Yeah, whatever, shut up and go bother Mari." "Mari is getting ready," the boy whined, "and Eliza's already gone, I think, she went with her friends." "Are you going trick-or-treating with us, Connie?" "Are Petra and why?" "Yeah, no," Connie said sharply, grabbing the boy by the shoulders and whirling him around. "The only people taking you out tonight are Mom and Dad." "What about Sasha?" he asked eagerly. "She likes me better than you." "That's because you shared a Twix bar with her, not because she actually likes you." Connie shoved the boy into the hallway. "Go tell Mom and Dad to just take you already, Mark, holy shit. Can I get a picture with Rogue?" Mark gasped. "No." Connie rubbed his forehead furiously, looking ready to hurl something at Mark in order to force him to leave. "God, you're annoying." "Yeah, you love me?" Mark cackled, rushing out of the room. "I'd love you in a ditch," Connie muttered, turning to face them again. He smiled guiltily. "Sorry." Full house. That gets him overexcited, for some reason. "Can't imagine where he gets it from," Jean said dryly. "Ha ha." Connie rolled his eyes. "Cute, Jean. Real cute. So what's the deal?" "We got a mission." "Nah," Hang said. "You don't. We're just here to pick up Petra and move her to a safer location." "Oh," Kane said, his eyes widening. "Dang. Oh, okay. She's not really ready to leave." "We have plenty of time," Hang said. They were smiling brightly as Connie looked away, his muscles taut. "Actually, I kinda want to talk to your parents." "Oh God," Connie croaked, his eyes bulging out of his head. Hang laughed easily, shaking their head. "Don't worry." They gasped. "Seriously, I just want to give them a heads up about the team, make sure they're okay with everything. I don't really get the chance to meet the kids' parents. Ever." They smiled warmly, and shrugged. "It's a nice change. But, my parents are like..." Connie looked a little miserable as he slumped. "Oh, whatever. Mom. Company." His voice echoed strangely through the house, allowing a silence to fall over them. Aaron looked around curiously, his eyes moving from the deserted living room to the shoes piled near the doorway, some caked with mud, some bent and worn, some small, some busted beyond repair. Aaron turned his face toward Connie's mother as she stepped out of the hallway, blinking curiously at them. "Hello," she said. She was a woman with a face a lot like Connie's, her eyes and mouth and cheeks the same. She had a long nose, though, and a pointed chin. Her complexion was dark, like Connie's, and lined from age. She looked clearly astonished to see them. "Hang, right? It's nice to see you again. How's that boy doing?" "Armin is a lot better," Hang said, smiling brightly. Aaron had to look away to hide his face. Liar, he thought. Armin wasn't doing any better at all. He just pretended like he was. Everyone could tell he was just faking smiles, trying to get through the day without hiccup. Aaron was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He felt like Armin was constantly burrowing himself further into his mind, and shutting out as many people as he possibly could. And, how was Aaron supposed to help? None of them knew what was wrong, let alone how to fix it. And Armin's refusal to see a doctor about it made it all the worse. It made sense, but wasn't Armin's health more important than their secrets? We need to find my dad, Aaron thought. For Armin. Do you know what was wrong with him? Connie's mother asked worriedly. Her lips thinned out as she glanced between the three of them. Connie was standing behind her, staring into the bowl of candy with a pensive expression. Armin's power deals with telepathy and empathy, Hang said slowly. There was a lot of grief in the air that day. I think it just overwhelmed him. Once again, a lie. Aaron couldn't even say anything, because he didn't know what to say to counter her words. They just didn't know. What were the hallucinations and the seizures? What did any of it mean? Ah, said Connie's mother. She nodded, glancing at Connie. I understand. Was there something in particular you wanted? Yeah. Hang beamed, rocking back on their heels. Yeah, actually, well, there's a lot I wanted to talk to you about. Last time I was here I didn't exactly have the time to chat. Hang had their people smile on. It was dim enough not to freak people out, and it was so familiar to Aaron to watch them play different parts in order to appease people. They knew how to act, that was for sure. Aaron had always admired them for it, but sometimes it was strange to see. He didn't know what to think of the fake Hang. He didn't delude himself into thinking they were happy all the time. On the contrary, he knew Hang to be eccentric, but not foolish. They were often angry or sad just as often as they were bouncing off the walls with excitement. They just didn't like to show that so plainly. No, Connie's mother said, I guess not. Well, actually, I was just about to head out with my son and husband. If it's a problem, one of us can stay here, or you can come with us. You're inviting me to go trick-or-treating with you. Hang's eyes lit up significantly. You are angelic. Truly angelic. Hang and Aaron had gone trick-or-treating once, which had led to a disaster that had ended with Hang's leg in a cast, and Aaron at the bottom of the Hudson. He'd gotten out, of course, but damn, it hadn't been a fun experience. I'm sure the kids can be trusted here, Connie's mother said, smiling gently. Connie stared at her incredulously, and gaped at her as she passed by him. Let me go tell my husband, okay? Mom, are you? Connie looked almost infuriated. Wow, she is, okay. Y'all gonna be alright here? Hang asked, turning to face them. They reached out and ruffled Aaron's hair, and he blinked rapidly up at them. Are you making fun of my accent? He asked with a frown, ducking out from under her fingers. Hang smiled sweetly. Oh, Aaron, they said, their voice lowering into a soft drawl, course not. Where is your accent even from, anyway? Jean asked suddenly. Aaron glanced at the boy dubiously, surprised that the boy was asking such an innocent question. Oklahoma, Aaron answered after a few moments of silence. Huh, Jean said. He nodded slowly, awkwardly. Maybe he was getting over whatever weird dislike he had for Aaron. Jean turned his attention to Connie. So, where's Petra? Connie bit his lip, looking a little uncertain as he glanced between them. Aaron watched him curiously. In the attic. What the fuck is she doing there? Aaron scoffed. Connie's eyes widened momentarily, and he looked a little terrified as he stood there, his mouth opening and staying open. His voice broke a little as he spoke, revealing his distress. We keep our old photos up there, he squeaked. She's been looking through them. Hoping to, find answers, or something. I don't know. Well, it sounded fair enough. If not for Connie's terrible ability to keep his anxiety in check. He was clearly hiding something from them. It was written in his taut muscles, in his thin lips, in the layer of sweat on his brow. It was written in the way his eyes were darting away from them, unable to meet their gazes. It was his entire demeanor, and it had been that way since they'd walked in. But what the fuck could Connie be hiding, anyway? Hang ended up leaving with Connie's mother, father, and brother. It was likely they just wanted to get them in private to have like, grown-up conversations, or whatever. It was so strange to Aaron, seeing Hang act grown up. Like they were a completely different person altogether, and the world had suffered a shift in balance, and now had to be seen at a crooked angle. "Don't burn the house down," Hang teased, knocking Aaron playfully over the head. Aaron glowered at them, batting away at their hand and ducking their attempts to catch him by the hood. Yeah, he said blandly. "Have fun." "Whatever." Connie's mother was hushing Mark as she turned to Connie, her lips pursed. "Make sure Petra's all ready to go by the time we get back," she said. "Sure." Connie scratched his cheek, and he nodded uncertainly. "Yeah." Mark paused before Aaron, pushing up his mask to deliver a toothy grin, eyes alight with anticipation and awe. "When we get back," he gasped, bouncing back on his heels, "you've gotta sign this for me." "The mask." Aaron's eyebrows shot up, and he glanced at Hang desperately for support. They only smiled brightly, eyes twinkling as they turned to Connie's father and brightly asked him what he did for a living. Okay. I mean, yeah. Definitely. Sweet." Mark cried, punching the air triumphantly. The mask fell down over his face once more, and he laughed as he whirled away from Aaron, ducking under Jean's arm and jumping up to his mother's side. "You're so much cooler than Connie." "What the hell, Mark?" Connie groaned, clapping his hands against his forehead in disbelief. "Ugh, go. Just go. You should be nicer to your brother, Connie," his father warned. "Are you kidding?" Connie squeaked miserably, flinging his arms into the air. "I can't win." It was strange, watching Connie interact with his parents. Aaron only vaguely remembered his own experiences dealing with his mother. Her nagging was constant, and her anger severe. She always made him do things, stretch and walk and try a little harder and carry this and reach for that and sit down and stretch some more. Maybe she thought that if he just exercised his limbs enough they'd keep working, somehow. He remembered the smell of her hair as she tucked him into bed, kissing both his knees before pulling the blanket over him, and then kissing his forehead. Lilacs stung his nostrils, a scent he knew all too well. After the adults and Mark actually left, Jean and Aaron just glanced at each other. It seemed Aaron wasn't the only one who had noticed the strangeness of it all. Connie was definitely hiding something. As Aaron read Jean's face, the way his brow knitted, he could tell the boy knew it too. Then Aaron looked to Connie, who was standing awkwardly with his thumb against his lips, biting away at his cuticles as his eyes darted quickly to a door that looked to be a designated closet, something close to the front door but not too far from the hall. Aaron could hear the boy's teeth crack as they tore at his skin. "So?" Aaron's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Petra?" "Yeah." Connie blinked dazedly, and he nodded fast. "Yeah, I'll go get her." "Why can't we come?" Aaron asked, checking his phone quickly to make a point. "We've got some time to kill, right? We could probably help Petra get her stuff together. Or at least investigate more of your grandpa's photos," Jean said. He was picking at his own fingernails, looking a little bored. But Aaron could tell that he was just as suspicious, and just as confused with this ordeal. There was something wrong here. Something just didn't feel right. Connie's eyes flashed wide. No, you can't go up there." "Why?" Aaron scoffed. "It's just an attic. It's not safe." Connie's voice cracked as he waved his hands hurriedly, his eyes bulging out of his head, his lips parting in horror. "I mean, for too many people, you know? The floor's totally about to cave. Me and Petra, we're tiny shit, we won't break the floor, but add you two and we might as well say bye-bye to this entire room." "Yeesh." Aaron quirked an eyebrow. He didn't buy it. "I don't even weigh that much." "Jean, yeah, maybe, but I doubt I weigh more than you," Jean sneered. "I doubt it." "Yeah." Aaron turned to face Jean, observing his furious expression with a mild stare. "You wanna bet, Starshine?" "Yeah, no." Connie stepped between them, looking suddenly much more composed. His acute brows were furrowed, and his lips were pressed thinly together. "No fist fights in the house. We can totally take it outside," Jean said coolly. Oh man, Aaron said, lips pulling back into a wide grin. Love to. But it ain't fair to pick on such a newbie fighter. Aaron reeled back in surprise as a fist came centimeters from his nose, freezing in midair as it was caught by a blur of a hand, shaking against Connie's grip. Jean's teeth were bared, his shoulders rigid, and Aaron could only inwardly laugh at how gullible this guy was. How stupid. God, Aaron wanted to beat the shit out of him. Wait. Not the mission. Not important. Well, some other time, probably. Quit it, Connie said, shoving Jean's fist away. Look, I don't know what you guys are on right now, but you've gotta grow a pair, or something, because we don't have the time to bicker. Pick fights on your own time. Behold, Jean said with a smirk, the voice of reason. I'm gonna punch you if you don't stop, Connie warned, though he was smiling minutely. Yeah, whatever. Aaron was about to retort when a girl appeared from the hall, dark eyes flashing between the three of them. She was wearing her short hair slicked back and parted neatly, her very acutely turned eyebrows managed somehow in order to make them appear less prominent. She was wearing a white suit, old-fashioned in style with a high waist and very long coat tails. She studied them for a few moments before looking pointedly at Connie. Did Mom and Dad leave? Connie's sister, then. Mari? She was pretty, but kinda weird to look at. Her face was strange. Too sharp, maybe? Aaron was reminded, vaguely, of Amir's face as he peered at the girl's dark complexion. It wasn't too noticeable, but Aaron remembered the picture of Amir in a suit from the Beta Squad mission. They looked strangely similar, and it made Aaron uncomfortable. Yeah, just now. Connie didn't look at his sister, but he did vibrate in place, his expression anxious. What the fuck are you supposed to be, a waiter? Jay Gatsby, Mari corrected, appearing unfazed. She pulled out her phone, checking it quickly, and Connie looked a little exasperated. Don't tell me you're leaving now too, Connie said quickly, his words melting into one another, fast-paced and barely comprehensible. I'm not sticking around to be stuck on candy duty with you, Mari said, rolling her eyes. She glanced up from her phone, and nodded curtly. Hey, Jean. Hi, Marigold, Jean said. Aaron was a little confused about how they knew one another until he remembered that everyone had gone to a funeral here except him. Who are you? Mari asked, turning her eyes upon Aaron. Before Aaron could answer, she shook her head and said quickly, No, wait, let me guess. Rogue, right. Congrats. Connie cried, throwing his hands into the air. You identified Aaron, the one hero you haven't actually met. Great job. You can cut back the tood, little dude, Mari sneered. She brushed past them, waving back offhandedly. I'll be back by midnight, probably. Good luck with the attic situation. Seriously. Connie exhaled sharply, glowering at Mari's back as she kicked a few shoes out of the way of the front door. She smiled back at him sweetly before she exited the house, laughing a little as the door slammed shut. Connie slumped, and Aaron saw his eyes, the way they fluttered wide in terror. He was so bad at hiding things. Aaron had to suppose they were lucky no one had come for Petra, because he was really not equipped for the pressure. You know, your sister is kinda hot, Jean said quietly, his eyes lingering on the door. Aaron couldn't help but roll his eyes, and Connie snorted in response. Yeah, well, she's gay as fuck, so. Connie smiled brightly, and he chirped, good luck with that. Hey, I wasn't gonna ask her out. Jean leaned back in alarm. I was just saying. She kinda looks like Amir, Aaron said darkly. Jean and Connie fell silent, staring at him vacantly. Jean turned to Connie, his brow furrowed. Does he not know? He asked slowly. Do I not know what? Aaron asked sharply as Connie's expression transformed in alarm, his mouth parting and his eyes darting. Once again he looked anxious and a little terrified. Connie scratched his scalp, his fingers running in a blur across his stubble. Shit. Look, I don't know how to explain it. How about, Jean said, rolling his eyes, you tell him about the photograph of your great-aunt Amir. Great-aunt. Aaron's eyes flashed to Connie's startled face, and he felt his confusion only grow. What the fuck is he talking about? Emir's like 16, or something, she can't be a great aunt. Yeah, okay, Connie sighed. Okay, look. It's not easy to explain. So, I'm not gonna explain it. He squeezed his eyes shut as Aaron spluttered in aggravation. Connie held up one finger, and then in a great gust of wind he was gone, and a closet door was open, crashing against the wall, and there was a ladder pulled down within it. Aaron stood for a moment, his brow furrowing and his anger spiking. What the fuck, Connie? Aaron shouted, marching toward the closet door. Jean hung back while Aaron stopped at the ladder, craning his neck to peer up at the hole in the ceiling. There was some muffled words floating through the floorboards, and Aaron heard his name, and the rushed staccato of Connie's words. Connie. Hold on. Connie called. 1 SEC, okay. No fucking way. Aaron gripped the ladder, but found himself reluctant to climb it. Tell me what the fuck is going on. Right now. Do you always overreact? Jean stated in an amused tone. Shut up, Aaron snapped back at him. He turned his head back up to the attic. Damn it, Connie. What's going on? Things are confusing enough without all these fucking secrets. Calm down. Connie poked his head out of the hole, his eyes wide and beseeching. Please. You've gotta be calm, or else we won't be able to figure anything out. I'm perfectly fucking calm, you big ol'. Connie, please move, a soft voice said. A head of strawberry blonde hair was suddenly in Connie's place, warm eyes shadowed by the dim light of the attic. Petra Rao smiled gently, waving as she knelt over the trapdoor. It's nice to see you again, Aaron. Yeah, Aaron said, his nerves chilling a little at the sight of her. Yeah, hey, Petra. What's going on? Oh, Petra sighed, shaking her head. She glanced away, toward something else in the attic, and Aaron heard muttering. Who was Connie talking to? Oh, it's so hard to explain. Here, let me get down. Aaron moved away from the ladder quickly, watching Petra easily slip down the rungs and land gracefully on her feet. She smiled warmly up at him, dusting off her skirt, which was black and flaring around her hips. He saw that dust clung to the folds of the fabric, and he wondered how long she'd been up there. Who? She laughed, shaking out her limp waves of hair, as she squinted through the light of the living room. I could go for some fresh air. Oh. Hey, Jean. She beamed at the other boy in the room, who smiled and waved a little uncertainly. I'm going to assume I've been reassigned. Yeah, Aaron said, frowning. Sorry. You can't go home just yet. We haven't had any ill sightings since Jean. Oruo keeps bothering me, Jean said, his expression twisting. He's always like, whining about how no one's attacked the apartment yet, and stuff. I think he just wants to kill someone, honestly. He thinks he can beat anyone because he's got so many weapons stashed, Petra sighed, shaking her head in disbelief. Tell him to quit being so stupid. I already did, Jean said. He doesn't listen. She smiled wanly, and shrugged. Yeah, I'd expect that much, honestly. She turned her attention to Aaron, and clasped her hands behind her back. So, how's Levi? Ah, Aaron thought triumphantly. Right, someone I can talk to about this. He got into a fight with Mikasa this morning, Aaron said unthinkingly. He watched her eyes flash wide with concern, and he quickly continued. He was hungover, and she got really mad because of it, and she actually stormed out of the house. Like, you know Mikasa, right? She never loses her cool like this, not unless she's really upset, and she was. Hang told me that there wasn't anything we can do to stop him from drinking, but, like, I don't think that's true. Aaron paused, and he scratched the back of his neck. She was staring at him with a sad smile. Aaron was surprised, because she didn't look surprised at all. How much do you know about Levi's past? She asked tentatively. Aaron swallowed thickly, his thoughts running backward to the blunt conversations he had had with the man in Europe. A lot, he admitted, averting his gaze. I mean, not detailed shit, but enough. Right. Petra nodded as he glanced back at her. More than Mikasa, I imagine. Maybe. He doesn't like to tell Mikasa about himself, she sighed. He loves her too much, I think. They have a strange relationship. Yeah. Eren shot a glare at Jean when he snorted at that. I mean, they're so much alike, it ain't surprising. But what if this, becomes a problem? You mean, what if Levi relapses? She pursed her lips, turning her eyes up toward the ceiling. Well, he's got a lot more support than he used to. I don't think there would be much of a problem getting him into rehab. But... He studied her face curiously. She watched him with a small smile. You don't think it'll come to that? I think something must have triggered Levi, she said firmly. It's more likely that he needs a good talk than anything else. Mikasa getting angry won't help him. Next time you see her, try to convince her to go talk to him. Really talk. Maybe even get him to tell her about the things he's tried to hide from her. Okay. He nodded eagerly, his eyes wide as he smiled gratefully. Thank you. That's a lot better than Hank's answer. Hank doesn't know Levi like I do, she said with a shrug. That's not any fault of theirs, but trust me, Levi isn't the type of person you want to leave alone for very long. He's pretty self-destructive. I've noticed, he said, his throat dry. Sounds like Levi's been in some nasty shit, Jean observed. He didn't sound surprised. It's not pleasant, Petra sighed, but he's managed. He's very strong. Yep, got that, Jean said with a sharp laugh. So what exactly is going here? Why is Connie so jumpy? Petra's smile tightened, and she ran her fingers through her hair. Her eyes darted to Eren's face, and they became very apologetic. He found himself taken aback. What the hell was so bad? Well, she said, digging into the pocket of her sweater and withdrawing her phone. It's honestly not surprising. I heard you asking about Ymir, by the way, so. She flicked through her phone. Hold on, I have that picture in here, ah. She turned the phone toward Eren, and took a step back. There. Eren looked down at the phone and saw that it was a photo taken of a photo. It was black and white, easily nearly a century old, with a hazy lens that made it a little difficult to process what he was looking at. But it seemed to be a solemn-looking little girl and a woman who could only be her mother, the girl's dark hair and dark skin and freckles standing out amongst the grainy picture. It looked a whole lot like Ymir, but it was so hard to tell from the quality. It was a photograph of an old photograph, something that wasn't in great shape to begin with. Eren didn't get it. He said, okay. That was a picture I took, Jean said, before Ilse stole my phone. Of a photograph from Connie's grandpa's funeral. Mari told me it was of their great-aunt Ymir, but on the back of the photo it said the girl's name was Ilse. Also, that she was dead. We assume. What the fuck? Eren's brain hurt. Majorly. Wait, wasn't Ymir's grandma's name Ilse? No, Petra sighed. Eren and Jean focused their attention on her, and she smiled grimly. Please don't get angry. But I think we're going to get some answers, and the only way that's going to happen is if we all stay calm. Okay. Yeah, sure. Eren nodded eagerly. Just tell us. I'm not really the best one to explain it, she said. She turned toward the open closet door, and she called gently, guys, come down. I think it's okay now. Connie was at her side in a second, his eyes downcast. Don't freak out, he blurted, raising his eyes to Eren's. He already knew what was coming, he realized, before Ymir even descended from the attic. It took both Jean and Connie to keep him from leaping at her, and he found himself screaming profanities as he thrashed against Jean's arms, his eyes widening and his heart hurting in fear and anxiety and, of course, rage. Why? Why would they do this? Ymir was a killer. A cold-hearted bitch. It was hypocritical of him, of course, and he knew it. He forgave Annie for Marco's murder, which she was directly responsible for, while he demonized Ymir for his mother's death when he knew that she'd been unstable at the time. But he couldn't help it. If it weren't for her, his mother would still be alive. She'd be alive. And where would I be? He thought, twisting against Jean's tightening grip. Barely functioning? How bad would the disease have gotten by now? I'd be almost dead. Aaron. Petra cried. Aaron, you have to calm down. It's not what you think. She killed my mom. He snarled. She killed her. Ding dong, Emir said, her drawl grating against his ears. She looked exhausted, her dark eyes hollow as she stared at him. You're wrong. Are you fucking joking? Aaron gritted his teeth as he fell back against Jean, wincing as his arm was twisted behind his back. This isn't a fair fight, he thought, glaring at Connie's bald little head. I know you killed her. I was there. Oh golly gosh. Emir snorted, and shook her head. So was I, you dunce. Just, you know, not totally. What the fuck does that mean? Aaron spat. It was an accident, Emir said sharply, taking a step forward. Petra attempted to stop her, but she brushed her arm away. Look. I know I'm not the nicest person ever. I try not to be. But I never meant to kill anyone. That was far out of my hands. You've had your powers all your life. Aaron cried, tears stinging his eyes. You expect me to believe you just lost control out of nowhere? It was my birthday, Emir said, folding her arms across her chest. Her expression was solemn, and suddenly Aaron saw that she truly was identical to the girl in the photograph. I was, Mirda, 93? Something like that. Emir ran her fingers through her choppy dark hair, and she eyed Aaron curiously. Because Aaron was giving her the most incredulous look. I know you wanna know. So sit down. I'm gonna tell you everything. And Aaron couldn't refuse. He sat down on Connie's sofa, glowering at Emir as she stood, wearing too tight leggings and a long-sleeved crop top that bared her belly button, showing the freckles that did indeed crawl all across her body. She was picking at the nail polish on her nails, bobbing her head as if to an imaginary song. Right, she said. Right, so we'll start with when I was born. 1913. She paused to look at them. No one spoke. Aaron couldn't find it in him to question her. He simply glared ever more, his nostrils flaring. He was surprised at himself, really. He knew deep down he wasn't being fair to Emir, but he often let his temper run rampant. Maybe it was better if he controlled himself. I'm 100 years old. Ain't that something? How are you still alive, exactly? Jean asked weakly. Emir grinned. Cryogenics. She laughed, though it was a coarse and bitter laugh, and she shrugged. I was the first successful attempt at creating a superhuman. Dandy, right? She posed, though she didn't seem to be exactly into this act of glory. She slumped after a few moments of them simply staring. Right, so, they experimented on me when I was still a fetus. She scratched her head, her hollow eyes turning up toward the ceiling. I was named Ilse from the very start. I'll tell you why at the end of my story, it's pretty swell. She smiled in the most strained way possible, her eyes only dimming as she laughed. In the worst way possible. You were the Institute's first. Aaron asked, his voice clipped and his eyes narrowed. She nodded. I was an incredible success, she continued, wandering around the room, her bare feet scuffing against the carpet. The scientists doted on me. I was treated like a princess. Pampered, educated, trained. I knew how to control my powers, mostly, and how to act around people who I could hurt. Everything was absolutely perfect. She stared at the opposite wall, her body freezing in place. Till my mother was sent away. Why would they do that? Jean blurted. I was too attached, she said flatly. I loved her more than I loved the people who were responsible for my creation. She named me Emir, and that is the name I identified with, not Ilse. She taught me Spanish, because that was her first language, and she made me feel normal. She shook her head. They didn't want me to be normal. They wanted me to be Ilse. That's a little extreme, Jean muttered. Yes, Emir agreed, I thought so too. But I was a good girl. I never made a fuss. So, when my mother left, well, I simply went on with my sheltered life. Enjoyed the company I had. Eventually my mother married and had other children, which gives us the positively gay presence of Constantino over there. You keep using that word, Connie said weakly. It doesn't mean that anymore. Please stop. Never, she replied. She was smiling then, and Erin realized this was a real smile. It lit up her dark face, giving her an unnatural look. Her face had always been pretty, but when she smiled it was unearthly. Emir was just plain weird. But, yeah. He's my great-nephew, or something of that sort. I am so proud. Shut up, Connie sighed, rubbing his temples. You said you'd explain why the experiments happened, and who's behind them. I did, didn't I? She laughed again, and Erin grimaced. She laughed too much, it seemed. He wondered if she just forced herself to laugh because it seemed like the best thing to do to get on people's nerves. I'll get to that. I was able to go out more often after my mother was sent away, which was nice, I suppose, but very little consolation. The facility I was raised in was called Sina, I believe. It was in Massachusetts. Got to experience the start of what you millennials call the Roaring Twenties. That was interesting enough. She licked her lips, and looked around with an anxious expression. Does anyone feel? What? Erin asked, unable to keep his contempt from his voice. She blinked, and then shook her head slowly. Nothing. She frowned. Anyway. I ended up getting tuberculosis. 90 years ago. Instead of letting me die, or letting the disease worsen, I was put into a cryogenic sleep, and woken up every year on my birthday. I had no clue there was a legitimate treatment and cure for it. So I went on with my sad little life, one day out of the year at a time. Until I woke up in your facility, the one in Oklahoma. Rose. That's not right, Erin blurted. We were in Pennsylvania, not Oklahoma. And it was called Maria, wasn't it? Jean asked. He sounded as confused as Erin felt. So, utterly. At this point in time, the active facility was Rose. Emir was looking even more anxious now, her eyes darting around, and arms folding protectively around her. I'd always thought they'd stopped experimenting after me, but I was an imperfection. They wanted something better. So they tried again. It was hard to replicate, though, I think. Too many variables. I don't know the details of your experimentations. All I know is that there was a boy who didn't know how to control his power, and he wanted out. He felt as though I was the easiest host. And, for a little while, I was. Wait. Connie said. His eyes were widening. You never told me this part. I don't think to tell everything at once, Emir said, rolling her eyes. Sorry. It's a bit difficult to sort out the important information also, I enjoy my privacy. Her nose scrunched in distaste, and her eyes roved around the room. Did you bring Armin with you? No, Erin said, feeling defensive. Why? It just feels. Emir sighed. Okay, not important. The point of this is that your mother's death was an accident. Bertel possessed me, and ran off with my body. Bullshit, Erin said impulsively, though his heart was thundering in his chest. It's true, she said. She studied him, her dark eyes narrowing as she covered her midriff with her crossed arms. He'd find it difficult to possess me now, but then it was probably easy. I was very weak, and I'd been dying for 90 years. Physically, a 10-year-old girl with tuberculosis was not likely to fend off a parasitic soul latching onto her. So, that's what happened. Erin tried to object, to find some flaw in her story, but he remembered how strange she had been that day. He remembered her constant apologizing, the flickering between demeanors, the instability of her. It had been because there had been two souls inside her. Erin didn't want to believe it. Are you telling me, Erin said quietly, that it was Berthold's fault? I tell him it is, Emir said. Erin stared at her, and he felt as though he was going to puke or scream. She quickly looked away, shaking her head furiously. It's not, though. It was an accident. I tried to control my power, and he tried to get out of my body, but neither of us could do it. It was an awful mistake. We should never have been at your house, but the facility, Rose, it wasn't far from your home, and Bertel was desperate, and your mother was too kind to turn us away. I'm sorry, Aaron. That doesn't help, he said, his voice hoarse and his mouth dry. She's still dead because of you. And you didn't remember worth a damn till recently, Amir said in a low, dull tone. I wonder why that is. What do ya mean? Aaron asked, jumping to his feet. Petra and Jean were on their feet too, while Connie simply stared. He was sitting on the floor, his brow furrowed. Do you know why all our memories are so messed up? Of course I do. Amir looked at them, an eyebrow quirking up in disbelief. You don't see it, do you? You guys have been messed with so badly, you probably won't ever see it, not unless someone shows you. What are you talking about? He gasped, lurching forward. Jean grabbed him by the arm to hold him back, and his fingers froze just inches from Amir's throat. She didn't even budge. You bitch. You know way more than you're telling us. Yes. She snapped back, her lips curling back. Yes, I do. And if you'd kindly back off, I'll be obliged to tell you everything I know. Sit down, Aaron, Jean hissed into his ear as Aaron struggled. She's not doing any harm. Yeah, come on, Aaron, Connie said. He finally rose to his feet, blinking between them. We've gotta hear this. Aaron shrugged Jean off, backing away from Amir and glowering at her. She stared right back, and offered up her arms, shrugging offhandedly. Sorry, Chico, she said. Sadly, I am not the kind of evil you are looking for. Of course, I am plenty awful shitty, I'll hand you that one, but I've never been particularly murderous, you know? Anyways, where? She trailed off, her eyes darting wildly around the room, and she whirled around very fast. She stood for a moment, frozen in place, and Aaron could see her fingers shaking. When she spoke again, her voice was trembling. You didn't come alone. What? Jean blurted, his nose wrinkling. Amir was now turning about in place, her eyes searching the room, her lips parting in confusion. And then, finally, her eyes fell upon Petra. There was a moment where her eyes seemed to catch fire, and her face transformed in terror. Move. Petra, move. Petra moved, but not before the rug she was standing on caught flame. Aaron saw it, a spark ignite from nowhere and catch upon the fibers of the rug. He lurched forward to grab Petra as she backed into a wall, her mouth falling open, but the scent of gasoline hit his nose, and he listened to the splatter of it as it hit the carpet and the couches, manifesting from nothing as it splashed across the room. Kerosene. Amir spat. Really? All at once the room was engulfed in flames. Aaron couldn't see a thing as he coughed and blinked, fire licking up his legs, and he realized quickly what was happening, and he grabbed Jean, the first person he laid hands on, yanking him by his jacket and flinging himself at the window closest to them. He dragged Jean with him, listening to him scream in shock as Aaron's body shattered the window, and they hurtled through open air with smoke and glass dancing around them, writhing and glittering, and Aaron curled his body so he would be the one to hit the ground. The impact was sudden, and it smashed his shoulder, immediately dislocating it, and he winced in shock and pain as his ankles burned and his eyes stung and his lungs filled with noxious fumes. He shoved Jean off of him, and they both coughed feebly, though Aaron had trouble lifting his hands to his mouth to cover his. Shit. Jean gasped, yanking off his jacket and patting out the fire that licked at Aaron's feet. It guttered out with a cough, and Aaron squeezed his eyes shut, feeling his skin struggle to regrow. It was blistered, but he'd be fine in a few moments. He sat up, and Jean stared at him incredulously. Dude, what the fuck did you save me for? You were the closest, Aaron rasped, his voice breaking off into another throaty cough. He pressed his hands to his dislocated shoulder, and he tucked his elbow, grimacing as he adjusted himself. With a little bit of pressure he was able to set his arm back into place with a meager little pop. And, of course, a great wave of blinding pain that settled over him, washing him in nausea. Aaron doubled over onto his hands and knees, his body buckling as he vomited into the grass, coughing as the fluid was expelled from his lips, and it burned his nose, the scent of gasoline and bile and smoke and sizzling flesh. This was all so familiar. He puked some more, the scent of lilacs too heavy for him to bear. Oh, fuck. Jean's voice floated above him as he continued to spill his stomach into the grass, digging up blades by the roots as he coughed and spluttered, wheezing into the dirt. Oh my god, are you okay? No. Aaron rasped through the churning of vomit that burst through his lips, splattering against darkened grass. After a minute it seemed to stop, and he all but collapsed, still coughing up the smoke from his lungs. Jean was standing over him, looking genuinely concerned, and Aaron grimaced at the sight of him. Did it look like I was okay, Combs Tane? Jean stared at him blankly, and then straightened up. They're still in there, he said quietly. Aaron let himself sit for a moment in the frigid autumn night, listening to the sound of flames roaring and feet clapping and his own ragged breaths as he tried to settle himself. His feet had healed by now, it was time he faced his fear. He wiped his mouth and his chin, bile and sick still clinging to his mouth even after he scrubbed at it. He pushed himself shakily up to his feet, and stumbled toward the door, his heart racing frantically. Before he could reach the door, however, it burst open. Connie was suddenly at their side, his coughs crashing upon the air, knife-like and startling as he hunched over, his entire frame crumpling. In the doorway, Amir was holding onto a dark bundle, and as Aaron squinted through the smoke, he saw a streak of strawberry hair, and then the flow of Petra's skirt, and he exhaled in relief. She's hurt. Amir offered out Petra's limp body, and Aaron stumbled over himself to get up to Connie's stoop, his arms outstretched. He took Petra from Amir, carefully cradling her head, and seeing that one of her legs was completely mangled, blackened flesh and peeking white bone against angry red welts. The smell was almost as bad as the sight of the oozing flesh, like a pig on a spit turning over a campfire, the scent of sizzling, blistering meat. I'm going to get rid of the fire, Amir said, turning away from Aaron. Don't blame this one on me, okay? Aaron could only nod mutely as she disappeared back into the yellow and red glow of the house's interior. He stood for a moment, utterly shocked, before backing down the steps and blinking dazedly. There was now a crowd of costumed people forming around the house, and they were screaming, and his head was abuzz. Connie was suddenly at Aaron's side, pressing his hand to his shoulder. Give her to me, he said. His voice was so coarse it sounded like it sliced through his throat. I can get her to the hospital quicker than anything else. Okay, Aaron choked. But your identity? Connie rolled his eyes and turned away, marching toward the crowd of Halloween goers and snatching a mask right off a kid's face. It was an Iron Man mask, and Connie easily latched it over his bald head. Hey, bud, he said as the boy cried out. I gotta borrow this, but I swear I'll give it back. Then he was back at Aaron's side, prying Petra from his arms, and taking one last longing look at his house before taking a stride and suddenly disappearing into a streaking blur in a gust of wind. Aaron coughed, tears streaming against his cheeks as he blinked through the noxious screen of smoke, the haze causing him to feel nauseous again. The light from inside the windows had dimmed considerably, and it was almost as if there was nothing in the house now but darkness, and the remnants of smoldering carper. The smoke was even thicker now. Aaron stood barefoot in Connie's front lawn, his mind reeling back. The fire had not been Amir's fault. He knew that for certain. He'd seen the spark, seen it generated out of thin air, and he'd smelt the gasoline without seeing where it had come from. Someone, invisible? Armin? Aaron thought for a moment, terror striking hard and fast into his heart, nearly consuming him in one blinking, blazing second. No, he thought then. Never. It looks like she got all the fire out, Jean said, squinting into the thick miasma of smoke that poured from the busted window. You wanna check it out? Aaron nodded mutely before he realized Jean probably could barely see him. Yeah, he said. Okay. They treaded carefully up the steps of the porch, ignoring the shouts of the crowd behind them, and they slipped into the house. Of course the entire living room was a blackened husk of what it had been only 5 minutes ago. The couches were skeletons, the table was ash, and the floor was streak after streak of scorch marks and holes. Aaron coughed, tears flooding into his eyes as he batted at the smoke, his throat hoarse from all the screaming and the coughing and the puking. Jean coughed alongside him, no better. Amir. Aaron called in a small, strangled voice. The only sound in reply was the distant wail of sirens, and the not quite distant whoosh of a screen door slamming. Chapter 25, History, the teacher of life. Historia Vitae Magistra. Washington, D.C. AD 4 Non. November, 2766 AUC. The sound of the heart monitor was steady and familiar. Beep beep beep. Hello, old friend. Found a different host? Good. I'll never need you again, Historia thought, watching the lines of Levi's heartbeat roll endlessly into peaks and dips. He was awake, his deeply set blue eyes glowering miserably ahead of him. It was very early on a Saturday morning, streams of white light trailing in through the window. The television was on, singing some sad song of terrible news somewhere, someplace, but not here. Here there was good news. For one thing, Levi was going to be fine. And aside from his initial grumpiness, he didn't seem all that traumatized from his experience. His aura was nice and bright, gold as the bursting sunshine that trickled through the window glass. There was also the factor of Mikasa being unwilling to leave his side. Am I getting out of here today, or what? Levi asked, his eyes never trailing from the television. Aaron was still slumbering on a bench outside the room, soot still clinging to his face and ash whitening his hair. He'd gone to the hospital immediately upon returning home from his mission, and had not showered in 2 days, causing him to look homeless. Mikasa had confided that she'd had to fend off multiple members of the hospital staff who had tried to wake him and kick him out during the night. If all goes well, Mikasa said, her eyes following Levi's gaze. Though I think you should stay a few more nights. Eat shit, Levi said dully. Your condition might be better, Armin said from the corner of the room, but you're honestly lucky to be alive. The first time you were stabbed there was some torn tissue, but it wasn't enough to cause any huge problems. The second time got your lower intestines. Yeah, Levi said, his eyes falling sharply upon Armin's pallid face. I got that. Armin had decisively positioned himself as far away from Levi as possible while staying inside the room. Historia is leaning against the wall beside the door, keeping an eye out for Erwin. He'd gone with Hang to get food. Historia tugged at her thigh-highs, glancing at Armin as the boy sighed, his shoulders slumping. He's so pasty looking, she thought. She wondered if he'd puke. You're lucky the surgery was hasty and successful, Armin said quietly, that's all. I wasn't gonna die, Levi said stiffly. I can take a stabbing or two. The real nasty shit here is Mikasa's arm. Mikasa's arm had been set in a cast, and was now in a sling around her neck. As far as Historia knew, the break wasn't too bad. Once they got home she'd be able to heal it easily. Levi had been the one with a weak aura, all flickery and dulling when she'd first entered the room post-surgery. Thankfully all she needed to do was some minuscule tweaking to make him feel 1,000 times better. I'll heal you both when we get back, Historia said. Levi eyed her warily, the first time he had really looked at her that morning. You have to heal Petra too, he said darkly. I will, Historia swore. But I can't do anything if they've decided to amputate her leg. His nostrils flared in response, and he sat up straighter, looking pointedly at Armin. What the fuck is so important that you've gotta leave at the crack-ass of dawn? He snapped. I know you're angry, Armin said softly, but Petra's going to be fine. Aaron wouldn't have left her if she weren't doing okay. Trust me. He's not frightened for Petra. He's more relieved than anything. I'm sure they're doing skin grafts on her, if that makes you feel better. It doesn't, Levi stated. Armin grimaced, and glanced at Historia. They watched each other for a moment or so, and she turned away. She met Mikasa's eye instead, noting how the girl seemed to be paying more and more attention to her. Historia wasn't sure how she felt about that, if she felt anything. In truth, she was feeling rather apathetic as of late. After I heal you, Historia said quietly. Levi glanced at her. She felt herself freezing up under his harsh gaze, her lips parting and smacking closed, her teeth gnashing against her skin. She averted her eyes, her hands growing clammy with sweat. Levi made her nervous. He had a gaze that was plainly unsettling, as though he could sense the weakness in her, the odd little desire to twist an aura ever so slightly, and turn everything pretty, deathly pale. She could taste the metallic tang of silver on her tongue, feel the tingling bursts of shuddering, failing light. What? Levi rested his head back against his propped-up pillow. Spit it out. Historia stared at him, feeling that she might not be able to contain the urge to pull a little on that dusty golden light, and drink in the energy as it dulled and burst apart into shattering silvery streams. She could make it so. It'd be too easy. Like lifting up her pinky. Levi wouldn't stand a chance. Historia uttered, her voice wavering. She tilted her head, watching the gold swirl around Levi's childlike face, and she watched the particles dart away from him and move cautiously toward her, tickling her cheeks as they reflected inside her eyes, burning brightly and growing brighter and brighter as she swayed, power pulsating as she hesitantly rose her hand, her heart thudding in her chest, and silver on her mind and melting hotly on her tongue. Armin was suddenly at her side, and she was snapped from her reverie as he steadied her. Levi, Mikasa said sharply. Stop scaring her. I didn't do anything, he said dully. Historia found herself leaning against Armin for support. She stared at Levi's aura, golden and alive, and she banished it, biting her lip and forcing it away from her sight with a flick of her wrist. It was much easier to breathe without golden light clouding her every thought. What was I? After you heal us, Levi reminded. He sounded bored and irritated, and she pulled away from Armin. She liked him well enough. He was kind to her, but he didn't tell her the truth. He didn't see what was underneath her innocent face. He wasn't Ymir, no matter how desperately she wished him to be, because she needed to be told that she had no right to steal life from others. She needed the comfort of Ymir's presence, her words, her touch, anything. Armin was half a stranger. She didn't feel obligated to be anything to him because she was his sister. Unlike him, of course, for she knew he wanted to be a brother to her if it was a possible feat. She wasn't sure if she wanted it, though. She could probably use the support, but Armin was in need of support as well. And he couldn't be saved by her. At least with Ymir, she could be selfish, and keep her alive as long as she wanted. With Armin, he was so fragile, so mortal, and that made it so hard to get attached to him. If I could manipulate you, she thought, wishing he could hear her thoughts, I'd love you for it. Oh, she said weakly, shoving that terrible thought from her brain. Right. After I heal you, will you go after Ymir? Mikasa turned to Levi. It seemed she was curious as well. And Historia was left to ponder over her own humanity. Why was it so hard to connect to people? She loved to be loved, but she had trouble reciprocating. And she wanted to love Armin. She liked the attention he gave her, even now, when she was just boring old Historia, who was so apathetic and so dull all the time. But she didn't know if she could. He was a glass figurine in an army of clay soldiers. She couldn't touch him, couldn't hold him still, and couldn't stop him from shattering. If we have a lead on where she went, Levi said, sure. But don't waste your breath. Erwin's dumb power is bullshit. And I honestly wouldn't even know where to begin to track her. I would, she thought, turning her eyes to the window. Shafts of light were blinking in and out, golden and silver, and then, suddenly, a blinding white. She chewed on her bottom lip, considering all the places Ymir might go. The Institute had always been their initial meeting place, but there were others. Could Ymir be somewhere easy for Historia to find? But what would she even do if she found her? Historia didn't want to run away. She liked having a home. Even if it meant Ymir wasn't a part of it. I should go find her, she thought. I don't know why I'm debating it. Ymir's more important, I should go find her, and follow her wherever she wants to go. But Historia knew it wasn't about what Ymir wanted. It was about what she wanted. And she wanted a home. With people. She didn't want to run away and pretend anymore. She just wanted to stop with all this nonsense, and feel something. Anything. With Ymir it was always touch and go. Either Historia felt something, or she felt empty. Now it was always empty. But, sometimes, she found that she wasn't so empty as she thought. Sometimes she cared. She didn't understand it, but it got under her skin. How could she care 1 minute, and be utterly empty the next? How could she want to cry, and then moments later find nothing in the world worth being sad about? How could concern burn her chest and churn up in her throat, when she didn't want to be Armin's sister? When she knew that Levi didn't trust her. When she'd hardly even spoken to Aaron, and never even met Petra. Emptiness was a cold, familiar feeling. But it was something. It might be easier to track Berthold and Reiner, Armin offered. Ah. Yes. Berthold and Reiner. The previous day they had gotten a phone call from Aaron. It was a little unfortunate that she and Armin had been the only ones present at the time. Erwin had been at the hospital with Levi and Mikasa, which is what had put off their trip to DC. Armin had answered the phone, while Historia sat on the floor of the living room, still in her uniform, and staring blankly at the television screen as Bloody Face appeared. She and Armin had been systematically switching back and forth between Hannibal and American Horror Story, grading them on their horror merit. Only half an hour before Berthold had walked in, staring at the screen confusedly before quickly pivoting and dashing out of the room. Historia paid him no mind. Armin had wondered aloud if he should apologize. Historia had asked him what for. And Armin had told her he didn't know. He just felt bad. Maybe we're more alike than I thought, she recalled. Armin had answered the phone, and Historia had watched some poor suckers get slaughtered. She thought about their auras, what it'd take to make them all better, thought about the stitching of particles with the dance of her fingers, thought about how tedious that'd be, and she wondered if she'd be able to actually do it if the injuries were so terrible. She wondered if she could steal an aura fast enough to save someone else's life. She wondered if she'd ever need to. She had felt a presence in the room long before Reiner's hands had crashed upon her shoulders. Boo! He cried in her ear. She blinked rapidly, and tore her gaze from the television. He was grinning at her. Did I scare you? She let her eyes drift back to the screen, her attention flickering from Reiner to the fictional asylum. No. Reiner looked at her, and his eyes darted away. Oh, he said. He lifted his hands off her shoulders, and dropped against the couch behind her. After a little while of watching, he spoke again. You watch some pretty messed up stuff, wow. I like horror stuff, she had said quietly. Wow, he'd repeated himself, shit. Can I ask why? I need a reason. Nah. Reiner smiled at her. She'd glanced at him, her eyebrows furrowing. Just curious. It's exciting, she'd said blandly. And scary, sometimes, I guess. Only sometimes. Historia had shrugged, not really understanding where his interest came from. If Amir had still been around, she probably would have skulked out of whatever hole she'd been hiding in and appeared to fend Reiner off, even sitting through Historia's shows in order to do so. Amir didn't like horror. She was a big weenie. She had not heard Armin's conversation over the sounds of the television's hum, so when Armin re-entered the room, his cell phone pressed to his chest, she had not assumed there was anything wrong. Then he'd called out to her in his soft little voice, a voice that she was noticing had some similarities to her own. Historia, can you pause it? Hang wants to talk with you. She had blinked up at him confusedly, but paused the show all the same. She rose to her feet, her white knee-highs allowing her to tread silently across the room. Why? She asked, frowning at the phone in his hands. They want to ask you some things about Amir, Armin said with a shrug, his eyes never leaving her face. She met his gaze, feeling that there was something peculiar about it. But Armin was such a peculiar person, perhaps she was just imagining it. Amir, she'd repeated, the name warm against her tongue. She nodded quickly, reaching out her hand for the phone. Instead, Armin took her hand in his own and pulled her from the room. She followed him wordlessly as he dragged her down a hall, and then quickly swerved, pulling her into the bathroom and closing the door behind him, letting go of her hand only to lock it. He took a few strides backwards until his shoulder bumped against hers, and he glanced down at her. He looked a little horror-stricken. I must be in a horror movie, Historia had thought, her gut twisting. What's going on? She'd whispered as he ushered her away from the door. He was peering at the lone window, his expression a little distraught. He'd quickly typed something on his phone, and turned the screen to her. In the dying glow of the afternoon, she saw the words like little blocks assembled by a dumb little toddler. Bert and Reiner are traitors. Her mouth had gone dry, and she shook her head, throwing a look at the door. How do you know? she murmured, backing further away as a precaution. Aaron, he whispered back, and then he paused, grimacing. He pointed to his head, tapping his temple. So he'd read their minds, then. Great. What do we do? She had been unable to process her next move. But Armin was just so smart, he had to know what to do next. Armin shook his head. His eyes were darting wildly around the room, and she watched him, with his pallid face and shaky frame. He'd licked his lips, running his trembling fingers through his hair. His glasses had been askew. Reiner is impervious, Armin whispered. Not to me, Historia had replied, her eyes traveling to the door. Armin had given her a quizzical look, but had said nothing in response. He isn't our problem. Armin had flung open the window, sticking his head out as a gust of crisp autumn wind came barreling at them. He paused, his eyes flashing to the door. Pretend you're talking to Hang. What? Armin had shoved his phone into her hands, and she stared at it numbly. She could hear footsteps over the soft snarl of wind. She pressed the phone to her ear, and whirled away from Armin, pacing back and forth as Armin stuck half his body out the window. Emir sticks to larger cities, she'd found herself saying, eyeing Armin's back. You should try and check shelters. She's not really big on pride, so she'll take whatever charity she can get. Armin threw her a thumbs up, but she didn't know if that was an all-clear signal or a that'll-work signal. So she just kept talking, watching Armin as he ducked back into the bathroom. Try Chicago, she had said. Emir hasn't been there in a while. Or Detroit. Or Boston. Oh, or Salem. That was Reiner, Armin had said. Not our problem. Our main concern is Berthold. They know we're in here, she whispered. They knew the whole time, he'd said calmly. We can't hide it. But this isn't weird for us, apparently. Apparently we run off like this all the time. She hadn't noticed that. What are we supposed to do? We could act like we don't know, he said casually. The room was frigid now, and wind whipped against the shower curtain. But even when Erwin comes home, he won't be much of a help. He's a pacifist, and an extra body that we can't harm. Could we? Historia had been trying very hard to think of a solution. Couldn't we talk to them? Yes, of course we could, Armin had said softly, raising his glassy eyes to hers. But if worse comes to worst, we won't be able to fight. She'd slumped, and shuddered in the great gust of frigid wind that blew toward her. She realized that he was still trying to figure out how to handle this situation, which was startling to her, because he was the smart one. We could, she whispered. We might stand a chance. I'm not a fighter, Armin told her somberly. And, even if I got a hold of one of them, I don't think my body could handle that kind of strain right now. Then I'll fight, she declared, striding to the closet and sliding the door open. There was a shelf inside it with some towels, and below that shelf was another with cleaning supplies. She'd scanned the contents of it, her eyes falling upon a broom. She recalled feeling suddenly very dizzy, and a little sick to her stomach, thoughts halting as she stared into the closet, her entire body frozen momentarily. Her muscles felt stiff. Unmoving. She felt her heart thunder in her chest, and she turned her face to Armin's. He'd begun to speak to her, and she only heard the latter half of his sentence. Never really explained the full extent of your power. He wandered to the window, casting his hand outside for a moment, his eyes dazed. I have my theories, of course, but they're just that. Theories. Have you ever tried broadening your reach on auras, or pushing your grip on them? She uttered, her voice drifting uncertainly as it left her lips. Her stomach clenched in fear. No. No, not really. She'd watched her knuckles as she closed her fist around the broom handle, lifting it from the closet carefully. It was nearly taller than her. She listened to his footfalls, and she turned to face him. His back had been turned to her. And then, as though struck by an epiphany, he whirled to face her, his eyes flashing wide as the wooden handle came crashing down upon his shoulder, forcing him to the ground with a mighty smack. His forehead smashed against the corner of the tub. She'd turned away before she could see the damage, her heart beating in her throat and tears stinging her eyes. She'd unlocked the door and treaded quietly out into the hall. "Reiner," she called, wobbly as she held onto the walls. She was screaming in her head. "Reiner!" He'd appeared in the hallway, his face stricken with confusion. "Historia!" He moved closer to her, his shadow bulky and his eyes darting. "Are you guys okay? I heard a..." "Reiner, we have to go," she gasped, pressing her hand to her head. Tears spilt onto her cheeks, and her throat was dry as she spat words into the air desperately. "We have to go right now. Get my body." "Bertel." Reiner had clearly been taken aback. Later, Historia had described his confusion carefully. She had told them the truth. Reiner and Berthold hadn't initially meant any harm. "Did you take Historia's body?" "Without her permission." Inside her head, she was screaming so loudly that she could feel the headache pounding viciously at Berthold's mind. She could feel his aura intermingling with hers, and it tasted acidic, and looked to her like a shade of grey shadowing her vision. I know. Berthold made her voice sound reedy and thin, not like the sweet little lilt she had spent years perfecting. "I panicked. But we have to go, okay? We don't have time to argue." "What did you do?" Reiner had sounded a little horrified. Berthold had not spoken a reply, and her lips trembled pitifully. "You're so weak," she thought to Berthold, causing her body to buckle in shock. He muffled a sob against her hands. "I'm sorry," he'd mumbled. I didn't. This isn't." Historia had taken the intermingling particles of his aura and torn them apart from her own. The sound was like glass shattering against a rusty pipe, a cacophony of shrill blasts booming inside her head, a glass warfront raging in her head, bursting apart in a glorified shower of glass and dirt, glass bombs, and glass grenades and glass bullets showering both their minds, and he screamed as she screamed, golden light bouncing off her eyes and blooming outward from her mind into existence and bursting as he was forced from her head and from her heart and from her body. She'd crumpled to the ground, her legs giving out upon the rush of her limbs returning to her, and she shook against the cold tile, her body racking with uncontrollable sobs. She still didn't know if she'd been crying out of her own pain, or out of Berthold's. "Historia." Reiner had tried to touch her, but she skittered away from him, her limbs pushing her as far as possible from his extended fingers. Don't touch me," she'd stammered, wiping furiously at her face. She had struggled to her feet and all but thrown herself into the bathroom, skidding onto her knees beside Armin's bleeding body. He was awake, on his hands and knees and staring at the puddle of blood he'd left upon the pallid tile. His hair was damp and pink from lying in it. "Armin, it wasn't me," she blurted, her hands falling to her knees. He'd nodded mutely, his dazed eyes squinted at her in confusion. His glasses were half lying in blood. He'd murmured, his gaze unfocused. No. He raised his eyes to Reiner, who had appeared in the doorway. His expression changed in a flash, his eyes hardening as he straightened up, blood dripping against his forehead, rivulets dragging down the concave of his nose, and he squinted. The door slammed shut, and the lock clicked. Well, in the end it turned out that Armin had known all along that Berthold would skin Historia. He apologized for not telling her, but he admitted that he couldn't think much into it lest Berthold hear. Apparently Berthold could very easily access Armin's mind if he left it open enough, so Armin didn't allow himself to know important details about things that could potentially be harmful. Historia had been mostly concerned with his forehead, which she'd stitched up for him without a problem. "You should get this checked out," she'd said as she smoothed back his hair to be certain the stitches were adequate enough. The cut wasn't very deep or long, but it had spilt a lot of blood in a short period of time. "I wasn't hit that hard," he'd responded. "I'm more concerned for your mental health, actually." "I'm not the one having hallucinations," she had retorted in a dull, quiet voice. "Heh." He'd smiled at that, which had been a great relief. Touché. Basically, they'd handled the situation pretty poorly. Armin had apologized to Erwin profusely for it. Historia had refrained from asking Erwin to force Armin into a CAT scan. No one knew about the stitches hidden under his golden hair, and no one knew how much blood he'd lost, and no one knew why he looked so dazed and unfocused. He almost definitely had a concussion. Berthold and Reiner had been gone within minutes. Armin told them all what he knew from their minds. He'd been suspicious for a few weeks, but he didn't pry enough to know the details. Levi had, of course, chewed him out for that. Erwin had, in turn, scolded Levi, and then pulled Armin aside to speak to him in private. Historia felt like an outsider. Likely because she was. They also knew that Berthold and Reiner weren't murderous, unlike Annie. While they were definitely dangerous and unstable, they had left Armin and Historia alive in order to escape when they probably could have easily killed them. Or, at least, attempted to. Historia didn't think she'd let them get far enough to harm her or Armin any more than they had already. Now it made sense to Historia why Ymir had always picked on Berthold. But there's so much that doesn't make sense, she thought. Like why they ran so fast. Did they figure out I could kill them? Would she have been able to kill them? She didn't want to kill anyone, especially not her friends. This was all so confusing. We'll deal with the Reiner and Berthold bullshit when you get back, Levi said. He'd settled back against his pillow, scowling up at the ceiling. When will you be back? Mikasa asked, turning her face to them. Armin and Historia were standing side by side, staring vacantly ahead. Their empty gazes were similar, of course, but she knew they were different. Her eyes were empty out of apathy. His were empty from the accumulated strain of insomnia, migraines, a concussion, and constant waves of unrestrained empathy and telepathy. She counted herself lucky. She got the power that made her body feel constantly positive, never lacking in any area. She always had energy, and always felt normal, and never got sick, and never had to worry about something trivial like a concussion. Armin's body was so frail, and it made her almost angry, because this was something she could so easily fix. If I knew I could keep him around forever, she thought, her eyes moving cautiously to his face, would I love him then? By tonight, hopefully, Armin said. And when Erwin returned, they were off. It was a 3 or 4 hour drive, and Historia spent most of it sleeping. She laid down in the back seat, listening to Armin and Erwin speak in their low tones, nothing in particular catching her interest, and she curled up into a ball and slept. She dreamed of Ymir. Fire eyes, and a laughing mouth, and starry freckles dancing like golden dust against her bronze skin. Ymir could be forever. It was safe to love Ymir. Safe and warm and stable. Armin was none of that. In her dream, Armin was sitting on a little rock in the middle of a grand stretch of water, a sunset licking up and down its bluish-black waterscape, burning it up like it was brimming with oil slicks. There was no wind here, but there were stars twinkling against the steadily darkened sky, reflecting madly on the bluish, blackish, fire-stained sea, and sending freckles along its watery surface. "You're selfish," he told her. "I know," she replied. "That's no secret." "No," he said. "But don't you ever get sick of your own awfulness?" "All the time," she said. She was standing beside him, her bare toes wiggling against the crags and dips in the rock's black face, her feet barely finding traction on the wet stone, barnacles scraping against her heels as she attempted to gain some semblance of balance. "I'm sick to death of me. I wish everyone else was too." "No you don't." Armin pulled his knees to his chest, embracing them in that childish way that reminded Historia of herself. "You love being loved." He raised her face to her, and he smiled, his chapped lips going whiter than his ashen face, which grew thinner and thinner in the light of the dying sun, and stars burned inside his hollow eyes, reflecting universes he could never see, and she saw for a moment his resignation as his hollow face deteriorated, withered away as though time had taken a steady increase, and suddenly the world was flying by a year a second, and his entire body crumpled under the weight of year after year after year. Until suddenly he was only flesh and only bone and only blind eyes and spindly fingers, soft and leathery as they brushed her tiny, youth-soaked hands. "You should let yourself love a little more," this wizened little man murmured to her. Tears were welling in her eyes, clouds stitching over the bursts of stars. His soft, weathered hands turned to hard, cold bone in half a heartbeat. She screamed, his face nothing but a smiling skull, and his creaky fingers scraping against her wrist, bare phalanges digging into her flesh, clutching her hands and holding her tight. She lost her footing on the slimy surface of the rock, her toes catching on a slipper crevice, and she fell backwards with her stomach attempting to tear itself from her abdomen as her body crashed into the inky black swell of water surrounding her. It consumed her, sliding through her lips and filling up her lungs, and she saw stars bleeding around her, tails of fire swimming through the streams of black and waves of blue and blankets of bright, scorching white. She was standing in a graveyard. 2 rows of grey headstones, identical in every way, running parallel to each other into infinity. She took a step onto the freshly shorn grass, her bare toes wriggling with relief, and she left a flower on a grave. And then another. She made her way down an aisle of graves that went on and on for an eternity, and every step made her feel heavier, and sicker, and sadder, and suddenly she was crying, silent sobs racking her tiny frame. She recognized the names. Was it her fate to be left alone in this world? Is this her fate if she chose to let herself love a little more? Row after row of graves? Familiar faces withering up right before her eyes, until they were nothing but crumbling bones. I can't save you, she cried to grave after grave, or you, or you, or you, or you, or you. She awoke with a jolt, tears and drool causing strands of hair to stick to her face. She wiped slowly at her cheeks, grimacing at the cold taste of saliva and the salty tang of tears. She sat up blearily, squinting at her surroundings. The car was still moving, flat countrysides rolling past her, mountains peaking in the distance. Ahead of her, Armin's small, fleshy hand offered her a sandwich wrapped up in thin white paper. She took it, staring at the spindly quality of his fingers, and the intricate webbing of his vibrant blue veins against the back of his hand. Are we nearly there? She asked in a thick, sleepy voice. Armin nodded. Well, mostly, he said, watching her unwrap the sandwich and take a tentative bite. It was a BLT, which suited her fine. She wasn't picky about food, not since she'd lived on the streets with Emir. When she was younger she had found tomatoes to be unappealing, but now she savored every last bite of the ripened, juicy slices. Were you having a nightmare? She chewed mechanically. She swallowed. She took another bite of her sandwich, and nodded distantly. He nodded back sympathetically. She chewed. She swallowed. It didn't seem so bad, she said, though she really wasn't sure. Her dreams faded so quickly, she hardly would have known it had been a nightmare if not for her tears and the aching lump that had surfaced inside her throat. It hurt to swallow, but she forced herself to. The usual. You should try to sleep as well, Armin, Erwin advised. While you have some peace of mind. I tried, Armin sighed. It's a no-go. But I'm actually fine, honestly. I'd rather be awake for this. It's so quiet, and strange, I guess, to feel only my own feelings. He smiled at Erwin wistfully, still leaning over his seat to observe her. Oh, she said, lowering her sandwich. Right. Your mind is free from outside influences, isn't it? How is that? Wonderful, he admitted sheepishly. I mean crap, I love living with Aaron and Mikasa, but, my mind is so cluttered. I've been looking at apartments in the city, Erwin said. Armin stared at Erwin with wide eyes. It's your choice, of course, but I feel as though it would be more constructive if you slept in a place that wouldn't feed you someone else's dreams. Oh, Armin said quietly. He didn't disagree, she noted. He turned to face her, and she worried that he had maybe heard her thoughts. Do you want to move out, Historia? She found herself puzzled by his question. She said, her voice a little feeble, what? Armin blinked, and flushed, shooting a glance at Erwin hurriedly. The man sighed, though she saw a hint of a smile curling at his lips in the rearview mirror. Armin is asking if you'd like to come live with us, Erwin said. Oh. Historia took another bite of her sandwich. She chewed mechanically. She chewed. She chewed. She swallowed, and it hurt so badly as it scratched over the protruding lump that had surfaced inside her throat. It slithered through her chest, scraping against her esophagus. They were watching her. Armin's endless gaze, hollow and deep and clever beyond reason. Erwin's omniscient eyes, alight with some monstrous knowledge, some key-point boom of accessibility that was utterly lost on her. They were two birds playing snakes and slithering on the ground beside her, pretending they could be like her, when they were like nothing she could ever dream of consuming. Oh. Erwin sounded amused, and she wanted to burst into tears. It's alright if you aren't certain, Historia. We aren't in a hurry. The more time she had to think of it, the more time they had to influence her choice. She didn't particularly want to be influenced by anyone else, but this was her life in a nutshell. Following the paths of other people, people who clearly wanted her affection, and were willing to prod at her until she gave in to them. Emir was just the same. She knew exactly how Historia ticked, and when Historia had become Krista, she had adapted in kind. Emir could manipulate her into destroying half the world, if she so pleased. Luckily, Emir was actually too invested in humanity to wish for such terrible things. Unluckily, Erwin Smith was not quite so innocent. She took a bite. Chewed. Her mouth was dry, and the bread tasted stale. The bacon was undercooked. She swallowed. I'd love to live with you, she said in her quiet monotone. Ahead of her, Armin sighed. He shook his head. Maybe not right now, Erwin, he said, surprising her. We're barely settled into Hank's apartment. And there aren't so many people there now. I'll be okay. I see, Erwin replied smoothly. Historia stared at him confusedly, and at Armin, and she looked down at her sandwich, tears obscuring her vision. She didn't understand it. She didn't get how they could be so nice to her, knowing that she wasn't the sweet little plastic doll she'd been pretending to be. Are you not going to eat, Armin? Not really hungry, the boy admitted. Maybe later. You're never hungry, she thought bitterly at him. She pleaded with the universe to let him hear her. He didn't. She took a bite of her sandwich. She chewed mechanically. She raised her eyes, blinking back tears, and she stared at Armin's face until her turn to her. He looked away quickly, guiltily, as though he almost could hear her accusations, and feel her bitterness. If she could eat, so could he. You have to eat, Erwin said. I can't even remember the last time I actually saw you eat, Armin. I ate this morning, Armin said innocently. Historia recalled the crackers he had consumed. Stale saltines. 2 of them. I didn't see it. Erwin glanced at the review mirror, and Historia met his eye. Historia, did he eat? Yes, Historia said, though she wasn't sure if 2 stale crackers counted as eating for a boy as hollow-cheeked and emaciated as Armin. Erwin nodded, though she was certain he didn't believe her. She took a bite. Chewed. Swallowed. Repeated. He said to Armin, you should still eat. My stomach is feeling a little upset, actually, Armin sighed. I don't want to risk puking right now. Armin. Look, a cow. Historia cried, pointing out the window. Erwin didn't look, but Armin did, and he laughed. It was a good sound. None of them talked for the remainder of the ride. Upon arriving in D.C., Erwin basically dropped them off on a curb and told them to have fun blackmailing the president. He had somewhere to be, apparently. As he pulled away, Historia stood for a moment, feeling strangely out of place in her thigh-highs, high-waisted skirt, and a pink jacket of Emir's that was far too large on her. The autumn wind was biting at her bare skin, and she held her skirt as a gust threatened to yank it up. Do you know where he's going? She asked as they made their way down a sidewalk. Nope, Armin said. I give him his space, though. I don't like to snoop in his business. But you have no idea what he could be doing, she pointed out. What if he's a traitor too? Armin gave her a level stare as they walked, her flat heels clapping against the pavement while the solace of his sneakers scuffed alongside her. He isn't, he said firmly. She wanted to ask him how he knew for sure. How could he possibly know? But she trusted his judgment. She could not explain her faith in him, but she could not shake it either. Okay, she said quietly. And they kept walking. It was easy getting in. They followed a group of people through the gates, and then through the front doors, and suddenly they were in the White House. Armin's invisibility was a gift, she realized. They would never be able to pull this off if not for this advantage. Though, technically it wasn't actually invisibility, just a change in perception, so they would have to be careful. Armin also noted they could show up on camera. He didn't know for sure. She held onto Armin's hand as he led her carefully through the halls, their breaths held every time they passed anyone, his gloved fingers growing moist from her sweaty palms. Armin knew his way around somehow, likely stealing a route from the mind of someone official who could direct them to where her father might be. Would this place have been mine if I hadn't hit my head? She wondered. They entered the Oval Office like it was nothing. Historia didn't understand how it could be so simple. All they'd done was walk in. All she'd done was hold Armin's hand. This was far, far too easy. Something had to give. There would be a death, or an arrest, or she would lose herself and kill her father, or someone else, and she just didn't want that. Her father was talking to someone on speaker. She counted herself lucky he was alone in the office. There had been men stationed at every entrance, of course. Maybe the call was just incredibly important. That made her angry. Actual anger spiked through her, making her feel sickened and electrified. She let go of Armin's hand and marched forward. She pressed her finger to the little red end call button, and listened to a voice get cut off midway through a calculated speech on legislation, or something. He sat in his chair for a moment, looking a little stunned. His brow furrowed, and his mouth parted. Her finger was suddenly visible against the button, and his head snapped to look up at her face, a shout forming on his lips, and he hurled his chair back as he leapt to his feet. He choked, steadying his shaky body against his desk. Historia. Sit down, Papa, she said dully. He looked absolutely incredulous, his fingers clutching at his chest, and she wondered if he'd have a heart attack. That'd do no good. They needed information, not a dead president. Armin was standing by the door, likely soothing the minds of the Secret Service men who were clearly about to leap to this man's aid. Armin had this. He was getting better at manipulating minds without speaking. Historia, her father repeated, his voice wavering. She frowned at his face, noting the glistening film that lit up his eyes. He reached out, his fingers catching her cheek, and for a moment her stomach flipped, and her heart gave a little stutter of shock, and she thought she was going to cry, her throat constricting painfully. But she didn't. She turned her cheek from his hand, swatting his arm away. Sit, she said in a sharper voice, rounding the desk so she could put distance between them. Very slowly, her father picked up his chair from the floor, and sat down. His eyes darted to Armin in confusion. He held his head, his lips trembling. I don't understand. Historia, it's been so long. Yes, she agreed. And it still hasn't been long enough. His expression gave away how appalled he was. How can someone so stupid become president? Historia, he pleaded with her, you have to understand. What happened was not my fault. I don't care, she said. I didn't know, I thought it was your medicine, I had no idea. She switched the bottles. Historia. I really don't care, she sighed, glancing around the Oval Office. Nice, she thought. I tried to help you, to get you away from the stairs, but you thought I was going to hurt you, and I couldn't understand why. Hey, she said to Armin, would it be very bad if I punched the president? It would be very, very bad, Armin replied, striding the perimeter of the Oval. He was right behind her father, and the man jumped, craning his neck to look at the sickly pale boy. He looked a little terrified as Armin smiled. Do it. Historia backhanded her father so hard she was certain her knuckles broke. Pain burst through her hand and spiked up through her wrist and into her forearm, throbbing viciously as she listened to the crack of it, her father struggling to stay in his chair. Armin was massaging his temples, likely still feeding lies to the men outside. Her father clutched his cheek as he turned his eyes back toward her. She stared at him with her gaze as dead as it could get. Look, she said, I don't care. I don't care if it wasn't actually your fault. I actually already knew that. He looked so terribly confused, and it almost hurt to see. Then why? Because you're an asshole? She offered. You experimented on children. You're responsible for everything wrong with my life, and the lives of the people I actually kind of care about. She rolled her eyes upward, feeling emptier and emptier with every word she spoke. I don't know, Papa. Take your pick. He took a breath. Armin was creeping along the perimeter again, quiet and flickering in and out of focus. Like a ghost. It was actually a little horrifying. I don't understand. We're not here for everything you know, Armin said, moving to Historia's side. We're after something so much simpler. I know I'm your biological daughter, she said quietly. Her father said nothing, only stared, with his gaze growing as dead as hers. I know your wife wasn't my mother. How could you possibly know that? He whispered. Because her real mother was mine, Armin said. And then her father's eyes flew very wide, and she knew they had him. Armin. He uttered in awe, blinking confusedly at the boy by her side. You've gotten big. I'm like 5'4", Armin said, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows. I also don't remember you at all, really. You can blame the institute for that. Her father groaned, and he rubbed his face. I could have you two arrested for this, he said. Yes, please, Historia said. Do it. Go ahead, Armin chirped. Arrest your own daughter. The press will be all over that. And I'll tell them that you messed up my epilepsy medication, she said, and stimulated me to the point where I was convinced you were going to kill me. So after your 6-year-old, epileptic daughter fell down the stairs because of your mistake, you stuck her comatose body in an institution for disabled and dying children who were being experimented on. Armin's voice was soft and moving, the type of voice that made the hairs on your arms stand on end. He used that voice when he was playing with mines. And by the look on her father's ashen face, it was working. And then you covered it up, she said. You said I was away at school. Well, I'm sure everyone will want to know why I am failing 4 of my classes at the first school I've attended since I was 6. Not Latin, though, Armin pointed out brightly. There's that. Right, yes. Historia glanced at her crumbling father. Thanks for teaching me Latin, Papa. Really helped me out through life. Why are you doing this? He croaked. His eyes darted fast, moving between them in horror. What are you gaining? We told you, Armin said. We want information. About our mother. Who she was, Historia said. What you did to her, Armin said. Where she is now, Historia said. What you did to her, Armin repeated in his sweet-sounding little voice, innocent of all spite. Yes. They were alike. How you met, Historia said. What you did to her. Armin stuck a finger between his teeth, and drew off his glove. Why you sent her to the institute, she said. What you did to her. Armin tucked his glove under his arm. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to start answering. After 30 seconds, I'm going to forcibly take the answers we want, and then some. We will also publicly ask for paternity tests, which will come out positive for Historia for certain no matter my own parentage, and you can't refuse unless you wish to appear guilty. So, start talking. Now. He was shocked silent. His mouth hung open, his eyes were wider than quarters, his face was so pale it put Armin's sallow skin to shame, and he was shaking in his seat. It was almost exciting to see him squirm like this. They were doing pretty well. She was certain he was terrified of them, because they truly could screw up his entire life. But hadn't he screwed up theirs enough? She was a prostitute, he blurted. Historia leaned back, and she glanced at Armin. He had no reaction to this, it seemed. Perhaps he already knew. Wow, Historia said. Spit it out, Armin sighed. Her father took a deep, shaky breath, his eyes squeezing shut as he slumped in his chair. Armin was drawing closer to him, and Historia rested her palms against his desk, the heavy sleeves of Emir's pink jacket threatening to pool over her fists. Her father looked at her then, his expression crumpling in resignation. She was an escort, he said in a dry, throaty voice. She was my, usual, you could say. Gross, Armin said softly. Her father glanced at him uncertainly. Don't stop talking. He rubbed his face, defeated and jittery, and she thought it funny to see him like this. At their mercy. We should have gone on the Beta Squad mission, she thought. We would have been so much more efficient. The first time she got pregnant, I knew it was by me, he said. I arranged to adopt the baby, because my wife and I could not have children, and your mother, she, was not fit to raise a child. How so? Armin inquired. Her father spluttered. She was a prostitute. Prostitutes can make a lot of money, Armin informed him dully. It honestly just depends on where that money goes. You underestimate sex workers, Mr. President. He stared at him blankly. He cleared his throat. She was more than willing to give Historia up, he continued. I was more than willing to take her. I wanted a child more than anything, and she was mine. He glanced at Historia, who felt her stomach turn at the sight of him. Her fist was healed by now, and she could definitely go for the thrill of punching him again. I don't know if you're mine, Armin. I never had the guts to find out. I knew you existed because by that point, your mother had fallen very ill, and could not continue working, and could barely support either of you. I sent her money, but it was never enough. Yeah, you probably just honestly did not give her enough to support a child, Armin sighed. I know she didn't take medication. She couldn't afford it. All her money went to me, if I'm recalling correctly. Her father grimaced. I'm sorry, he said robotically. I've met murderers more sympathetic than you, Armin told him in a quiet, empty tone. Historia watched her father's face, and she was struck by how easy it was to horrify him. So she smiled, her lips pulling taut from the action, and she said in the sweetest voice she could manage, that'd be me. Her father jolted in surprise, eyeing her quizzically, and then his eyes flashing in absolute horror, his lips twisting as he turned his face away. Armin laughed alongside her, and said brightly, me too. They high-fived, and she couldn't help but laugh as well at how broken her father looked. Amazing. Are you going to arrest us for that? Historia asked innocently. Good luck, Armin said earnestly. They really did turn you into monsters, Rice whispered, his eyes lowering to his desk. Pretty much, Armin said. Can you keep talking? We're not exactly made of time here. Rice ran his fingers through his thinning hair, and he shook his head. He looked exhausted, but Historia knew they had barely gotten what they'd come for. He continued unsteadily, glancing around the office with thinning lips, and darting eyes. After her condition became so bad that she genuinely could not take care of you, Rice told Armin, I made an arrangement to have her taken into the facility. By that point Historia had already had her accident. I took you in, Armin. I don't remember that, Armin said quietly. He bounced his head from side to side, and then shrugged. Well, not really. Bits and pieces. I did it mostly to spite my wife, Rice admitted. Armin actually snorted at that, turning his face away. But you were a very good child. Easier to manage than Historia. Sounds about right, she found herself musing aloud. Armin glanced at her curiously. Well, I didn't have epilepsy, Armin said, so. No, you didn't. Her father folded his hands on his desk, and it seemed as though he was growing more comfortable with speaking to them, which was strange. But either way, you were very quiet, and you never ventured off. I could always find you in the library. I don't think you even knew what half the house looked like. So you've always been a dork, Historia said quietly. Armin glanced at her, and smiled weakly. So, then what? Armin asked, flexing his bare fingers. You found out I had a brain tumor. What? Historia asked flatly. Rice ignored her, focusing his attention on Armin. At first we thought it was epilepsy, he admitted. Like Historia, and your mother. It became clear very quickly that that wasn't the case. You were sent to the facility. Shortly after, your mother went insane. Armin offered. Rice grimaced. Yeah, what the hell was that about? Her procedure didn't stick, Rice said. It was unsuccessful. These things happen. That's why you don't experiment on people, Armin said darkly. Rice rose to his feet, standing up straight so he became taller than them. Armin took a step back on impulse, and Historia leaned forward, her palms scraping across his desk. Her father's eyes were hard now, and his jaw tightened as he stared down at them. Care to remember, he said sharply, that you two are only alive now because of those experiments. Armin, you might not remember, but you were begging me to save you. Historia, you were nearly brain dead. Without sacrifice, you two would never be where you are now. You should thank me. We were children, Armin said in a hoarse, vacant tone. Children cannot be held responsible for the choices adults offer out to them. We could not consent to experimentation. You may have saved our lives somehow, but you made us into monsters in the process. You had Father Nick kidnap me, Historia recalled. Rice looked at her desperately, and she shook her head. He understood my powers perfectly. Who told him? Her father grimaced, and turned away. Not me, Historia, he said quietly. I'm not the monster you're looking for. You mean, Armin said, you aren't in charge? No. Then who is? Historia was suddenly eager for information, more so than ever, and she leaned across the desk, her hair falling into eyes as she craned her neck up at him. Dr. Jaeger? Ilse Langner. Her father rubbed his face tiredly, his exhaustion clear, and he drew his palms down his cheeks, his skin growing taut. He glanced between the two of them, his maybe children, and he shook his head. I can't, he whispered. I'll tell you where your mother is, but don't ask me for that. Historia found herself angry again, her teeth cracking against one another, and she drew her fist up. Armin caught her wrist with his warm fingers, and she glanced up at him. His eyes were on her father's face, his expression firm and his eyes bright. Deal, he said. They made their way out as they'd made their way in, and once again they were met with no trouble. It was an empty sort of success. They had gotten what they came for, but left with little to show for it. Armin held her hand from the moment they left the office to the moment they stopped in front of the designated hospital her father had plopped their mentally unstable mother into. We don't actually have to do this, Armin told her quietly. Why come all the way here, Historia replied, if we don't at least see her? He said nothing. He merely nodded, and let go of her hand. She found herself wondering if they were feeling the same thing. The empty ache of knowing something wasn't going to live up to the expectations, that there was nothing they could do. She wondered if they were truly alike, and she wished it with all her heart, but that was the problem. She wished for things, and it left her with nothing. Armin was hard to love, but it was difficult not to care for him. She felt obligated to follow him as he went to the front desk and asked for their mother's name. It wasn't Rose. They were sent to the psychiatric ward, and that left them both hanging closer together, uncertain of what they would find. Armin had sent Erwin a text to tell him where they were while they waited in the elevator, and Historia thought about Emir. How would Emir react to all this? Would she even care? No, probably not. She'd just go with it. This was a terrible idea, she whispered as they entered the psych ward. It was about as creepy as the rest of the hospital, not more so, which was a relief, but she felt uncomfortable being here. Maybe because she didn't trust her own state of mind, or Armin's, and this was the kind of place she dreaded ever being in. We can leave if you want, Armin whispered back. I didn't say that. She let the sleeves of Emir's jacket fall over her hands, and she buried her nose in the collar, inhaling the scent of Emir's shampoo. It was a grand comfort in this place of uncertainties. They were led to a lobby, which was filled with patients who were mostly sitting around at little round tables, some of them wandering around, some of them watching television, or merely staring at a television screen. They were pointed toward a table toward the other side of the room, near a window, and Armin led the way once again while Historia was left wanted to cry or scream or something of that caliber, but she didn't think this was a good place to do so, lest she trigger someone. The woman sitting by the window was Historia. At maybe 20 years. They had the same face, the same dead eyes, the same flaxen hair, the same flawless skin with a sweet rosy blush permanently dusted upon her cheekbones. It wasn't cute on this woman like it was on Historia. It made her face look blotchy and discolored. There were dark circles under the woman's hollow blue eyes, and the more Historia looked, the more the upper half of her face looked identical to Armin's. Even her fluffy fringe of pale hair seemed to scream an echo of the boy standing beside her. She didn't look up when they stopped beside her. A nurse rested a hand on the woman's shoulder, but the woman did not seem to care what she had to say. Historia sat down at the table, empty, 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 and she realized where she must have gotten such hollowness from. This woman was nothing but a shell. Historia didn't know what she'd been expecting. How could the mother of two such vacuous people be anything less? Oh, the nurse sighed. Oh, I'm sorry, she's not having a good day. She's been doing well the entire week, interacting and even speaking sometimes, but I don't think you'll get much from her. You said you're her children. Yes, Historia and Armin said in dull unison. They were both staring at her mother, this dead-eyed stranger, and neither of them could move. I don't mean to intrude, the nurse said carefully, but where have you been? She rarely gets visitors. We were separated, Armin said quietly. We were fostered at different places, different states. We only just recently found each other again. Ah, said the nurse. I see. Well, I'll be over there if you need me. Please don't touch her, or yell, or anything that might upset her or the other patients. Okay. Yes, they said in unison. They sat for minutes in silence. Minutes. Minutes. Historia folded her arms on the surface of her table. She put her head down. She didn't understand why her throat was aching so badly. She felt a hand on her back, and she stiffened, glancing up at Armin. He sat down beside her, rubbing small, gentle circles around her spine. She's thinking about us, he whispered. She clapped her hands over her eyes and choked on a sob. They were there for about half an hour when Armin asked her if she wanted him to try to get deeper into their mother's mind. She asked him if he could fix her. If I could, he said softly, don't you think I would have by now? He told her that going into their mother's mind was a lot like going into Berthold or Reiner's. Very difficult, so much so that it almost hurt. There were too many things going on at once. He refrained from touching her, but he narrated the things he saw. Bits and pieces. Their faces came up a lot. Childlike and bright-eyed. She thought they were dead. Can't you let her know we're here? Historia asked desperately. I tried, Armin said, she doesn't think we're real. It was like watching a television screen that only showed one picture for hours on end with the steady backdrop of a bow against violin strings. Their mother was something, but she was also nothing. Armin spoke in hushed tones, his voice wavering as he told Historia little things that made his hands shake. She reached out and held them as he knitted words into something comprehensible. She worked with Levi, he told her softly. They were both prostitutes. Levi was. Historia couldn't imagine it. Armin nodded. She was older than him, he whispered, squeezing her hands. She thinks he didn't belong in the business. He couldn't handle it. It made him sick. I can't imagine. She whispered. She kept telling him he needed to save money, Armin said. He wasn't good at that. After his powers manifested, he quit for a few years, and then went back because he needed a way to fund his addiction. And, he wanted to get away from his father. Kenny Ackerman, Historia said. She ran her fingers over Armin's bony knuckles, not able to look at their vacant mother. She had not yet moved positions, but she had folded her hands on the table. I've been wondering, does that mean Levi really is related to Mikasa? I don't know, Historia, he murmured, his eyes glassy and distant as he watched her face. Maybe. I don't think it matters to them if they're related by blood or not, though. It won't change a thing. Historia glanced at their mother, and she felt achy in the throat again. Her voice was reedy as she spoke. Finding out we were related, she said softly, changed how we saw each other. Armin studied her dazedly. He was sickly pale, and his hands were too warm. Yes, he said, I guess so. I didn't want it to. She spoke with a trembling voice, her eyes watering as she watched her mother watch them. She could see her mother's mouth moving. I didn't want to care. I thought it would be better if I didn't. Better for who, exactly? I don't know, she mumbled, pulling her hands back and staring at their mother. I don't know. You don't have to want me to be your brother, Armin told her gently. It's okay. We're two completely different people who grew up in completely different ways. We can't be siblings in any normal sense, except technical. Emir would know how to help, she sniffled, wiping her nose on Emir's pink sleeve. She helped me come to terms with things. Now Armin, I don't know how to act or think, I feel like I've lost myself somewhere. I understand, he said firmly. I wouldn't feel like living anymore if I lost Eren and Mikasa. But I would keep going. Like you're still going. Because you're so much stronger than you think you are, Historia. I just want to feel something. She sunk into her seat, and buried her face in her hands. Anything. You do feel things, he told her earnestly. I promise you that. You can't know that. Everyone feels something, he said, rising to his feet. Even emptiness is a feeling. It'll get better, Historia. We're going to get better. She lowered her hands, glancing up at him as he nodded in determination. She nodded back, stunned, and he turned away. He was a little unsteady on his feet. I'm going to get us some hot chocolate, he said. You should stay with Mom. Okay, she said hoarsely. And so she was alone with her mother, a vacant woman who must have been something at some point, but now Historia had trouble considering her to be real, and it hurt. She didn't know how to act around an empty shell. Oh my God, Historia thought, feeling sick as she rested her forehead against the cool gray linoleum tabletop. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a terrible hypocrite. Somebody please gag me. She felt something against her hair, and she raised her head, blinking tearfully at her mother's beautiful, cracked marble face. Purple bruises dug deep into her dazed blue eyes, carving out swollen bags of skin, and drawing red lines through the whites of her eyes. Cold, bony fingers were snagging in her hair, pulling soothing trails down her scalp. The woman was humming. Mein Hand sind verschwunden, she sang idly, her voice unimaginably soft and lilting, honey sweet inside Historia's ears. Her mother hummed, drawing her fingers down and touching Historia's cheek. The woman had a rose on her wrist, red and blooming amongst twisted snarls of green thorns that crawled all up her bare forearm. Tears trickled over a frigid white thumb, and Historia muffled a sob against her hand. She lurched to her feet, turning her face sharply away from her mother's ghostly cold touch, and she fled the room. Armin. She called, ignoring the sharp shushing of a nurse. Armin. I want to go home now. She pushed her way out of the psych ward, ducking nurses who tried to speak to her, and she called Armin's name as she wiped at her cheeks furiously, sobs crawling up her throat. She let her feet take her wherever, and that was a mistake, because suddenly she was sobbing in the pediatric ward, her body pressed up against a wall under a great blown-up cartoon rainbow, and she was curled into a crouch near the floor, her mouth against her knees as she bit into her thigh-highs, desperate to stop the creeping, crawling itch and ache of sobs and tears and screams. She hated how terrible she was. She would never come to see her mother again. Someone had sat her down eventually and pacified her. Where is your family, sweetheart? A kind blonde nurse who identified themselves as Nanaba asked. I. She hiccuped, flushing in embarrassment. My brother, he. I don't know where he is. It's okay, we can find him. How old is he? Historia used Amir's sleeve to wipe the snot from her nose again. 15. Nanaba whispered to another nurse. Okay, they said gently. What's his name? Armin, she said. His name is Armin. He's 5'4", and his hair is long like this. She bunched up her hair so it curled under her jaw and around her chin. Armin. Nanaba looked at Historia, and suddenly her sobs dispersed. The ache in her throat was replaced by a sinking in her chest. Nanaba had the type of look that Historia knew was recognition. And something like concern. Yes, Historia said, straightening up on a plush red bench. She stared up at Nanaba, her lips parting in confusion. What? What is it? Nanaba bit their lip, and gave the hall a once-over. They straightened up and said, with a morose little voice, please follow me. Check the description for the links to the author.